if I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. So, for those who don't know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the walls, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. All right, let's get into it. I don't know what is
Where
going
is
on.
his other 2 counsels, Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Gardner? What's Spain? Okay, all right. Mr. Nichols, do you have any objection to Mr. Botts for filling in for today in this role?
Wait, what?
Do you? Okay, have they discussed this with you? They being Mr. Harvey, Mr. Garner, or Ms. Westmoreland? Okay, and you're okay with Mr. Botts representing you today for the purposes of this particular hearing? All right.
Wow. Okay, so his lawyer didn't show up?
Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams. Good morning, madam. All right.
I'm gonna try. Let me try something
Mr.
else.
Smith, Mr. Uhalski, Ms. Knight, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Mr. Brown. Good morning. All right. Is Mr. Yusuf over there in the corner? Okay, all right.
First, let me see. What in the world? And I mean, he might not need his lawyers there if nothing's going to happen that pertains to him. They got, that's their mics. Yeah, they've been digging and stuff in the neighborhood, so I don't know what's going on with the fiber. But I'm gonna try to see if I can merge maybe the Ethernet with the Wi-Fi. Who knows? Is that the staff attorney? Is there a reason the staff attorney is not in the courtroom?
Okay.
That one right there.
Counsels, I believe that when we left off last night, Mr. Adams and Ms. Hilton, you have advised me that you have 6 remaining areas from the June the 26th.
Yes, sir.
Interview.
We did.
Okay.
That is what we indicated. Yes.
And so do we?
Changes.
Okay. All right. Can we pick up, Mr. Adams, if you'll just tell the court which one from I'm using your proposed redaction, which is already a court exhibit and has been forwarded to Ms. Weaver.
Yes, sir.
Tell me which one you start.
Permission, what I'll do is I can outline for you the 2 that we have since yesterday agreed on.
Okay, and go ahead and give me those.
The first one is going to be, and this is an agreement with some change, where it says page 491, line 14 to page 492, line 5. So what we have agreed to is that what should be redacted is page 491, starting at line 16 instead of 14. Page 491, line 16, all the way to page 492, line 5.
Okay. And Ms. Hilton, what are the corresponding video audio time references?
And there's also connection extensions for line 16 to start halfway in that sentence until beginning time 5:37:02.
5:37:02.
And then we'll actually extend to line 14
Right.
on page 492, and that will go to 5:37:53.
Mr. Adams, are you in concurrence with those
Yes,
changes?
I agree with that.
All right, anybody else have any further discussion or argument about those particular time periods? All right, hearing none, Sir, go on to the next one you've reached concurrence with.
Yes, sir. The next one, if we drop down to page 500, line 15, page 500, line 23. In my notes, that is an excerpt that references Mr. Copeland referencing text messages with D and or Shannon in regards to killing or doing harm to him. And we agree that those lines should be redacted.
All right. Is the statement in concurrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give me the corresponding audio video marks, please?
It's going to be 5:45:45.
5:45:45.
Yes, to 5:46:01.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion or on that particular period? Okay. All right. All right. So that would mean you have 4 left.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which one you want to start off with?
All right. So the first one is going to be page 488, line 1 to page 491, line 10. And my description of that is as follows. In my read of it, Mr. Copeland is talking about Donovan Thomas or Nutt's murder based on what he heard, what he thinks, and his opinion on what happened. I'm perfectly content to let the court either read through the transcript, it's a number of pages, or listen to, look at and listen to Mr. Copeland's audio visual interview on it. But my objection to that is that it contains items of hearsay. It infringes upon our ability to confront witnesses who he says he's hearing that information from. It involves some speculation, and it also lacks foundation. What I mean by that is Mr. Copeland has been testifying on direct. We've not yet gotten to the point where he's going into any detail about what he knows, what he purportedly knows about Donovan Thomas's murder. So he hasn't yet testified that this is what I know happened, or this is what I heard happen, or this is what I saw or think happened. This person was involved, this person was in a car, and that's my example, but we haven't gotten into those details as of yet. In the excerpts that I've indicated, he does go into that detail. And he is talking about hearing information from Deamonte, from other individuals, and he gives great detail about this person was driving. So, for example, if you look at page 488, Your Honor, down towards the bottom, line 22, the detective asked him, for example, so it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nard with the pistol, and Doo-Wop with a pistol. And going over onto the next page, Mr. Copeland says, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had no pistol. So he's going into, and I'm sorry, if you go down a little bit more to line 6, where he says, yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was the driver. So obviously when he says they said, right, he's referencing hearsay, but he's going into great detail. My problem is that they haven't asked him any of that yet. And if their reason for wanting this particular portion of the audio-visual interview played is that it is impeachment by contradiction, well, he hasn't said anything yet about these details. It requires contradiction. They haven't laid the foundation. This is kind of something you addressed on yesterday.
Yes.
They haven't laid the foundation by asking him any questions so that they can now go into it and just carte blanche play what he says. Because what happens then, if you allow this, is they're playing the video, and essentially the testimony is coming out based on this audio-visual interview, as opposed to him testifying about it and either admitting or denying that this is what he knows. So my objection would be foundation, first and foremost, and then the other things that I've indicated, hearsay, our inability to confront the witnesses that he says he gets this information from, who would be, I think they're going to say these are co-conspirator statements, right? Deamonte Garlington, for example, he's a co-defendant. We can't call him and cross-examine. And then finally, that some of his testimony, some of his statements here is speculation. So that's my objection.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
So first, I want to start with the foundational part. We have
Not ask Mr. Copeland about the night Donovan Thomas was killed. We did, in fact, ask Mr. Copeland about that. Your Honor, when I had
Ask him
to,
about the guns or who was in the car?
we did. So, Your Honor, on June 13th, we actually asked this series of questions. And this is all in relation to the night that Nut was killed. My question to him was, after you left Mechanicsville, did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville from what you remember? Yeah. Do you remember where you went? Pick little D up. Okay. And which little D are we talking about? The one that always be with me. Okay. Is that the little D you referenced as your son? Yeah. Do you remember where you picked little D up? Where did you pick him up at? McDonald's. Where was the McDonald's? On Cleveland Avenue. And when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with little D? Just him and Shannon. Anybody else? Just him and Shannon. When you picked up little D, what did Shannon do? What do you mean? You said you picked little D up. Did you also pick up Shannon? I said I picked them both up. When you picked up both of them, where did you all go? I blanked out after that. You blanked out after that. Okay, why did you blank out? Because they were saying that I got the phone call. Do you remember who called you? So I asked him what occurred in the car. What's happening? He says he blanked out. So at this point, if he blanked out, he does not remember anything that happened in the car, which would be the conversations that he had with little D. And, well, what he's now saying Shannon, but previously he told the detectives that Nard was in the car with him. And I believe that I asked him further on, and we don't have this part of the transcript, did Nard ever get in the car with you? And he says, no. So, Your Honor, we have confronted him as it relates to what occurred. Let me go further. Excuse me. I'm going to go down to the transcript. Now, before Monson called you, did you, Shannon, Little D have any conversation about Nut being killed? No, was his response. That's a complete contradiction to, that's impeachment by inconsistent statement that he said, no, they did not have any conversation about Nut being killed. So as far as foundation is concerned, we have met the burden of the fact that this statement now comes in, one, impeachment by contradiction, but two, as a prior inconsistent statement. As far as hearsay, Your Honor, you've already ruled that what
you picking up?
Deamonte told Copeland in the car comes in as co-conspirator hearsay. The court has already made a ruling on that. And when you look at page 488, excuse me, starting at line 1, Detective Thorpe's question is, okay, so let's go back to Nut. Make sure I got everything right. Deamonte pretty much told you it was him, Shannon, Nard, Bentley. Copeland corrects him. Nah, it was Deamonte and Thug, D and Thug and the girl. Supposed to went to Bentley's house. This is based upon what Deamonte told him. He says, you feel me? And when they got finished doing that, they supposed to pull up on him at the house. But I think the girl Bushi, you know what I mean? That's the girl who's supposed to, she know what's going on. You know what I mean? This is the girl Shannon turned against me. You remember they came and shot at us while I was in the car? This is the girl who I thought told them that I was at the hotel with them. He's now referencing what he told the detectives about, I believe in the January 28th interview. He's now referencing what he told the detectives in January 28th about Bushi potentially setting up him getting shot at on the highway. And then detective says, right? Then Thorpe says, So it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nard with a pistol, and Doo-Wop with a pistol? He says, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had no pistol. Okay, right. But you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car. All you know is Yak was driving. Yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was the driver. Again, talking about with Deamonte. Because he said, if that's based on what Deamonte told you, yeah. Little D, okay. Did they say that anybody else or just in y'all circle? He says, nah. Like, I told people, you did? Because I just wanted somebody to believe that I ain't do it. Yeah, I told Big Boo who did it. Like, shit, boy, goddamn, they did. You know what I mean? I never know what was going to happen. I was just like, don't say nothing. Him telling what he told Big Boo. Then continue on. But I think if y'all and it's indiscernible, but I think he's saying that Shannon told New Baby. I know Shannon too much. I think Shannon told New Baby herself. You feel me? And New Baby's his girl? Yeah, New Baby. So you know what I mean? Because the story came out, though. 2 people said it. What? That Shannon and them killed him. You feel me? Like Bentley's girlfriend is Nut's sister. Uh-huh. Yes, his baby mom is Nut's sister. And you know what? You know what she told him? What? How could you be around him and he's supposed to kill my brother? And Bentley said, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know. 1 call and it's on. That's why me and Bentley fell out. You know what I mean? So again, he's offering that comment to say this is why him and Bentley fell out. Then he says, you know what I mean? Like, you don't let nobody tell you no shit like that, nigga. You know I ain't had nothing to do with that nigga getting killed. Detective Thorpe says, I'm gonna make a phone call. Detective Thorpe actually leaves the room. And then Kenneth Copeland continues to say, you feel me? So when I tell Bentley that, bro, you sitting around here telling this girl if she want me dead, just say it. And they going, you know what I mean? So I believe you when you're saying it. They would have killed me to get it off of him. And then he goes on and say, I told Thug that. And Thug was like, nah, he's just trying to throw her off. You know what I mean? Hell no, I ain't going for it. So, Your Honor, the hearsay portion that defense counsel is claiming is hearsay is not. It is the co-conspirator statement of Deamonte Garlington when he told Mr. Copeland what happened the night of the murder. And we have laid the foundation to introduce that because we've asked Mr. Copeland here in court, what did you all talk, or did you all talk about the murder when the 3 of you got in the car? And he says no. So this is a complete contradiction to that first assertion. So foundationally, it gets to come in as impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. It is not hearsay because the court has already ruled that what Deamonte told Mr. Copeland is a co-conspirator statement. And that really ends on page...
She done lost the judge already.
489. Line 14, anything that Deamonte told Copeland is from page 488 when Detective Thorpe is trying to clarify what Copeland said Deamonte told him. And that goes all the way to page 489, line 12. And Thorpe confirms multiple times, this is based upon what Deamonte told you. And he says, yeah. So again, this is the co-conspirator hearsay. After line 14, that's when he begins
what page now?
On page 489, that goes into who Copeland told about it. So Copeland is now saying, I told Big Boo about it. And he told Big Boo not to say anything.
Is that going from 480, line 14, page 489 to the end, 491 at line 10?
No, that's only from page 489, line 14 through page 489, line 24.
Okay.
Then when you flip onto page 490, this is Copeland telling the detectives that he thinks Shannon told New Baby.
Speculation.
And he's saying that more people knew about the murder, so his thought is that maybe Shannon told New Baby. Now, if that is speculation, the state has no objection to taking out that portion of it.
What part?
So that would be page 490, line 1 through 8.
All right.
And I would have to get the timestamps for that.
Short, you.
Mr. Adams is going to argue this, but.
But it's your client, so that's what I wanted to ask you. Okay.
Specifically, I'm also arguing that 491 page.
491 to what, sir?
Can't hear you.
490 lines 1 through 8, as Ms. Hilton said. That.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I think that she's agreed to redact that as it pertains to your client,
Yes, sir.
among any other objections that are being lodged, to include the general objection about not playing the videos at all. So,
And I'll actually extend that to line 12, Your Honor.
so 1 to 12
Yes.
on page 490?
Yes.
All right, that can be omitted out. Anybody wish to have any discussion in regards to that particular omission of just 490 to 1 lines 1 through 12? All right, hearing none, those will be edited out. Okay, what
And
else do you have?
Then he picks up explaining that
He being who?
Mr. Copeland picks up stating that at line 15,
Of what page?
490, that his baby mama is Nut's sister, referring to OG Bentley. And he goes in to say, you know what she told him? What? How could you be around him and he's supposed to kill my brother? And Bentley makes his comment, like, if you feel like he kills your brother, just let me know, one calling and so on. That's why.
Okay, let me just back up a second.
Right.
I'm sorry. When he being Mr. Copeland is talking about his baby's mama, who's that?
Oh, look who came to help. And Miss Hilton all over the place.
He's talking about, that's why.
Okay, let me just back up a second if I can interrupt you. Sorry. When he being Mr. Copeland is talking about his baby's mama, who's that?
He's talking about
That the mother
Nuts.
of who's he referencing?
He's referencing Mr. Donovan Thompson's sister, who is also the mother of one of Kelvin Treadwell's children.
We heard testimony about that.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
okay.
It's not hearsay because he's given his reason why him and Bentley fell out. So he's saying, he being Copeland, excuse me, is saying that the sister, in a conversation with her child's father, is saying, how could you be around him? Meaning, how could you be around Copeland if Copeland's supposed to kill my brother? And then Bentley's response to that was, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know, one calling and so on. Copeland is saying that conversation is the reason why he and Bentley are no longer friends. And that furthermore, he says to Bentley, why would you let her say that to you if you know that's not true? You know, I have had nothing to do with him getting killed, him being Donovan getting killed. And he also tells Bentley, bruh, you sitting around here telling this girl if she wants me dead, just say it. So, you know, I believe when y'all are saying they would have killed me to get it off of him. And then he being Copeland, tells Thug about the conversation of Bentley with his girlfriend. And Thug's response to that was, he's just trying to throw her off. Like, don't worry about that statement. And so we believe that all of that comes in as relevant, that is non-hearsay in this case. So the entirety of the section, exclusive of the part that we agree to redact, should should be played, excuse me.
Okay. All right.
Somebody tell her, have a seat. Have a seat. Golly.
Can you give me the time references, if you wouldn't mind?
That was way too long.
So for the first portion, Your Honor, which is
Page 488 to 489, line 12.
yes, that will be approximately 5:33:55
2.
to 5:35, approximately 15.
Okay. And
This-
then the next portion, I believe, is page 489, line 14 to 489, line 24.
Yes, Your Honor, and that would be, I would say approximately 5:35:20
5:35:20
to approximately 5:35:32.
Okay. All right. And then the omitted part that you wish that you've agreed to take out in regards to Mr. Stillwell on page 490, lines 1 through 12. What is that?
I think, Your Honor, that's going to be approximately 535, probably 40 to 536.13.
Okay. All right, and then 490, line 15, I think through the end. What does that go to?
So from 490, line 15 through, and this actually bleeds into what we just discussed that we agreed
491,
to.
line 10 or something like that. I think that was the end of the section that you were talking about.
Yeah, so that bleeds into, so we would start around 536.21, and that would be 490, 536.15, which would be 490, line 15, and that would go all the way through page 491, line 16, which would be 537.00.
Okay.
And you really,
Mr. Adams, anything else before I rule?
Yeah, I want to address the foundation argument again, because Madam Prosecutor quoted from her direct examination of Mr. Copeland in asserting that they had laid the proper foundation to impeach him with the specifics of this statement. The last question that I heard after Mr. Copeland says, I blanked out, is where he's asked about whether in a phone call that he receives or in the car, and that's very specific, was there any discussion about Nutt's murder, right?
That was on the stand.
Right, when he was on
the stand earlier.
Right.
Okay.
That's as far as the questioning goes in terms of any details, right? Now, if you look at the transcript and if you listen to his statement, there's no indication as to the information that he's relaying that he got from Deamonte or anyone else when he got that information. So I would agree, right? I'm going to be as objective as I can here and say that if the state had gone further in their questioning, right, and say, okay, well, what about later on? Was there any, did you all meet anywhere? Did you all talk about this at any point after that? But they were very specific, and they ended the last question about what he knew about Nutt's murder was in a phone call or in the car. And so it is clear in my reading from the transcript that Mr. Copeland is referencing other conversations that take place at other times, and they can't simply say that, well, this is impeachment by contradiction based on, the answer to those two questions. And so I think that there's additional foundation that needs to be laid before they can simply carte blanche just kind of throw this entire statement in there. Additionally, that's foundation argument. In regards to page 490, starting at line 15.
Yes, his baby's mom is not sister.
There you go. The entire conversation is what Nutt's sister, who is not a co-defendant, what her conversation is with Bentley, who is not a co-defendant. And to say that the reason we want that here, that is clearly hearsay. Copeland's relaying what he knows about a conversation between two other people, not even him. He's not party to that conversation. Right? He hears about that conversation. So he's relaying what he heard there and the statements that are made by Nutt's sister and Bentley. And so it's clear that that's hearsay.
Okay, can I stop you? I have just a question about that. Would that be that section where Mr. Copeland's talking about his baby's mom is Nutt's sister and that, would that go to effect on listener about what he did or what he said afterwards?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I'm
asking because I follow your argument about, and I'm looking at the transcript as well, and about what is being said, but why wouldn't that fall under that issue effect on listener where he's clearly he's talking about what the mother, the baby's mama, not sister, and what she told him, and then
And Bentley.
and Bentley.
Because, and here's why, because the state points to one line on line 21 where it says, that's why me and Bentley fell out. Well, there's no relevance to that. That doesn't have anything to do with his recitation of the information he has about Nutt's murder, right? Because those are the questions that are being asked, and he's relaying what he knows about Nutt's murder. And so for him to inject in there this conversation between Nutt's sister and Bentley, and what they said, and that's why he and Bentley fell out, because Bentley makes a statement about that conversation that doesn't really have anything to do with the information that's being relayed.
Okay, let me free. I'm gonna let you finish your argument, Mr. Adams. I want to ask the state's response as to what's the state's response as to that, basically 490 lines 15 through 22.
Exactly.
Yes, Your Honor.
What, because it is a hearsay statement from Copeland's relaying what Nutt's sister and Bentley told.
The judge kind of already gave her an answer, effects on the listener, which is a hearsay exception, and I'm sure she's going to use it.
Him.
So let's put it in further context. Bentley, the state alleges, is a co-conspirator in the YSL gang conspiracy.
He's an unindicted co-conspirator.
He's an unindicted co-conspirator. And Mr. Copeland has just reiterated Bentley's role in the murder of Donovan Thomas, that he is the place where both the car gets disposed of as well as the guns get disposed of. And so what he is saying to the police is, Bentley and I have now fallen out. Bentley and I are no longer friends, given what he is telling this woman about wanting to kill me when he knows I had nothing to do with this murder. And so we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted as to whether or not Bentley actually said, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know, one call that it's on. It is the effect that had on Mr. Copeland, and in turn, what he does with the information.
Y'all see that? The judge gave her an answer what to say, and then she's saying it.
He let me know, one call that it's on. It is the effect that had on Mr. Copeland, and in turn, what he does with the information. He then confronts Bentley about it, but then he also asks Thug about it as well. And that is why, to put what he did with Thug into context, that the jury needs to understand what preceded that. Not that we're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but what preceded. Excuse me. But what preceded why he was upset that Mr. Bentley would even mention that to Mr. Donovan Thompson's sister, and the fact that it upset him so much that he even mentioned it to Thug. Like, why would this co-conspirator say that he knows I have nothing to do with this murder? Why would he tell her that he would have me killed, and he knows I have nothing to do with this murder? And so again, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but it's being offered for the effect on the listener, being Mr. Copeland and what he did with that information. And I can't address the foundation issue again, Your Honor, regarding us getting this into evidence. So first things first, Mr. Copeland told the detectives that Little D told him about the murder once he got into the car. He began speaking about the murder once he got into the car. And then in his initial statement, He says that once Nard got into the car, they stopped talking. And then when Nard got out of the car, when they get to Sky House, they continued the conversation. So when I asked him in direct, was both, did you, Shannon, and Lil D have any conversation about Nut being killed? And this is why they're in the car. He said, no. He said, I did not, which is inconsistent and in contradiction to what he told police. What he told police is, in the car, he told me about the murder. He told me about what happened. And so it is, the foundation has been laid for this to be answered.
All right, Mr. Adams, you can complete your argument. I thank you for allowing me to hijack you at that point.
No, I think I've done. I'm recounting what I recall from his direct testimony. I still don't think that there's been specific enough questions asked of him on direct such that what would be played in this would be impeachment by contradiction. And also, I've got to say, I reject the thought, going back a little bit to the other argument, that, Bentley's an unindicted, everyone's an unindicted co-conspirator. They hear the state tell it. If their name is referenced, they have some conversation about it. If they were around when something happened, they're an unindicted co-conspirator, and so their statements automatically come in. And I reject that. If they believe that Bentley was involved in the commission of Nutt's murder, they could have indicted him and charged him just as a co-defendant, as opposed to what they're arguing now as an unindicted co-conspirator. So I'm going to rest on all the arguments I made previously and ask you that these items be kept out. Be redacted.
Okay. All right. The court's had an opportunity to consider both arguments of counsels for the defense and for the state in regards to lines 488 line 1 to 491 line 10 and the corresponding
Yeah, I think she needs to ask a little bit more foundation.
video and audio marks that have been stated for the record already. In this particular period, talks or references where Mr. Copeland reportedly talks about Nutt's murder based upon what he heard and what he thinks and what he finds from the defense's perspective, and their basis for their exclusion are hearsay, confrontation, speculation, lacks foundation. The state has responded by saying that they have in fact laid the foundation. They've also indicated that for a period of this where you have conversations in regards to what Mr. Garlington told Mr. Copeland, that those would be admissible under co-conspirator statements, which the court's ruled upon already. The other basis is prior inconsistent statements. The court is of the opinion that based upon what the court has heard from direct testimony, that in his direct, he says in pertinent summation that he doesn't remember what happened in the car, or he went blank, or words to that effect. Without having a transcript, I can't say the exact words, but the court is of the opinion that the state has asked a predicate foundation to explore from Mr. Copeland impeachment, at least impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statements. So I'm going to omit those, allow state to play that portion of the tape over a defense objection. Mr. Adams, I will give you and others a continuing objection.
Thank you.
And that does not include the omission of page 490, line 1 through 12. That's Mr. Stillwell's statement, which are going to be omitted by agreement by the state and Mr. Sharp. All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one, please.
The next one is, we jump down to, is going to be page 499, line 14 through page 500, line 6. In those excerpts, if the court will take a look at it, the detective essentially, it's mostly the detective speaking. Mr. Copeland has a few lines in there as well, but it's mostly the detective speaking. And the detective is giving what I would define, what I would call a speech about how they want Mr. Williams, how Mr. Williams is using others for his, quote, their words, reign of power, and how Mr. Williams eliminates people or his enemies. His enemies is my verbiage. People is what the detective says. So if we look at line 14.
Page 499.
Page 499, yes, sir.
Okay.
The Detective Dennis is talking. He says, you want to know what we want. We want the stuff to stop. If y'all were just making music, I like rap music. I like some of Thug's music. I think it actually says every now and then. Transcript says if he has any. Mr. Copeland just replies, yeah. Detective Dennis goes on and says, but that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card for indiscernible, all this other stuff. That's the detective talking, giving his opinion. Mr. Copeland responds, it didn't start until we got Thug. And then Detective Dennis responds, exactly. He basically used y'all as his gunners to help him get this reign of power. Nut, get out the way. You're a threat. Anybody that's a threat, he eliminates them. So at what point do y'all figure out that y'all can be eliminated too? He don't care about nobody but himself. What it sounds. Ms. Copeland says, oh, well, that's what it is. Detective Dennis says, so why would you stick around and let this man bring to your demise? So I'm going to go back to some things I say often. Sounds to me like, it seems to me that this is an easy one, right? The state is going to disagree. But this is Detective Dennis. None of this is relevant. The detective's thinking about, what Mr. Williams's music means or what type of person, what his character is absolutely not relevant. There's nothing that this adds to the case. There's nothing that this adds to any. It's not an item of evidence. It's just the detective's opinion, wherever he gets his opinion from, whatever he forms that opinion based upon. That's him. But it's not relevant. His opinion is not relevant. It touches upon Mr. Williams's character. It defines Mr. Williams' character in a way that is impermissible. And again, it's not based on any fact or evidence. It's based upon his opinion. And it's a commentary upon Mr. Williams's music and what it means, which again is the detective's opinion that has no relevance whatsoever for the jury's consideration. And so just based upon that. And of course, doesn't give any foundation. I guess I'll throw that word in there, foundation for where the detective is getting this opinion other than just that's what he thinks. His opinion is more prejudicial than probative. I would say it's not probative at all. And so I'd ask that it be redacted.
Ms. Hilton, get up with your binder. Let's keep it moving.
All right, Ms. Hilton.
Miss Love, she got it. If you're already ready to pass some notes.
All right.
Your Honor. Your Honor, the state will agree that beginning at line 23
Of what page, ma'am?
of page 499 to page 6 of 500.
You mean page 6 of 500 or?
Page 500, line 6, I'm sorry. So page 499, beginning at line 23, where it says Detective Dennis, exactly, he basically used y'all as his gunners. Through page 500, line 6.
Okay, tell me why you think that I should.
The state has no objection to that portion being redacted.
Oh, the line
So y'all
22 of page 499,
No, line 23
line 23
of page,
of page 499. So
yes, through line 6 of page 500.
to page 500, line 6.
The state has no objection to redacting that portion.
Okay, let's talk about the I guess the rest, the from line
14 through 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, in line 14 through 22, detective, well, let's go a few lines before this. Prior to this particular statement that Mr. Investigator Dennis says, they're still talking about Copeland's kind of concern still about being labeled a snitch, and who, you know, he's in this space of, what do I do? If I tell, then the streets aren't going to like me. If I don't tell, this could happen to me. And what Detective Dennis says to him is, we want this stuff to stop. If y'all were just making music, he says, I like rap music. I like some of Thug's music every now and then. Copeland says, yeah, but that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card, all this other stuff. And then Copeland says, it didn't start until we got with Thug. This line is in direct contradiction to the defense's assertion in opening that the focus of their investigation was all about Young Thug and his music, that we attacked as the state, as the police officers, that we were only focused on using these lyrics and this music, and then we created a case solely based off of the music. And this is in direct contradiction to that. In the course of the investigation, the investigator Dennis, is telling Mr. Copeland, this is not even about the music. Matter of fact, I like some of his music. This is about what has been happening in these streets, what the shootings that have been going back and forth for now, at this point, 6 months, and putting it into that and encouraging Copeland to continue to tell the truth about what has happened. And then Copeland's response to that is, this didn't start until we got with Thug, until he, I believe when the we is him, Deamonte and Shannon, that all of this violent stuff started happening. And it's not just about the music. And so we believe that this is in direct contradiction to the assertion that the police officers were solely focused on music and lyrics in this case, but no, they were focused on stopping crime, and it had nothing to do with the music. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we believe that that portion is relevant.
Mr. Adams?
So the only thing that's, two things. Number one, I think we all know that what is said in opening and not evidence, questions by the attorneys aimed at getting at a certain point, not evidence. And so what they have to prove in court, they have to prove by way of evidence. What the detective says in this excerpt, and we're talking strictly about line 14 through line 22, this is the detective's opinion on what the music is or is not. So for example, if you look at line 19, when he says, but that ain't what's going on, that's a fake card for all this other stuff. Well, if that's the case, then let's prove it with evidence as opposed to giving the jury the detective's opinion as to what that is. Because without more, what the jury ends up getting is the detective's soliloquy on what he thinks the music means, whether or not it's being propagated for art, or whether or not it has something indeed to do with the rest of the case or any of the criminal activities that have been indicted. And they've got to prove that with evidence. I just don't think that there's anything here. I don't think number one, his opinion is not relevant in regards to this item of evidence. And I think there's a fair amount of speculation on the state's part. I've said it before. I understand they have their theory, but when Madam Prosecutor says that Mr. Copeland's response, it didn't, on line 22, it didn't start until we got Thug. When she opines, well, when he says we, he means Shannon and Deamonte, and this is who he means. Well, they don't know that. They don't know that any more than we do, unless Mr. Copeland gets on the stand and says, hey, this is what I meant, and this is who I'm talking about. That hasn't happened yet. So that part is just speculation. But overall, these few lines that we're talking about is nothing other than the detective's speculation as to what he thinks the music is in his opinion. And that's not relevant. It should not be allowed. Yes, one more.
May I add something?
Sure.
Also regarding this, you know, the state is making the argument that this out-of-court statement should be played because of arguments that some defense counsel made during opening statements. My recollection is that certainly that Investigator Dennis has been on the stand, and he provided live testimony rebutting the defense argument about following lyrics, and instead said, no, we follow crime and then found lyrics. I believe that was Dennis. It may have been Gaither. Anyways, the state has provided live testimony regarding that issue and their counter to whatever was argued in opening that they say was argued in opening. So I don't know why we would, knowing that this has been argued through live testimony, I don't know why we would allow out-of-court statements, hearsay statements that also have problematic parts in speculation, as Mr. Adams has stated. I don't know why we would allow that into evidence when the state has already been allowed through live testimony to address this issue.
Okay.
And if I may just add very briefly, I also think that this is probably not necessary because, as I stated before, with setting opening and the questions of the attorneys are not evidence.
But now, the other thing I was going to mention, Mr. Sharp just reminded me, the court is very aware that you are not required to present any evidence at this point in time. You have not elected that decision, and that's of no consequence to me what they're saying you've said. You've said. So I'm not taking that from that vein at all.
Also true. And I do think it is, and I know it's been a long time since we did opening back in November or whenever it was.
Yeah, that was November, I think, yeah.
You know, but I think that the state is remembering correctly with Mr. Steele said in opening. I do recall that he made reference to the state cherry picking lyrics and so forth, but again, so I think their recollection of that is incorrect, but I don't think that's part of the calculus or the consideration at all for tonight.
Right.
No.
Sure.
So first, as it relates to the fact that the state cannot rebut what is said in opening, and looking at 24-6-621,
24-6.
621, which is impeachment by contradiction. Also in reading Carlson's on page 351, which is citing to federal law. Federal courts allow parties to counter misrepresentations and in an opponent's opening statement with contradictory proof.
What page down, I'm sorry?
Page 351.
What part of it?
If you go to,
I see it. I see it about the fourth paragraph down.
yes, Dan.
Okay.
And rebuttal will sometimes mean the countering of factual assertions made during defense counsel's opening statement or for them crossing.
No, it's only a win if it sticks. I mean, all this would be for nothing if they do this and then Young Thug get to go home. I guess the whole point is for him to go to prison. So if they overturn, it won't be relevant that they won right now, which I doubt they will, but you never know.
Examination of the government witnesses. So the state can bring in evidence to rebut what was said in an opening statement. But furthermore, Your Honor, this statement, what Investigator Dennis said about the music is an adoptive admission by Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland does not disavow that this is just about making music. He, matter of fact, agrees with Detective Dennis. And in court, if you can recall, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland made it seem that YSL is just a music group. Matter of fact, I think he even said the only gang that he associates himself is 372, that he's not even a part of YSL. When I asked him directly, are you a part of YSL, the gang? And he disavowed that. So when you look at what he's testified into court about his disavowalment of YSL, that YSL is just a music group, that this is in direct contradiction to that assertion. And he adopts what Detective Dennis says by not disavowing it, not saying, no, it's only about the music. He says, yeah. And matter of fact, he further says it didn't start until we got with Thug. So, Your Honor, for those additional reasons, we believe that this portion, page 499.
We got with Thug or we got Thug? That's what this transcript says. We got Thug.
I think it says, I think when you listen to the recording, it says until we got with Thug.
Let me listen to that portion, please. I just want to listen from about line 14 to line 22.
Okay. Yes,
Mr. Sharp, you have something else?
Well, it just occurs to me that this adoptive admission argument.
Don't worry
I
about
mean,
that.
not only are
Don't
we,
worry about that.
okay.
Okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'll let you complete your argument if you want, but I'm not convinced it's an adoptive admission, okay?
Right.
All right. Okay, all right.
Let me attempt to convince the court also by just looking at 24, 6, 21.
Hey, I understand, but if y'all don't mind liking on your way out, that'll be appreciated. Well, come back.
What it actually says is a witness.
Yeah, that's why I'm not convinced, okay? All right. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why she said that. That ain't.
And Your Honor, so start at page, excuse me, at time stamp 544,
544,
30.
33 to about what time?
To about 544, 50.
Okay. Hold on.
And the appeals courts are strict when it comes to objections to make sure that you preserve the record. So you want to make sure that you object all the time, but to save time, what you can do is ask for a continuing objection, or what they call a running objection, where you don't have to keep objecting every question. You just object to the whole line of questioning, just to save time and preserve the record. Because if you don't, then the appeals court can say that you waived that issue, and it's too late to object now at the appeals court level. You should have.
And then like one took them keep coming back telling them, I've been talking to the police, And they just still acting, ain't nobody locked up, ain't nobody got no warrants. So I wasn't taking that because the truth is everybody say, I can't be telling that because whatever I know, they get locked up. You know what I'm saying? Right. So they know that. And they ain't get locked up, so they know, well, I ain't tell you. That's the only thing they keep me out of it.
But what happens when they start getting locked up?
So what I'm saying, that's why these
I think they played the wrong part of the tape. Thank you, Live.
I'm going to restart at 544.
I know.
You want to know what we want the stuff to stop. If y'all was just making music, I like rap music. I like some thug music every now and then.
Yeah.
But that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card for fueling all this other stuff.
It didn't start till we got to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One more time, please. Christina? Anybody else who wants to listen to it, you're welcome to come up and listen to this.
Yeah, Erica, I think that was related to her work on the bench as a judge. Not related to the incident that happened with the fight that went on at the club.
Not yet. I'm almost ready.
Fish. That's not to insult you. That's being real. Like,
I know.
you want to know we want the stuff to stop. If y'all was just making music, I like rap music. I like like some thug music every now and then.
Yeah.
But that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card for fueling all this other stuff.
It didn't start till we got sued.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Detective Dennis on lines 14 through 16, part of it is, I like some of Thug's music now and then, or to that effect. It's not if he has any. And then on line 22 of 499, it does say it didn't start till we got with Thug.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm just listening to it. Okay, so Jenny, you want to listen to it as well? I mean, I'll give you the opportunity. Give the opportunity to do so.
I don't disagree that it wasn't transcripted.
It's not quite accurate. It's close in regards to that particular portion of what Detective Den starts off with. Okay. All right. Based upon the court's listening to this particular portion of lines 14 through 22, the court is of the opinion that it is opinion by Detective Dennis and it is speculation. So I'm going to exclude it at this time and omit it. Just that particular section.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And can you give me the timestamps starting at line 14?
So it should be 544 at 34.
You said it was 29 earlier.
Well, I started at 23, so I'm going to say 544 to 29 approximately to 545 23.
544, 29, 545, 20.
Yes.
Okay. Any further argument or discussion in regards to that portion? Okay. All right.
Next one, on the last page, second report.
Hang tight 1 second. All right, sir, I'm with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it 523?
Yes, 510, line 4 to page 511, line 3.
Okay, 510, page, line 4.
Yes, sir, to page 511, line 3.
Okay.
There's a conversation between the detective and Mr. Copeland. Essentially what they're doing is they're talking about who to go after first. And there's some opinion as to who they should go after first. Opinion about Shannon, opinion about D, and opinion about Doo-Wop. In relevant part, I'm going to just kind of read through from line 4. Detective Thorpe is speaking, and he says, so let me ask you this. Of all them, I think he said clowns. All them clowns you just named, who do you think the first person I should go after? Mr. Copeland responds, to lock up or to talk to? Talk to. I would say Doo-Wop, but if you go after him first, they're going to have a feeling somebody told. You feel me? That's an opinion. Detective Thorpe, so who do you think I should go after first? Mr. Copeland says, truth be told, I want to say Shannon. You feel me? Because when he said this indiscernible, I think it says got locked up. Because when we got locked up, Shannon looked like he wanted to tell. You know what I mean? Tell on them. Again, an opinion, speculation on the part of Mr. Copeland. Detective 1, yeah, but that was years ago. How you feel about little D? Like since D was the one that supposedly wasn't shooting, but he came and told you. Ms. Copeland says, D thinks he's hard. His opinion. Detective 1, so he probably wouldn't just because he thinks he's hard. Mr. Copeland says, right. When I gave him your number and then y'all let me go, I I was looking at him like, damn, D, like he the one, he knows I gave him your number, bruh. You ain't have to go tell everybody. Detective says, right. Copeland says, you know what I'm saying? Like he indiscernible on me. That's a little further. It's, you know, I think it stops at line 3. But it's clear that that whole colloquy from the previous page, 510 to 511, is all a matter of speculation. You know, what the detective is asking Mr. Copeland as to who they should go after first, either to talk to or to arrest, there's no way that there's any relevance to that. You know, Mr. Copeland's opinion, speculation as to who might talk or who might not, regardless of what he knows about those individuals, is in fact speculation, it's opinion, and it's not relevant. So my objection to that colloquy on that page and a few lines would be that it is improper speculation, impermissible speculation, and irrelevant opinion, and it should be redacted. It simply has no relevance whatsoever.
All right, sir. State.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is very relevant. Again, the defense's theory about this case is that they didn't do any investigation. They didn't do anything. All they did was take what Copeland said and ran with it. And what this shows is that the detectives were trying to speak to other individuals in order to corroborate what Copeland told them. And so they are asking Mr. Copeland his lay opinion on who out of these individuals he should talk to. So I know we keep throwing around the word speculation and opinion, but a lay witness can give their opinion if that opinion is rationally based on the perception of the witness, which is 24-7-701. Mr. Copeland knows the individuals to whom he's been talking about. He has spent time with them. He is friends with them. He considers some of them like his brothers. We have pictures of them together. So he can, based upon his own opinion, can say, this is who I think will talk to you all, based upon his interactions and his lay opinion, Your Honor. So the fact that he tells them, here's who I think you should talk to, here's who I think will talk to you, is a proper opinion that he can give. And it's clear that it's an opinion because he talks about Doo-Wop versus Shannon versus Deamonte. And he tells them, here's who I think you should go to first. But if you go to this person first, they're going to know that I told something.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Or hijack you just for a second.
Sure.
Did you ask Mr. Copeland about this on direct already?
Nope.
Ask Mr. Copeland
On direct about any of his discussions with Detective Dennis in regards to this part of the investigation. I don't recall it being asked.
About if he told the detectives who he should speak with in regarding this case. No, I don't believe I asked him directly that specific question.
I'm gonna exclude it for foundation right now. I'm not saying it may not be admissible for other reasons later, but I agree with Mr. Adams. It is speculation and opinion. It's not relevant under 401 at this point in time.
Right.
However, having said that, if somebody opens the door as to it, or if you continuing with your direct examination lay a foundation as to ask him any about that, then I'll reconsider.
So I guess my question is, if I ask him, did you advise law enforcement who they should speak to? There's going to be a lay opinion objection. When I'm saying it's not a lay opinion,
well, it still might be speculation or opinion because it's got to be based on something. You're saying it's based upon he knows these people and he's got them, but you'd have to lay the foundation to ask that question.
But I think we have laid the foundation, or we've established.
Here's the thing. I don't think you get covered because he says, I don't recall, or I don't remember. I think you still got it, as I mentioned to you yesterday. With all due respect, you still got it, since you haven't asked him about it yet. It wouldn't be proper to just play this. However, if you can lay the foundation based upon the argument you just told me, I'll certainly consider it at that point.
And I guess I want clarity because I think we've laid the foundation that he would have a proper basis to give a lay opinion.
I don't know.
We believe that.
And I need.
See, and she's not listening. She's still trying to make her opinion. The judge telling her the only way she can do it, and she's still trying to say it her way. And I mean, she should know better. She's supposed to be a trial professor that teach trials. Maybe this is why half the bar in Georgia is struggling in the courtroom.
A proper basis to give a lay opinion.
I don't know.
We believe that.
I need to, again, if you lay foundation as to a lay opinion, I might be able to rule upon it. I don't know whether or not that will carry the day or not, but it depends on on how you ask Mr. Copeland those questions and his response. I'm not, like I told you, I'm not saying that it may not be, but not right now.
All right.
So I'm gonna exclude that for the time being for foundation, but in the arguments of Mr. Adams. And like I said, I'll come back to it if you remind me at the appropriate time, and we'll look at it. Okay?
Yes.
All right. And, yes.
That is going to be 554-22.
554-22.
Through 555-19.
555-19. All right, any further discussion? Okay.
The last one, Judge, is page 512, line 18, to page 517, line 19.
And Your Honor, based on your previous ruling, I think that this covers that same area about who they should speak to. So, given your current ruling,
Okay.
the state will just address it at that.
Let me have the time. Let's have the time markings as well. So that will be excluded for foundation as well at this time. At this time.
And that was going to be the same one.
Okay. All right.
556-18
556-18.
through 6 o'clock in 3 seconds.
So what is that?
6:00.
6:00.
03.
Okay. All right.
That's it, Judge. That's all that we have on behalf of the board.
Okay. Before I return to Mr. Sharp for the two ones that we may have, and I think I asked the state about those. So let me get to that place and let me get to it.
The judge ready for lunch. You ready to go eat? Hey, Jiggy, if you're still here, what state or time zone you in? I know you said you wanted to come up at 1 o'clock, but I didn't know if it was my 1 o'clock or wherever you at 1 o'clock. All right, definitely need that. But yeah, Ms. Hilton, her argument was weak. When it came to that last point she was trying to make about who Woody think did this and think did that, or who you should talk to first and talk to. I mean, all of that is just totally irrelevant. I mean, you want a witness to testify about actual knowledge, not about wild speculation. Oh yeah, he getting it right now. Now he's acting like a true referee, where it's more balanced. The state wins some, the defense wins some. But before now, it was like heavily leaning towards the state. But now he can calm down a whole lot. And it's crazy it had to come to this. Kaz boy said they playing duck, duck, goose. Oh man. Do you think it's too late for that? He's done a lot. Too late for which part?
And I think that there's two that we may need to discuss or talk about again in regards to your client, Mr. Stillwell.
Oh, about him speculating. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Weinstein, anything else in regards to June 10th interview? All right. Mr. Matthews Jr., anything else in regards to June 10th? Okay, and good morning, sir. All right, Ms. D. Williams. All right, Mr. Botts, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, all right. Okay. Anything further? Now I'll turn to Mr. Shark.
Yes, sir.
I think that you were going to take a look at your notes or whatever in regards to for two particular areas. So have you done that so far, sir?
No.
I think we tabled it to, I don't know if I was necessarily going to look at my notes, but I've given those issues some thought, but I think we tabled them for further discussion.
Are you going to wait until they're played to object, or do you want to, can you identify them for me so I can rule upon them?
I have them, Your Honor.
Okay.
I believe it was,
Tell us what the page reference was, Ms. Hilton.
I think it's page 361.
That's line 1 to 362, line 10.
No, I have line 15 through 17, Your Honor.
That's the one where I think it's problem with Shannon. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe the court wanted me to go back and listen to and determine if I asked questions.
Yes. And, all right. That was one. Okay. And did you review that, madam?
Yes, Your Honor, and that's consistent with the portion of the transcript that I just recounted in the argument with Mr. Adams about when Shannon got into the vehicle. Again, Mr. Copeland's current version of facts on the stand is that Shannon got into the vehicle with him and Little D at the McDonald's.
All right, let me take a look at that right quick.
Now that's direct knowledge. If he's saying someone got in the vehicle with him, that's actual knowledge, not, I guess.
Page 361.
Yes, line 15 through 17.
He said they playing duck, duck, goose, just going around.
And I believe the portion that's at issue is where he says Shannon shot Nut is what the court wanted to hear if I had asked him questions about the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, are they?
Go back and make sure we're on the same page with everything leading up to this. Because, Your Honor, I know what Ms. Hilton's speaking of, but I also had in my notes 361 through 10. So can I just confirm?
361 line 1 through 362 line 10.
361 line 10 to 362 line 10.
Okay, I originally had line 1. All right, so okay.
So 361 line 1 through 12 say state has agreed that that's coming out. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so all of this is in dispute, right?
No. From what you gave us originally, the only thing that was in dispute was Shannon shot up Lil Wayne's tour bus, Shannon shot Nut, Shannon does whatever Thug says. On my list, it says page 361, line 1 to 362, line 10.
All right, so is the state agreeing to a portion of this to be redacted, or what are you saying?
The only portion that we agreed to be redacted is on line 16, Shannon shot up that tour bus.
Okay.
Line 16, and that's on page what, madam?
Page 361.
All right, and
it says the specific sentence is Shannon shot up that tour bus. And I believe, Your Honor, on Monday, you were holding off ruling to determine whether or not I had asked Mr. Copeland about the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you wanted me to confirm with Madam Court Reporter that I did ask Mr. Copeland while on the stand about the night of Donovan Thomas's murder.
All right. Specifically, what did you ask him? Because I do recall you did ask him about that, but remember, consistent with my earlier statements, that what exactly did you? Because this particular, let me just kind of. All right.
Yes. So do you mind if I keep my seat, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. You can keep your seat just as long as you speak in the microphone. That's fine.
Yes. So it starts after you left Mechanicsville. Did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville from what you remember? Yeah. His response, yeah. Question, do you remember where you went?
This is your examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Pick little D up. Question, okay. And which little D are we talking about? Answer, the one that always be with me. Is that the little D you reference as your son? Yeah. Okay, do you remember where you picked little D up? Where did you pick little D up at? Answer, at McDonald's. Where was the McDonald's? On Cleveland Avenue. And when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with little D? Answer, just him and Shannon. Anybody else? Just him. It says have Shannon, but just him have Shannon. When you picked up little D, what did Shannon do? What you mean? You said you picked little D up. Did you also pick up Shannon? I said I picked up both of them. Okay. When you picked up both of them, where did you all go? I blanked out after that. You blanked out after that? Why did you blank out? Because they were saying that I got a phone call saying I did something. Do you remember who called you? Yes. Who? Munson. And do you recall how he called you? Did he call you on FaceTime or did he call you on the phone? I don't know. He asked me what I got going on or if I heard what happened or what. I don't know what he said. I just know he said that. I mean, people saying I killed Nut and he was calling me. Now let me ask you this. Did you kill Nut? Huh? Did you kill Nut? No. Okay, now when Munson called you, was both Shannon and Little D in the car when Munson called you? Huh? Was Shannon and Little D in the car when Munson called you? I think so. Now before Munson called you, did you, Shannon, and Little D have any conversation about Nut being killed? No. Now, after you got off the phone with Munson, did you and Shannon and Little D go anywhere? Huh? You said you were on the phone with Munson in the car. I blanked out. Like, I know I ended up in a whole lot of places. Every time I looked around, I was somewhere different. Okay, later that evening, as we talked earlier, did you go to the police department? No. That night that you learned about Nut's death, Munson called you. At any point, did you go to the police department? Oh, yeah. And then I believe at that point, Mr. Steele may have objected. And then I go into, on the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police? There was another objection. I asked the question again on the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police about Nut being killed? The police called me. Did you go to the police department? Same objection. Did you go to the police department, speak to the police? Yeah, I think. I asked them, how did you get to the police department? I dropped him off. By who Munson got me, I ain't for sure, I can't recall. But I think who dropped me off, I just remember my brother and then met me down there that night. I said, now, Mr. Copeland, today being June 13, 2024, prior to today, I want to make sure I understand. Have you ever told police that Little D and Shannon got into your vehicle? Mr. Steele objected. The objection was sustained. Is today the first time you told the police or told anyone? And then the court interjects, said, which day? Today, June 13th. Let me strike that. Yesterday, did you tell me and my colleagues that Shannon, objection leading? I'm going to overrule the objection. Yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder? Huh? Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of Donovan Thomas' murder? I told you and them that what I told the investigators when Nut got killed, something different, because I was trying to finesse my way out of the situation. Okay, so I said I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up, and that's it. Okay, and was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday what you just said? You asked me to be truthful. So again, anything that, and that's the end of the transcript as we have it. So again, he told me in court that D never told him anything, nothing. So anything that D told him that he told police D told him would be impeachment by prior inconsistent statement, impeachment by contradiction. He said, I made it up to clear myself, and that's it.
You sure?
That's not true. The state's skipping a step. It's first of all, impeachment by contradiction is bringing in, it's not supposed to be prior inconsistent statements. That is,
No, it's anything that the witness testifies inconsistently with earlier. I mean,
well, respectfully, that's what prior inconsistent statements are.
it can be.
Contradiction, Your Honor, is witness named Jeff says the light was red at the time.
Hey, thank you for this, Don. I definitely appreciate it. The first one for the whole channel, so shout out to that. Thanks a lot.
The crash. You bring in witness Brian that says no, the light was actually green at the time of the crash. That's impeachment by contradiction. You bring in another witness to testify about how the first witness was incorrect or wrong or contradicting. Prior inconsistent statements is a type of impeachment contradiction using a witness's prior statements. And so what the state is missing here is they're saying, did Deamonte, they're saying the foundation is laid by saying, did Deamonte, was Deamonte in the...
I'm gonna tell you now, Shar, he got a losing argument. I mean, I hate to say it, but Miss Hilton's right on this one. Shar, yeah, but I'll let him finish.
Paul, did Deamonte say anything? Kenneth Copeland is saying no, but that's not the correct question to lay the foundation for prior inconsistent statements. They need to say very specifically, they need to ask, did you tell police that Deamonte Garlington told you this on this date? That lays the foundation. And they're also confusing the issue by including Shannon in these conversations, which has never been said by Mr. Copeland. So if they say, did Deamonte and Shannon, did you tell the police that Deamonte and Shannon told you that so-and-so, whatever happened on January 10, 2015, he would be correct to say, no, I never told the police that. And there would be nothing inconsistent because he has never put Shannon as a party to any of these conversations. They need to specifically ask, did you tell the police, not did it happen, but did you tell the police that Deamonte Garlington told you this? And if he says yes, then they don't get to get in these prior statements because they're not inconsistent.
I don't think that's
the question isn't, did Deamonte tell you this? It's, did you tell the police Deamonte told you this? And if he's asked that question, he may very well say, yes, I did tell Deamonte that. It was all I did tell the police that Deamonte told me that. It was all a lie, but I do acknowledge telling the police that. In which case, there's no prior inconsistent statement because he is acknowledging that he made that statement in the past, and it doesn't need to be proven using extrinsic evidence, including a videotape. But they haven't done that. They've just asked did it happen, not did he tell the police that it happened.
What if, as in this particular circumstance, I think that there's an omission. Like he says, hey, I don't recall this, and then his earlier statement says, includes more people or is more or has more granularity.
Well, the problem is they asked, did Deamonte and Shannon discuss this in the car? And he has never said Deamonte and Shannon discussed anything in the car. He said, what he said in his prior statements were, I showed it at the McDonald's. Deamonte was the first person to come to my car. Deamonte got in my car, said something very quick, pointed at the people who he said did it, and then didn't say anything else. That's what he said. He never said Shannon Stillwell was in a car discussing anything. And the reason he never said it because Shannon Stillwell was never in a car discussing it. So
Well,
be very specific
Okay.
about what they're saying he said in the past. And if
But I believe Woody said that Shannon was in the car. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he said that Lil D and Shannon was in the car with him.
he owns that prior statement, then this doesn't get in.
All right.
You're right, but that's the point, Your Honor. We agree. He never told the police that Shannon was in the car. So he is contradicted by what he told the police previously. And he said, I don't have to ask him again. His answer was, I told you and them that what I told investigators when Nut got killed, something different because I was trying to finesse my way out of the situation. He has already admitted right there that what I said to the detectives in 2015 is a lie. It's not true. I finessed my way. And it's inconsistent with what he is now saying in what he said back then. So that's a prior inconsistent statement. Furthermore, to address what Mr. Shar just said about extrinsic evidence, when it comes to impeachment by contradiction, impeachment by contradiction occurs when a party offers evidence to prove that a fact to which a witness testified is not true. And it can be done by extrinsic evidence. The recording is the extrinsic evidence that we can bring in to show that what he said in court is not true. This is the extrinsic evidence. It does not have to be another person. The law does not say you have to bring in another witness. I can bring in extrinsic evidence. That is the recording of him in the interview room telling the police what he said.
All right. Mr. Short, I'm gonna admit or allow the state to play that particular portion from page 361, line 10 through 362, line 10 as impeachment by contradiction. I'll give you a over defense objection. I'll give you a continuing objection as to that, sir.
Minus the...
Oh, of course, minus the 361 line 16, Shannon shot up that tour bus. That will be excluded.
What about...
Before you go on, can you give me the time reference, madam? Time, video and audio time.
So for the portion that is out is 3:29:37 to 3:29:39.
Okay. And the balance is from what time to what time, exclusive of those at that time period?
So it'll start from 3:29:20 through 3:29. It will probably stop at 36 to make sure that we do not get into
Okay.
the part, and then it will pick back up again at 3:29:41.
All right. Mr. Short, anything, you were going to mention something else, sir?
And I understand the ruling as it applies. I respectfully disagree. Do not waive any
Sure.
objections, but I understand what you're saying about he shot the gun, killed Nut. I don't understand how, on the theory of impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statement, how this part gets it. Thug, this is Kenneth Copeland. Man, whatever thugs say to these ends, Shannon will do it, man. Every time Thug say something, Shannon do it. Like now, if they want to get into the Bloody J thing again, I don't think he's denied anything with the Bloody J. I don't think he's testified to anything different about the Bloody J. He said Bloody J was beaten up. So I say.
Well, I will agree. Bringing in the video is just one part, but if the videos are showing something different than what he said on the stand, all it's going to prove is that he's a liar, like he admitted that he is or he was, just to get out of the police station. He would tell them anything. So her playing all these videos may not help her in the way she think it will.
And beat him up. So those statements, I get what the state's argument about the killed Nut. But those other statements, they're just bad character, generalizations, not inconsistent with anything he's testified to on the stand, not inconsistent with anything that he's been confronted with on the stand.
It's the respectfully, it's the conversation in the car that the jury decides whether or not they believe it or not, whether or not the version that they believe was the one that was done on the 10th of January of 2015, or on the stand on or about June the 10th of 2024. I think it's impeachment for what he didn't tell them in the car. Well, one, that he wasn't there, or two, what he said in the car. So I think that's what the impeachment's for.
But when he says, like, man, whatever thugs say these ends, Shannon will do it, man. Every time thugs say something, Shannon do it.
Personal
That's
knowledge.
not anything that was discussed in a car.
State.
Your Honor, so two things as to relate to that portion. We have charged Mr. Williams with a leadership charge.
Right.
So this directly goes to
That's
the
personal
fact
knowledge.
that anything that the leader says, Shannon does. So that directly addresses the leadership charge that we have charged Mr. Williams with in this indictment. Furthermore, Your Honor, again, when Mr. Copeland has said everything that I told investigators regarding the night of the murder, regarding anything I told them, I was telling them anything to finesse my way out of going to jail. This would be in contradiction to it, because he's saying that's a lie. Now, if the court would like, and I have no objection to asking him specifically, does Shannon do anything that Mr. Williams says, and then playing this portion, I have no objection to doing that. But it is important because we have charged Mr. Williams with the leadership gang count in this indictment.
It's all speculation, and I understand that the state feels it's relevant.
Well, see, I think Shard's confusing. He's saying it's speculation, but it's not. Speculation is, I think Shannon would do what Thug tell him to do. No, Woody is saying Shannon will do what Thug tell him to do. I've seen it with my own eyes. If Thug say jump, Shannon gonna be on it. So I think that's what Shard is confusing the point on that issue.
It's all speculation, and I understand that the state feels it's relevant because they've named that Mr. Williams, they've asserted that Mr. Williams is somehow a puppet master over everyone, which isn't true. But beyond that, just because they've asserted it doesn't mean all types of everything is admissible. It still has to be based on personal knowledge. It can't be speculation. And so, yes, they're asserting, okay, it's relevant because this is the way we charge the case, but that doesn't solve all the other evidentiary issues with it. And again, we're not even talking about something that the man's saying on the stand.
Yeah, the cops even bringing the defendant some water. Y'all see that? Hey, so who's to say the cops didn't come back and tell about the secret meeting? The cops seem like they cool. I could be reading into that a little heavy.
Way we charge the case, but that doesn't solve all the other evidentiary issues with it. And again, we're not even talking about something that the man's saying on the stand. We're talking about being played in a tape, out of court statements. So just because the state has indicted something a certain way doesn't mean they just get to play a bunch of tapes that fit their narrative.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. I'm still going to admit it for its purpose.
All right, you wasting time.
Over your objection, I'll give you a continuing objection, sir, as to that respect.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We have one more, madam.
Yes, Your Honor, and that was for page 386, line 20.
386.
Love can't sit still. Look at her.
Hold on one second.
She can't sit still. She's switching chairs. She's walking back and forth. I mean, but naturally it'll make sense that Thug, if something gonna go down, I mean, he's the rainmaker. He's bringing in the money. you know, he's over the label. Of course, he's gonna be the boss. Yeah, Juan. Yeah, he ready to go. This man right here, he big ready to go. Big ready.
Okay, you said 386
Yes, Your Honor.
line. I'm sorry, line 2.
Page 387, line 12.
Okay.
And you're right, I believe this is, Mr. Copeland was discussing the conversation that he had with Nutt prior to Kel. The discussion that Mr. Copeland had with Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. regarding Mr. Copeland's differences with Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts. And the court wanted to know specifically if I had asked Mr. Copeland any questions about whether or not he had ever spoken to Nutt. And we were able to find in the transcript that I did ask him a specific question, and I can read that portion to the court.
All right, go ahead. What did you ask him?
So it starts with, do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Nutt was somebody you could talk to? I don't know nothing about all that. Okay. Do you remember? I don't know. Yes, I said it to him. I don't know. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about the last conversation that you had with Nutt? I had a conversation with Nutt. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about a conversation that you had with Nutt? I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that when you saw Nutt, he just told you to chill out and then there was an objection by Mr. Steele. He said, hearsay. Court sustained the objection. I responded, it's going to be effect on the listener. It's going to be what his response was. Judge then overruled the objection. And then I asked him, that you told Nutt, I'm just trying to get money. Was I supposed to say that to the police? Yes, I told the police. Excuse me. I said, you told the police. He says, yes, I said it. So that was your last conversation with Nutt? I guess, yes, I don't know. When you say you don't know, what do you mean? I don't remember what I told any police. I don't remember what I have told them. And Your Honor, this portion right here, when he says, I don't remember what I told them, it really opens the door to all of his statements coming in without me going in line by line. However, the state has gone back, but the case that I cited to the court yesterday, which I think was the Scudder's case.
Scudder case. Yeah.
In which once
Sconyers versus the state.
Sconyers
318 Georgia.
Miss Love, please have a seat. Thank you.
855 decided April of 2024.
Yes, Your Honor. And once he says, I don't remember anything I told the police, I do not have to go line by line to asking specific questions.
Not saying you have to do that. But I don't think it gives you carte blanche, as I mentioned yesterday. So does your questioning again indicate questioning in regards to Kel or Mr. Stillwell?
This line of questioning discusses speaking to.
Let me be clear. From what Mr. Copeland was on the stand earlier, what did you ask him that on the stand when he was here several days ago that opens the door or allows you to play this particular part of the tape?
And this, it's not contained in this, what I have as a transcript, but I believe when I continued my questioning, I asked him specifically about talking to Kel. Now, I will take responsibility. I did not ask Ms. Weaver to give me the rest of this portion of the transcript, just solely the fact that
Why don't I defer on it again until that'll be an outstanding one. You just need we will hold that.
Can I just clarify?
We'll hold that until the transcript.
Look, Shar, he want to clean it up now. He want to clarify something. Let's see what he want to clarify.
Is at least a little bit more readily available.
Can I clarify our stance, though, just so?
I'm sorry?
Can I clarify our stance to kind of crystallize the issue?
In terms of what, sir?
Well, the state is asserting that they've established a foundation to get into either impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statements.
Well, not yet, Mr. Sharp. I'm going to defer on that until I hear whether or not they have in fact asked enough for me to even entertain this particular set part of the transcript.
That's what they're asserting. But just because they ask about
No. I agree with you. Okay, at this point. Well, I need to hear the statement first that was asked on the stand to make that determination. So that's why I'm saying let's defer it until that time. I need to first hear what was asked, hear what his response allegedly was, and then determine whether or not it falls within an acceptable, if it does.
Right. So sure, you too early.
For me to authorize them to play it.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, so just remind me, I'm going to hold that, okay? All right. All
Miss
right,
Love,
counsels, is there
come on.
anything else in respect to any of the interviews involving
Love can't take it. She can't take it.
Mr. Copeland as it pertains to
Right. You're right. You're right.
interviews on January the 28th, 2015, February the 21st of 2015, or June the 10th of 2015, other than the one I've held?
No, Your Honor, and the state's intention is to take the transcripts that we have, highlight the redacted portions, send that over to defense counsel so they can confirm.
I'm just going to say that you will be doing that the Thursday the 27th and Friday the 28th, okay? Because I do want to make sure you all have a chance to look at that. Please don't come here and we get Mr. Copeland back on the stand and then you all want to still argue about redactions that. So I want to know if there are any problems before we put him back on the stand or we resolve those. So yes, showing those. So defense counsel, is that acceptable to you?
Can I give it to them by Sunday? Only because, Your Honor, as the court may be aware, we have a full day of court with the other individuals on Friday. And so I'm going to work.
This Friday?
Yeah.
No, we're not.
No, not with the other.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't pertain to me. All right, so right now.
But it pertains to the members of the state.
One of my other.
No. See, she want to wait till Sunday right before Monday to give him the stuff he needs because she got stuff to do on Friday. Now do it tomorrow or do it later today. Because what's going to happen, Woody going to get on the stand and then we're going to be right back doing this all over again while the jury is in the back waiting.
Colleagues, okay, all right.
Yeah, so
okay.
we can have it till this weekend. We do intend to get it to them by no later than Sunday.
At what time?
Sunday by 5.
My suggestion is that, and you all can do this the way you want to, but you all need to probably look at this. You know, you probably need to play it,
Yes.
or at least the portions I've ruled upon. You all need to get together physically or have a representative get together and go ahead and make sure that the edits are correct. Because what I don't want to do is play things that are outside the bounds of what we talked about, and then there to be objections and problems. So can I get somebody's commitment to do that? And if so, when are you going to do that?
We can do that tomorrow, like just to sit through and run through the time.
do
We
it
can
all.
do that, and then the redaction, like with the actual.
She's talking about tomorrow. Do it all tomorrow and be done with it. There's no court tomorrow, so you can take care of all of the stuff y'all should have had done way before today.
Transcript, I can get to get that.
All right, so defense counsels, are you okay with that suggestion? Well, who's gonna? All right.
Still objecting to the.
Just generally, Mr. Steele. I know that you don't believe a foundation's been laid, and you believe that it is improper impeachment.
We know you don't believe the foundation has been laid. We know you don't believe that I'm fair. We know you believe that I'm a crooked judge. We know all of that. So just talk about what the issue is right now.
As a whole. So that is not lost, and that'll be your overarching objection, which I'm giving you and others a continuing objection for. But since I've ruled, to the extent that I've ruled on the parts that need to be omitted, that's what I'd like you all to at least make sure that occurs.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Sunday is fine. That's what the state asked.
Okay. Is that for the transcript, or are you all going to actually physically get together and look at the video and audio to make sure it matches?
They don't want to get together on Sunday.
Taking segments out so it jumps from one to the next, or is the state envisioning just turning the volume off?
We'll turn the volume off only because when we tried to convert it, and I think you all had the similar issue, it jumps. The video itself is not good video. Unfortunately, when we try to convert the evidence reviewers to MP4s, it doesn't. It's not good video.
Okay.
To do that. So we can plan to play and stop. Now we can, if defense counsel on their own wants to verify the times, and then we can verify the times, just make sure that the times are consistent. We can do that as well. If they would do that on their own and they can just forward us the times, we can do that as well. But we're open to whatever way to make sure that we don't have any issues.
Okay. And Mr. Steele, you stood or Ms. Sharp?
Speaking for myself and I think others, we don't know the technology involved, but we object to presenting it, just playing it, and then turning off the volume for certain segments, and then turning the volume back on. I think that invites the jurors to believe that something's being hidden from them, invites them to assume that it's they're not getting evidence concerning our clients, and invites them to draw negative inferences from that. So we would object to just turning off the volume and letting the video play. I'm not sure about the technological challenges. Someone that's smarter than me, I'm sure can find a way around that, but that's our stance.
Right, I think the court will instruct the jurors that they are only to consider admissible evidence. And so what the court has ruled or deems that portions are not admissible, or that the state doesn't intend to play it. And there are portions that the state doesn't intend to play that defense counsel may or may not play. And so if we redact portions and make it seem as if
I mean, I guess they have a point, because it's going to be hard to have 100 videos with different timestamps for 2 seconds here, 3 seconds here, instead of just hitting the volume on and off button. That may be the only way, and just let the jury know we're not hiding anything, but some of this stuff doesn't comply with the rules. It might be hearsay. So that's the only reason we're meeting it.
there's one interview, the jury may get confused if there's a portion that the state redacted that now becomes a part of evidence when the defense decides to play portions, if they choose to play it. Now, we've already been doing this in this method. This has not changed. It's nothing different than what we've already been doing.
Okay. Mr. Shard, I've noted your objection for the purposes of redaction. I'll just, at this point in time, given what we've done earlier and the challenges that we've had, we'll just turn the sound off at that particular period. And we'll do the best we can with that. All right, anything else? Okay, as it pertains to those 3 interviews. Okay, because Mr. Weinstein's got that look again. We're going to go ahead and recess for a break and for lunch. Let's come back, councils, at about, let's just say 1:15, and we can go ahead at that point in time and take up the jail calls that we've, that Ms. Hilton has, we'll identify the email, take up the jail calls that she plans, or that the state plans to play at this point in time. And we'll see where the day leads us at that point, okay? All right, I'll see y'all at 1:15, all right? We're in recess.
So what y'all think? What y'all think? The judge pointed out that the recording doesn't match the transcript earlier. Yeah. Oh, hello, Leaf Queen. Thank you for joining. Yeah, he may be the Energizer Bunny, but I doubt he want to spend his Sunday fooling with them. I know I wouldn't. Invite her over to the house for Sunday dinner. And she bring love with her? Oh, no. Oh, y'all got to go now. If anybody want to come up, let me know. I'll put the link down here in the description. I do want to thank Don again for being the first person to contribute since the channel became monetized or something like that. So what y'all think? What y'all think so far? And I know some of y'all have some questions. I know someone has a question about hearsay, objections. She said neither one of them can come. Right? Because if you let one come, they're going to go back and tell the other one, you know, what's going on in your house. But who was that? They're walking. Oh, you know what? Let me fast forward it because I think we're a little behind from when I stopped it a few times. We might have about 5 minutes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, someone had asked about the hearsay exceptions. Like, if something's hearsay, what are the exceptions? There's a laundry list of exceptions. I mean, not only do you have exceptions, you have what they call exclusions. And the exclusions basically outlines that something is not hearsay. Even though to a normal person it might appear to be hearsay, but according to the rules, certain things are not considered hearsay, so they are excluded from the hearsay list. And then you have what they call exceptions. It is hearsay, however, these are the exceptions to hearsay. So that's a whole course in of itself. And we won't even have the time to even try to go through all of them. Let me see if I can find something that can show like a chart or something. Let me see. That can kind of give us an idea. Of what I'm talking about. Love can sit down to save her life. Y'all saw that? It was going on 313, the best side. It felt like I haven't seen your name in forever. This is a chart that kind of sums up. So we got you got hearsay at the top. If it's hearsay, it doesn't come in. And it's just a little quick chart I found. And then if it doesn't come in, it's inadmissible unless you have the things I talked about earlier. If it's excluded, I mean, it's non-hearsay. A prior inconsistent statement is not considered hearsay. Prior identification, if it was made by a party opponent. So if it's something that Jeffrey Williams said or any of the other co-defendants, a party opponent, then it's not considered hearsay. So I can say what Jeffrey Williams said because he's sitting in the courtroom, he's a party opponent, it's not hearsay. Or made by an agent, employee, co-conspirator, and that's what Hilton has been using a lot. They are all co-conspirators, so we can bring it in, And then on the other side of this chart, you have what they call exception. If it's former testimony, I mean, that's, if I testified in a trial before, then it's not hearsay because it's on the record. It was under oath, so that's not considered hearsay. But this is different compared to police station testimony. That's not an exception because you're not under oath at the police station. Then we have the dying declaration. And then I'm just going to go through this real quick. The dying declaration it's not hearsay. If someone is dying and they tell the paramedics, hey, Bill Smith shot me, and the paramedics come to court and say what was said, then it's not hearsay because the person was able to tell someone, a paramedic or a witness, a bystander, who it was that did it to them. So they don't count that as hearsay that won't be allowed. Statement against interests. If you say something that's against your own self, like they said, Karen Reed in her trial said, "Oh, I hit him. I mean, that's a statement against yourself, and you don't normally say something against yourself unless you, actually did it. I mean, you're not gonna say you hit somebody with a car unless you did it. You're not gonna have that excited utterance. You're not gonna just say that out loud. Or in a car wreck, the other person get out the car and they apologize right away. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. That's a statement against interest that can come in. So it's just a few. I mean, this is just a few. The list is so much longer than what's here. So that's why, as a good attorney, you have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to pivot on the spot, and that's what Keith Adams was doing earlier. He was pivoting. Let me see something. Present, share screen. Let me keep the screen up so we can keep an eye, so we don't have to miss when the judge come back. So a question. I have a question. Why is the jury not hearing this case right now? Is the judge under review for real? So the judge is not under any review right now whatsoever. Motions have been filed to remove him, but as of right now, he has full standing as if, he was not under suspicion by the Supreme Court. So he still can act as a judge in this trial. And the jury's not hearing this because right now the lawyers are figuring out what should come in and what should stay out. So if the jury is there now, then they cannot hear what can come in and what can stay out, because then they would have heard it, and then that'll defeat the purpose of trying to keep stuff out if they hear it anyway. So that's why they're not there right now. And this is something that normally happens before trial, but I've had situations in my own trials where an issue may arise in the middle of trial, and then you will have to figure out, okay, this should be played, that shouldn't be played. But since this case is, an older case, I mean, either they knew or should have known that this issue would have came up as far as the interviews and the 911 calls, jail calls. So, I mean, sometimes stuff happens in the middle of trial you're not prepared for. But it seems as if they should have got together way before now. And so what the judge is saying, can't y'all get along? Can't y'all agree? Try to agree on at least some of this stuff. And that way it'll make it easier for me to rule. So what the defense and the prosecutor, they're going through all of the videos and all of the calls to see what they can agree on. If you agree on it, great. You don't have to make an argument. And the ones we don't agree on, we take them to the judge, and then the judge can pick, whether something should come in or he leave it out. And that's what he's pretty much doing right now. And he's actually refereeing like he was supposed to be doing the whole trial. He just started kind of like playing fair. But, let the attorneys tell it it's too little, too late. Or too late, too little, however order you want to put the words in. Because once you took off the referee's whistle and you joined the other team and you put on a jersey and you start coaching the other team, you can't come back and be the referee because, we're not going to fully trust you. Because now that you play for the other team, now in the back of my mind, no matter what, you want the other team to win. So don't try to come back over and say, no, I'm going to be the referee again. No, Judge, we kind of we passed that point. He said, just started right. Yeah, Judge, we passed that point. You just showed your bias. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that he knows the Supreme Court is watching. What's up, Cavillo? You made it back. But yeah, he knows that the Supreme Court is watching, and a lot of people think that the other judge that was arrested in Georgia, went to jail because of the incident that just happened. But I went through a couple of those pages, and it appears that she was already under investigation for her actual duties in the courtroom. So that's why they just helped to push hers through. So it already seems as if she was on her way out. And who knows? Maybe that's why she was out, drinking, just, because she had a lot on her mind, a lot on her plate. She knew this ruling was going to come down any day. But she said a woman was getting attacked and she was breaking it up. She was defending a woman. So what y'all think about that? Or do y'all think that the judge shouldn't have been out in the first place? Is she not allowed to go to Buckhead? Or is that a city, Buckhead? Or was that the name of the club? Where my Georgia people at? She should be at home in her bed. Well, I guess I can kind of agree, especially while she had this investigation going on. Yeah, she should have been chilling, at least until this was over with. But they said that it was a colleague's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. Side note, is that some of your merch t-shirts you have on? Actually, it's not. Nothing that I have put online, but it was something that I designed and came up with. But I was thinking about that. I was really thinking about that for the people that, that come through and want to show the support for Talk That Law. So I actually might do that in the near future. But thank you for asking that. Is it Bankhead? I just remember the dance. Wait, what's the dance? There's a dance called Bankhead? Wait a minute. Yeah. And for the people popping in, we wait on the judge to come back. It's a break. I think we probably got maybe 20. What is it, 12:50 there? I think he said 1:15. But we know how the judge do. But yeah, so that's what we have going on. The judge is trying to play fair, but I'm like, Judge, you had that chance. And not only that, he still is pressing forward with the contempt hearing for Caleb Bumpers. He could have easily said, you know, that's old, we moving on. The bankhead bounced. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. The judge could have said, you know what, Caleb, we moving on. I don't know what happened. But, you know, it's out there. It's out in the open. Who's seen that song? Everything's out in the open. So, but he still want to punish her because he thinks that she is the. And I know people don't like when we use the term mole. She's the mole. Mole just sounds good for TV, but she's not really no mole because mole is. It implies somebody, you know, secretly embedded getting information, but she had a right to be there. So I guess the proper term, or somebody listed earlier, is perhaps a whistleblower. And I'm not familiar, somebody asked the question, I'm not familiar with the actual statute for whistleblowers. I'm not sure if that refers to crimes in the act or if you know something's going on illegally. So that's why we need the transcript so we can see where they back there breaking the law. And I find it crazy that the court reporter, she has all these transcripts right away for Ms. Hilton. Ms. Hilton said, oh, I talked to the court reporter, I got the transcripts, or I didn't get the transcripts from the court reporter because I forgot to ask her. But the court reporter needs 2-3 weeks to get the secret meeting transcripts out in the open. Them transcripts being ready. I think it's the judge hiding them damn transcripts. Somebody get the judge on the line. Tell him to turn them loose. Turn the transcripts loose. And the tape. Somebody said the judge might tamper with the transcript. He gonna tell the court reporter, give me them transcripts. I'm taking them home with me for the night. And he gonna call DA Love over there. They gonna have to get it straight. Ken Weaver gonna say, hell no, I ain't going to jail fooling with y'all. Oh, if anybody want to come up, let me know. Y'all got a camera and a mic. I can drop the link. Side, oh, okay. He purposely dragged her to Georgia for this. He's looking terrible publicly. He's using the situation to show us his true character. Yes. And I get it. Some people saying, hey, you're too hard on the judge. You know, he's a war veteran. He was a 1-star general in the Army. But it's hard for us to look past the fact that not only did he trample over the defendant's rights, he's doubling down. He's still trying to put another lawyer in jail. I mean, let's just call it what it is. He's calling it a show cause hearing. No, I'm gonna call it a put her in jail hearing. And supposedly, from my understanding, it's another rumor going around that it wasn't her that told. It was supposedly a police officer, security officer, a bailiff, supposedly told Young Thug or one of the other co-defendants, and then they went back and told the lawyers. Young Thug went back and told Brian Steele. That's allegedly. We don't have no confirmation on that. And if that's the case, I'm sure the judge really want to know. Because if it's Kayla, if Kayla did it, okay. Kayla was only there one time. You know, Kayla, she gone. She coming back to Texas. But if it's somebody that works there, like a bailiff or a security guard, okay, the judge want to know. And why does he want to know? Because that person is still going to be working there after the trial is over with. So he needs to know who he needs to get rid of. Because if they stay around, guess what? They may tell again in the future. Or they may put a bug in his office, a wire in his office. Who knows? It may be one already in there. So the judge want to know. But I hope nothing happens to Kayla. I mean, she's lawyered up. I remember when she first came over here to our live, she had said that she hired the dream team in the chat. And when she came on, I had asked her, so you do got the dream team? And she said, yeah. Not only are they defense attorneys, they used to not represent her, but work with her in the prosecutor's office when she was a prosecutor. I bet you Kayla, like Melnick, Woody's original lawyer, don't ask me for nothing else. I don't care where you're going. See, she was doing a good deed, and look what happened. I don't know if Jiggy's still here. I know Jiggy said he wanted to come up.
Cool.
Maybe
Really?
he'll come up in about 5 minutes. I think he said
$100 million.
1 o'clock, but I'm not sure if he's on the East Coast or not. She said, I would never do a favor again. Ever. For nobody. And I mean, you got to know where you at. Like if it's a courtroom I'm familiar with, I know the judge, I know the court staff, and a lawyer called me and said, hey, I got to be in another city. Can you step in for me? Cool. I know the judge. I already, I'm in there all the time. I'm probably in there myself for my own client. That's not a big deal. But when you got an issue like this, but I don't think she did nothing wrong. I mean, she wasn't the referee. I think at the end of the day, I think the judge is more responsible than anyone else. Because as a referee, you should know better. And some people say the prosecutors are more responsible, but the prosecutors, they in the game. You got two sides playing against each other. So of course the prosecutors want an edge. Of course they're gonna try to whisper in the referee's ear, hey, watch the referee, he's fouling me. You're not calling it. Of course they're gonna try to cheat a little bit. But it's the referee's job to say, no, you can't talk to me in private. Both of y'all have to be here. Both of y'all got to be here when we flip the coin at the Super Bowl. Because if one side is here and you flip the coin, the other side is not witnessing it, guess what? You can cheat. You can say it was heads when it was really tails. And for the ones popping in, we're just waiting for the judge to get back. If y'all don't mind liking the vid, that is appreciated. Let's see what Chelsea said. Judge is on a witch hunt trying to find out who snitched on him, but he falsely accusing Kayla, laugh out loud, making her look bad. Judge should get in trouble for that. He should be ashamed of himself. Judge say, I ain't got no shame. And I really want to get inside the head of the judge, because I'm trying to get his understanding down so I can get my understanding down. Like, okay, judge, are you upset because you got caught? Or worse, you really believe inside of your head that you did nothing wrong? And I think that's worse. He might really believe You know how they say a liar, they lie so much they start believing their own lies, which is crazy. He might really believe that he did nothing wrong. he might think that he playing within the bounds of the law. Like, but that's crazy because no lawyer has agreed with him that I've seen. And there's a lot of lawyers out here in the world and legal community, and we couldn't find one. We couldn't find one that said, "Okay, Judge Glanville, it said coming up. You want to come up? Let me see. I'm gonna take it as that. That's what that means." Oh, okay. Let me get the link. Give me a second. That is a great point. Could that be seen as? But see, judges are given a wide latitude of immunity. So as long as they acting in the official capacity of their jobs, then you can't like sue them. Because then obviously, if you're able to sue a judge because you don't agree with them, then it's going to make them hard. It's going to make it hard for them to be able to do their job. So, of course, they get a certain amount of immunity, but I don't think it should be blanket immunity. Even with the prosecutor, a prosecutor doesn't want to get sued every time she brings a case, right? Let me see. We got. Hey, what's going on?
Salute. Hey, what's going on, young brother?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks a lot for that super chat. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, not a thing. Hey, I want to just say appreciate you on what you're doing right now. Your first 500, your first 1,000.
Released under Mayorkas. By the way, he was covered in gang tattoos. They knew exactly
Hold on, I think I got a
what
window
he
open.
was. But Secretary Mayorkas's his leadership.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually on your way to 2,000 and monetized channel, and congratulations on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
But yeah, I just want to come up, shout out as a day one, and congratulate you on that.
Oh yeah, thank you. I definitely appreciate it. It looks like you're having a good time walking in there. Cool day.
Hey, young brother, I just retired in February, so I'm out hold on. I'm out enjoying my morning walk.
Oh, that's good.
Right.
What coast are you on?
California.
Oh, yeah.
Pacific Coast. Right.
Okay, so it's still morning over there. Okay.
Right. It's still morning for another. Actually, it's just 19. It's just turned afternoon. Well, on the East Coast anyway.
Right. Yeah. The East Coast should be 1. Here in Texas, it's 12. So it's 11 there maybe?
No, it's 10:03.
Oh, it's 10. Oh, wow. Okay.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. So what do you think?
Yeah, the one thing that I did want to say is with Judge Glanville, I call him Thug Glanville. Basically, he mad. He mad that he got caught. And you have to ask the question, how many times and how many different trials has he had these type ex parte meetings, that did not benefit the defense? See, that's a thing in itself. if this is happening with judges, maybe even all across the country, that's a problem.
This is
That's a
true.
problem because it definitely shows the bias. You know, how can you even be unbiased after that? Um, and even with this trial now going forward, it really seems like a lame duck that, it's already a mistrial.
Oh
It's
yeah,
already on appeal.
I agree. Right now,
So,
we're just spinning our wheels.
right, right. Now, what do you know? What day? What day are we on now? Morning.
I want to say, let me check.
Okay.
I think day 99 or day 100. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh man,
That's crazy.
this
That's
is
crazy.
insane, right? What? Let me see what I said. Trial. Day 99.
Day 99. So another thing to look at, okay, and this is my first time ever really watching a RICO status case, right?
Right.
And this is all the things probably a prosecutor shouldn't do,
Right.
but I mean, really, as someone said in the chat earlier, they're throwing everything up against the wall, which you can in a RICO type case or conspiracy, whatever sticks. That's what they want to run with. But you look at the monetary value of how much is being wasted, and they don't even have their stuff together. They're looking elementary.
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Especially the amount of time it took for this case to come to trial. They should have been way more prepared than what they have. And it seems like a rookie mistake the prosecutors made. And I believe they knew that they were losing. So that's why they're in the back room really
Right.
dealing with the judge.
Right. And the thing about that is, okay, so my question, someone actually put it in the chat earlier, is Mr. Copeland, is he a star witness or is he a confidential informant? Where's the signed paperwork? Because it's actually looking as though he can't be their star witness because she's actually, when you look at it, she's actually being an aggressor towards her star witness. When you're making statements like he has inconsistencies, well, why is he your star witness then?
Right. And this is unconfirmed, but I believe that he may have been cooperating initially. Because had he not been cooperating, he would have been sitting at one of those tables with his own lawyer, like the other co-defendants.
Correct.
So
Correct.
the reason he wasn't charged, I believe, is because the prosecutors knew that they can use his testimony to convict the others. But him coming to court and actually seeing the faces of the individuals had him spooked. So now all of their hard preparation, he may have been cooperating, with them in the summer, leading them on or cooperating with the police. But now it's time to sing for your supper in front of the people you're telling on. Now I think it's a whole different experience, and you're on live TV. Of course, you can't forget that. And he don't want to be seen as, the street term, a rat for the whole world to see.
Okay. So basically, he's changing his statement once he hit the stand.
He's backtracking, and now what somebody said the state is scrambling and scraping.
Well, like I said earlier, it seemed to me like he on his own team at this point because he he got him looking every which way, and a lot of the things that are being said today. Well, none of this is in front of the jury.
Correct.
Okay, so but as far as her, the situation with the car, what he said, I mean, he clearly said before that he basically blacked out while he was in the car.
Right.
And that's what I was saying earlier, was like she was trying to blend two different things together and saying, he said this in the car, but the other dude was not at the car in that time. Then the transcript said that he stopped talking once he got in the car. And then they started talking again. So there's a lot of confusion just in that part alone.
Right. And I believe that's what the defense is arguing. You should ask him first, get Woody back on the stand and ask him these specific questions first. And then if he doesn't remember, then you can play the tape. but the state is just trying to play. Just because he said I don't remember one time, they're trying to play all of the tapes, and the judge is like, well, you can't really do that. You have to directly ask him. But you, I wanted to tell you this. You kind of gave me an idea when you came on. You said the judge, what you call him, old thug?
Glanville. Thug Glanville.
Thug Glanville. Okay.
Right.
So it's not. I'm gonna have to get a shirt or something made. It ain't the county of Fulton or the state of Georgia versus Young Thug. It's Young Thug versus Old Thug. Because the judge.
I think that might be what it is. He done missed out on something, so he's trying to recap, or he's trying to play daddy or whatever. But the bottom line is he's not running an unbiased court. As of today, I did see some semblance of him, being unbiased. His whole demeanor changed.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems that he has a more humble type complex about him today.
Right.
So what was said, what brought that on, it could be a number of different things. I'm sure, he could be on the way to being reprimanded as well.
Right. And I think he's aware of that. So, which makes you wonder, is he actually doing the right thing now because he should have done it all along, or he knows now he's being watched and he can be removed at any point by the Supreme Court, and he doesn't want that to happen. So, I guess he can go either way, but whatever the reason is, we have seen a change, a complete change in his behavior and demeanor.
Actually, the right thing for him to have done after, fumbling with that ex parte, was to recuse himself. But because of his ego, he would not.
I agree. He should have stepped down a long time ago and just let somebody else have it. And that way you can keep your job. You can stay in your chief judge position and go on about your day. But I think now that he made such a mess out of this case that even if he was to step down right now, the Supreme Court and other authorities in Georgia are still going to go back and take a look at his behavior.
Right. So if we go back in history, looking at it hasn't been that many, but looking at the RICO states in the past, if any of those have been mistrials, did the states ever come back and retry those mistrials? Because being 100 days in, financially on the state of Fulton, on the county of Fulton and the state of Georgia, that's a lot of money involved.
Right. It's a lot.
And you spoke about the other judge being arrested. There's been so many trials, heavy hitter trials in the state of Georgia within the last 2 or 3 years that financially can the state of Georgia even afford to do that again?
Right. And I agree. And I've seen some old clips when Fonnie Willis, who is the district attorney in Fulton County in this case, when she went to I don't know the specific term, commissioner's court, that's what we call them here, to ask for more money. And she was getting to it with the commissioners because they're like, how much more money do you need? Where's the money going that we already gave you?
Right.
And I cannot see her or see the commissioners saying, especially knowing what they know now, because it's been alleged that all of this money went to Nathan Wade. And they were like, hold on, the way you came in here and showed out and clown and say you needed more money only to turn around and give it to your supposed boyfriend, you gotta even fix your mouth to come in here and ask for no more money for another YSL trial. I don't think that's gonna happen.
And see, right now, when we start talking about fiscal responsibilities, even with here in California being, I think we had something like it's either 62 billion to 78 billion unaccounted for dollars here.
Wow.
The states are throwing this money around, but yet let you have a, $600, unpaid bill. They sending you to the IRS, right?
Oh
Good morning. Good
yeah.
morning. So it's a lot going on with that, and I think that really they'll be digging into that once all of this smoke clears. They'll be digging into all of that. They're not off the hook for that.
Oh right. I think so. And then we have Ashley Merchant. She's one of the lawyers that's working with a co-defendant of Trump's, and she's still hot on the trail. She wants to know more details, even though the judge made a decision that one of them had to go, and Nathan Wade decided to resign, aka Fonnie told him, "You going, not me." let's be clear. It wasn't like he
Right.
just made a decision. She told him, "Boy, if you don't get your tail on out of here." So yeah, but they still, I mean, the Georgia Senate is still investigating because they want to know, how much he got paid, where all this money went, and especially now because, and I know we're kind of getting off into it, but Nathan Wade is going through a divorce, and in his divorce papers, he lists none of this money. So they're trying to figure out, wait, hold on, where all this $750,000, $1 million, where is this money at? Did it go back into Fonnie's pocket? I mean,
Well, let's just say, I think the day, how did that go? The day after, the day after he got the job, he filed for a divorce.
right.
So at that point, he was not making that money to put it on the paperwork. I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying.
Well, so you're saying the day after?
I believe that's how it went. He was hired the day, or he was hired, and then the next day he filed for the divorce. That's what they testified to on the stand.
Okay, yeah, right. So yeah, but once you file for divorce, that's when what they call the discovery process is, because it's a lawsuit. You're suing the other person so you can, separate.
Correct.
And
Correct.
then and that discovery period lasts months on top of months. So they're saying way months later, he never turned over the finances. So, or even admitted to being a prosecutor. They didn't even know he was a prosecutor until it broke on the news that she was actually indicting him. Not when he was hired, but when it broke on the news that they were going after him. And by that time, that's when the wife and the divorce attorney were like, "Hold on, he's been working with Fonnie all this time, and he hasn't sent over those disclosures showing his income." Now, don't get me wrong. He don't have to have his money in the bank. He could have spent it. I mean, but
Well, just like Fanny said, she had it in the mattress or in the house, or
got it in
but
cash.
but the thing about it is, it just goes to show how much of this, that these cases are exposing, a lot of borderline fraudulent dealings, whether it be taxes, whether it be income. There's just a lot of them, because I think part of that he was trying to say that, well, it went through his, I'm not sure if he said corporate, it went through his law firm. Therefore, it wasn't income for him. So that, they're trying to
Yeah.
take all these different angles, but that's why I say once all the smoke clears on this, all of those things, they'll still have a few agencies coming their way, right?
Well, and I believe he that was one of his defenses. He was saying it was paid to my law firm, and we all split the money up. Okay, so when y'all split the money up, where did the money go?
Right.
If y'all split it 2 ways, 3 ways, I mean, eventually some of that money had to make it into your personal hands. And from my understanding, it's alleged that he was hiding some of this money in his OTA account, which is a trust account.
A trust account.
Right. And
Yes.
if he did that, he's really in hot water, because you don't mess around with that trust account.
Well, let's just say on this part, he actually admitted to doing that while he was on the stand.
Oh, wow.
That's what's crazy about the whole thing. I think that I don't know whether he was talking too fast, or things weren't working right that day or something. But this is why, one of the reasons why, as you pronounce her name, Fonnie.
Yeah, that's what she say. She say Fanny is not right. She say people sexualizing her when they say Fanny. She said it's Fanny.
Okay. Well,
That's what she, don't give me the line.
hey, okay. But that was one of the reasons why she charged down and jumped on that witness stand, because she was getting heated with his testimony.
Yeah, she was
Because
listening.
she was not even supposed to be on the witness stand or called as a witness. They wanted to exclude her from being a witness.
And right, and she took it upon herself to march down there, and I believe that she was in the back listening to Nathan's testimony, and she had to get on the stand to clarify some stuff because she didn't want the impression that was left by Nathan's testimony that she was, that she was out here just sleeping with married men and hiding money. So she felt that she had to get on that stand no matter what.
And that's right. That's what she said. She was upstairs listening to the testimony.
Yeah.
So you listen to the whole testimony, and then now you come in as a witness.
Right. And I don't know if she's trying to conceal that fact or not, but yeah, she wasn't supposed to be listening, but
right.
I mean, who's going to prosecute her? Because of course, right, she's the prosecutor. But as far as, and I understand people saying people sleep with each other, co-workers, or it's normal in the world. Even if that is the case, even though some will argue against that, she had the biggest case probably in American history sitting in her lap, and now there's a group of judges sitting in a office somewhere deciding whether they should take it from her. And it doesn't help that these judges are politicians. You got to think about it. Trump's running for president. He might be president again. So if these judges take that case away from her and this case go away, who knows? Them judges in Georgia might be federal judges in the future.
Well, let's be clear and let's be for real, though. I mean, as a prosecutor, the biggest case that you could ever get would be to try the president or ex-president of the United States.
Right.
The sitting president of the United States. I don't think he was at the time, but even still, a sitting president or ex-president, that's probably the biggest case that you will ever have, right?
Right.
So, it was just how shook she was. I want to go back to one little funny, and then I'm gonna have to get out of here. One little funny that I want to get back to was that, and this is probably to some of the women in the audience, or maybe if someone remembers, but did she show up on the witness stand one day with her dress on backwards? Was that zipper supposed to be in the back? I'm asking the women in the chat.
Hey, y'all hear him? Y'all hear him?
I mean, I'm saying that, was that zipper supposed to be in the back? So if she was that discombobulated that she couldn't even dress herself right to get downstairs to that witness stand, yeah, she was shook.
She was shook.
She was shook. So, and it's kind of the same thing that we're seeing right now with Thug Glanville, is that, he made a mistake. Now, I was under the impression that, he may have told them, oh, the defense team is on the way. They're on their way. They're on their way. Okay, they're not here yet. Do you guys want to proceed? And they may have agreed to proceed, even though they weren't supposed to. I mean, that's the only, exception. Right. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And
so the fact that the full recordings can't come out, the fact that the transcript has to be redacted, all of that information would be right there to understand, to paint a clearer picture than what we have right now. And shout out to Kayla Bumpers for coming on your show, giving you that exclusive.
Yes.
Because I'm sure she knows word for word and is not in a position to really, divulge that right now. But
Right.
I think the recordings and the transcript will show it all.
And we had a couple of answers to your question. I'm not sure you can see the comments because you're on your.
No, I can't see the comments.
But yeah, someone said I'm still confused, but I would go with it was backwards. Someone said I hear someone say that what zippers to me are good in the front and the back. Someone else said I think that's how the dress is made. Somebody said no, those were darts at breast and an invisible zipper in the front from Calvin Klein. So yeah, so I guess it's yeah. So we don't. Yeah, I guess we don't know unless we know the specific type of dress. But it did look kind of weird. I guess to remove all doubt is
well the part that threw me off on that was that the hem or the seam. I don't know if it's hem or seam. I'm not a
right.
That's not my forte, women's dresses. But it seemed like the seam or the hem was right here in front. So it looked so awkward. If that's fashion, that's fashion. I don't know.
Right. I get it because it had us all puzzled because we were all trying to figure out like, wait, what is going on here?
Right.
Some people are saying, is it a sign for something else? Dress on backwards. I think the flag was tilted upside down. I said, I don't know.
A whole bunch.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah. So as far as the day, I mean, really, and just to mention the other thing was they're trying to do the paperwork either tomorrow or whether it be Sunday. Now, I think she was what's her name? She was supposed to do the paperwork that she wanted to send it in on Sunday. And you were saying no, that she should just do it tomorrow since there's no court tomorrow.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I don't like last minute stuff for the defense because the prosecutors, they have all of the stuff. They have all of the resources and the evidence. So for them to have it all this time and I only get it Sunday, to review it, that just seemed like a short window. And I'm like, why not do it, at the end of today or tomorrow and get it out the way and be done with it?
And on top of that, on top of that, she shot in there 5 o'clock on Sunday.
Right. At the very end, like, wait, what?
Like, what?
But it seemed like Brian Steele, he said that he was comfortable with her sending on Friday because I think at this point, Brian Steele probably know where this case is going to end up. And and that's if the trial is even finished. I think the court will step in, and if they don't step in right now, it will be overturned on appeal if the jury even found him guilty. Because right now, from other witnesses in the courtroom, I think Miss Infamous Sylvia, it's her opinion that the jury has checked out. Like they not really paying attention to her.
Yeah, 99 days, and how much of that they've probably been sitting there for about at least 40 of those 99 days in session.
Right.
Wow.
And from my understanding, they won't be back until like the 8th. And today's the 26th, so that's 7, 8, 9, 10. So maybe another 2 weeks, maybe another 13, 14 days. By the time they get back, they're not going to even remember.
Not going to remember.
Yeah, right? Who is Young Thug? What are we doing here?
Wow. Yeah, well, a good thing for them, they're not sequestered, but it's hard to be not sequestered and, not hear portions and pieces or read anything about the trial or the things that's going on.
Somebody said if we taking this trial as a joke, we know the jury is. Yeah, I think it's a waste. And hopefully most of these people are retired or they, young folks still in school that don't have bills to pay because I know they cannot sustain an income off of the little small amount they're getting per day.
Right. And the thing about it, this trial is definitely a teachable moment. Like I said earlier, as far as a RICO stature case, as far as trial, as far as behind the scenes of a trial, it's actually given a lot of enlightenment because what I've seen and what my assessment of it is so far is that just that one move that the judge did, just that one move, if if that is happening in other places around the world or across the country, then there's a lot of people that are locked up paying a price for something that they should not or could, if they weren't financially in the right position to be able to defend themselves, have that dream team, they'd be screwed.
Oh yeah,
If they were, especially if they were relying on a public defender.
yeah. It's
You
no
know,
doubt,
so
no doubt in my mind that some people are sitting in prison right now because they didn't have the adequate representation or the resources to fight like we see the lawyers
right,
doing in this case. So I do agree with that, and I do believe that more attorneys should go back if they had a case in this courtroom and look at the transcripts to make
exactly.
sure that hey, wasn't nothing funny going on when their client was in there.
Most definitely do that because you just never know. And going back to what I said earlier, I think that the judge was only upset at the fact that he got caught having that ex parte. Because he's more concerned with who told. He's totally skipping over the fact that he did it.
Right.
Well, you weren't supposed to know about it. And I think earlier you were saying they wanted to find out whether or not it was I don't know if you said a bailiff or someone else, so that it wouldn't
Right.
happen again, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
First play. Right. Right. And
Yeah.
and now he may be exposed as to who that person is. Is it a person that's always been here? Can they tell more about me? Could they tell future stuff about me? So now he's going to be paranoid until he finds out. But like you said, if you do right, you don't got to worry about wrong coming to find you,
Right.
because you stay clean. And I think right now he has shown his bias. I know he's trying to clean it up now, but it's just too late. It's too late for me as a defense attorney.
Right. Is he 31 years sitting judge, I believe he was, or is?
I think he's been in that courtroom since 2005. But even before then, I believe he was a judge prior to maybe in the military. His service in the
That's
military.
right. He's not an appointed or
Right.
he's not elected. Okay. Yeah. So, after this, I don't know, maybe he's looking to, this is his segue into retirement but there's definitely, yeah, I don't think he'll win the ticket for any high profile cases after this.
Right, and I'm not sure if it's like a random selection because I do know a young judge got the case for Trump. So I don't know if they put it in a machine, do a random selection or who's ever next in the order. But I'm sure whatever would happen, they'll make sure not to get him another case like this again. And he might not even want it. He might not even want TV anymore because he's been exposed.
And see, that's why I was saying earlier that there's so many teachable moments in this all the way around, from the bench all the way down to the prosecution, to the defense, to even testifying. I mean, I think Woody's giving the world a lesson on how to run them in circles.
Right, Woody out there living his best life like you. Woody over there enjoying life.
Yeah.
Every day on his Instagram, he's posting something new. So Woody he may come out clean on the other side, if he plays cards right.
Yeah, no, I don't do all that Instagram. I don't see none of that. So, I don't know, but I'm sure, he's laughing at a lot of stuff though.
Right. Oh yeah. Hopefully we can get him on. We're gonna make a big push after everything is over with.
Right. Okay.
So we're gonna try. The world's gonna be after him, so he's gonna have his pick. He's gonna have his pick of what he want to do, if he want to do anything at all. But we definitely gonna throw our name in the hat, so hopefully we can talk to him and ask him about his experience.
Okay. All right, bro. Talk that law.
All right. Thanks.
I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. Just want to say congratulations on that. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit that like, subscribe, and donate.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot, and I definitely appreciate it. Hopefully we can get you back in the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all take care.
All right. Enjoy your day. All right, thanks. All right, y'all. We still waiting on the court to come in. That was a good talk. And I definitely oh look, that was perfect timing. Y'all seen that camera move? I think they only move it when it's getting ready to start. I do want to thank him again. That and for those that don't mind liking the video, let me see if I got a banner. There we go. And that'll help the video circulate. So the judge said he was coming back at 1:15. I think right now it's 1:34 his time. But if you let Erica tell it, whatever time he tell you, just know to add more time to it. If he say 1:15, he mean 1:35, 1:40. Just said more loud. Yeah, he wasn't coming back. But the camera's moving, so I think we're finna get some action.
The jail calls that the state wishes to play at some point in time during Mr. Copeland's examination. I'm going to include as the next court exhibit in order the email sent from Ms. Hilton to all of you on Tuesday, June 25th at 7:54 p.m. All right, so Ms. Hilton, from your email, it looks like that there are 5 calls that you wish to, you initially provided 11 calls, but these are the 5 calls that you are definitely going to play, and the other 6 may become relevant at a later time. And you say during your email, these do not cover jail calls that you intend to introduce to other witnesses later in the trial. So these are just the ones most immediate that you believe you're going to use to continue with your examination with Mr. Copeland. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So given that backdrop, I think the first one that you indicate that you are going to play is you have it marked as Index 58, March 11, 2015 at 19:27. And it goes from 00 to about 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that about right?
Yes, Your Honor. At this juncture, we haven't heard any objections from the defense.
Well, first, let me find out. Do we have any spokesman, or do you want me to ask each individual defendant?
Ask them all.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Can't hear you.
Of Index 1, I'm using Ms. Hilton's email for purposes of this discussion.
And Your Honor, it will be State's Exhibit 401.
I was going to ask you that
Yankee.
next. Okay, it will be State's 401 Yankee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we get to hear some jail calls.
And
if they mic don't knock out our eardrums. Let's see. Shout out to Get 'em Joe. He say I made it. What's up, Joe?
Mr. Steele, what's the part that you have an objection to?
Mr. Copeland is asking for a lawyer. I believe the state alleges that he's speaking with Mr. Jeffrey Williams for part of that call at about that time, and that Mr. Williams uses my name, my first name, on the call. I would object and ask to redact that portion, especially my name.
Oh, so this is a call from Young Thug himself that we finna listen to.
Okay.
Your Honor, in listening to that call, I don't believe he said Brian.
Play
Can
it.
you
And
play
we'll
it?
play.
All right, just
What's the
play
Can
it.
you play the
timestamp?
last, maybe play the last 2 minutes? That'd be sufficient for me to listen to it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Let me turn my
let's,
volume up.
let's play the like 13:30 to the end.
Okay.
Okay, of 15:30. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Oh, sorry, that's not the right one.
What did Young Thug say on his jail phone?
Say what?
You go.
1350.
Look in your eyes. Yeah, they say.
All right, we're gonna start at 13:30 or 13:33 now.
The police, let them jump on me. I see Nick crazy, man. Man, whoever has so many problems, whoever in the jail, all that jumping, that shit ain't man. That shit ain't man. This shit here a drag, bro. Man, what the hell you talking about? You already know I know what's happening. Some of y'all out there, I already like what the hell, what they talking about. Now I'm talking about nobody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Man, I don't stop right in front of these folks and look at these folks calls that shit on the phone. Yeah. I made Bentley call her. Like, call her, see what the fuck going on. Because of the probation, that's just a little bullshit. But the probation will try to hold you. Just because about their money or whatever, so I already know that. What I just said, I would just gave him a lawyer, look 3-4 band, $2,500. You know, he'll bring you.
You have 1 minute left.
They get you in the courtroom for $2,500. You know that ain't shit. They don't even want that much. One lawyer had told me. I know. Yeah. So listen, I'm about to have this son text you my information and stuff. You say you try to have me in the morning. Yeah, I had a lawyer or whatever lawyer you choose. I don't have none. Well, I could just have somebody pull up on their son and bring their son the money. Then you see what I'm saying, or they son, mom or dad, because you know they probably know something about the shit. So I can just make anybody go get the money. I can make them pull up to the club, get the money from Ken or anything. Right now, you see what I'm saying? So that ain't no pressure. Shit, we don't know no lawyer though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer. So I know mine. I ain't got the number. Hit him. You just tell him. Like, yeah, he already got my card and everything. He already got my card and his system and shit. So I ain't got the number. Just hit him. Like, go check on this number right here and go check on this name. And
Thank you for using Securus. Goodbye.
He said Brian.
I did not hear.
He did say Brian. Somebody correct me if I heard that wrong.
Brian or Mr. Steele's name at all.
Mr. Steele, do you, I can't say I've heard it either. Do you have a time reference you can point me to again? I'll listen to it again.
I mean, he clearly said, you know, my Lord Brian.
15:12 is what I told.
Okay, let's play about right at 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Please.
Oh, what's
Hello.
I thought you were talking about 15 minutes of the call. He's talking about the 15-minute mark.
Oh. Chris, can I listen to this too?
She don't want to understand though, right?
Counsel, I'm going to listen to it through the ear audio system. You're welcome to listen to it as well again.
It's gonna start at 15:02.
Right. To the club, get the money from Ken or anything. Right now, you see what I'm saying? So that ain't no pressure. Shit, we don't know no lawyer though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer. So I know mine. I ain't got the number. Hit him. You just tell him. Like, yeah, he already got my card and everything. He already got my card and his system and shit. So I ain't got the number. Just hit him. Like,
you can stop it. It
go
does
check on this number right
Brian.
here and go check.
So.
Right, why she lie about simple stuff?
That's fine. We can stop it right before that portion.
All right. Mr. Steele, any further? They're going to edit. They're going to not play that. I do hear your name. at least what's represented to be Brian. So that will be excluded. Does anybody else have any specific objections as to
Let me know
any
if
other
y'all
period that
want to rewind it, but he said Brian.
000 to 15, about 15 minutes, 10 seconds.
All right, it's
or
not right.
thereafter. Mr. Weinstein. Mr. Matthews. Ms. D. Williams. All right, Mr. Botts on behalf of Mr. Nichols. All right, Mr. Short. Okay, anything further, Mr. Steele? In regards to that section?
Not the part that you just ordered to be stayed or not played.
It's not going to be played.
I want to be clear that we're not just playing his name, but the fact he says, you know, my lawyer, and we'll stop where it says, before it says Brian. And then we'll play after that as well.
Before it said Brian, okay, so now she know.
All right.
I don't know the relevance. And then it gets cut off. So I'm objecting to that.
To the relevance of, you know, my lawyer.
Yeah.
Or that part of the tape?
What's the difference? Does that
Okay.
The whole tape.
We believe that as a part of the RICO conspiracy, the fact that the leader is offering up his lawyer to pay for another co-conspirator to gang to get out of jail is relevant information. Who it is, that's fine. But the fact that he's offering up his lawyer for another co-conspirator is relevant.
What? His homeboy is stuck in jail and he's trying to get him a lawyer. I mean, that's anybody.
You know anything else?
Yes, it was a conversation that got cut off. If you look at the records, or if the state bothers to look at the records, I did not have anything to do with Mr. Copeland ever. I don't know who represented Mr. Copeland, so I believe that it is irrelevant. It's just a conversation that then cut off. So you don't get the entirety of the thought. So if they're going to argue, they being the state's going to argue, oh, Mr. Williams is going to use his personal word. That's not a true statement, so it's misleading. It's an incomplete, it's unfortunate, but I don't think anyone did it, but I think the securist cuts off at
15 minutes, yeah. The other thing is, I think that, well, the court heard there's some conversation prior to that, because we played the last 2 minutes, in regards to representation. So I think that's what it's made in reference to, even though they don't complete the conversation. But Ms. Hilton, anything else?
That will go to weight, not admissibility. He can surely ask, if he chooses to ask Mr. Copeland any questions, did you ever get a lawyer? So he can ask Mr. Copeland that question.
Mr. Steele, anything else before I rule?
I just don't think it's needed to say my lawyer. That's what I'm objecting to. I don't mind the conversation about I need a lawyer. I think Mr. Williams says get any lawyer you want, something to that effect. It's not a quote. But I don't see the need to say I have my lawyer, I have his business card, I can call my lawyer. I don't see how that is relevant. And then it gets cut off. So I don't know if that means what the state is saying is, oh, and then he's going to get Mr. Williams' personal lawyer for Mr. Copeland. That's not what it says.
And that would be certainly speculation.
That
would be speculation, but I think they get at least to play, based upon what they proffered so far, I think they get to play it. And also it's very limited as to what it can be said about it. Because unless Mr. Copeland, has some frame of reference, but.
I don't disagree with that, but I would like to leave it after I need money for a lawyer. These are not quotes. But, they're discussing, I need money for a lawyer. I don't know any lawyer. A statement is made, we'll get any lawyer you want, and then just end it there, rather than I have my own lawyer and I have him on Rolodex or whatever I don't think Rolodex, but whatever those terms are, at that point I would end it. That's my request to the court. I also object.
Let me see if the state has any further issues to that.
Your Honor, relevant evidence is any evidence that tends to prove an issue. We believe that the fact
it's not relevant though. Anybody think this is relevant? Is it proving one way or the other that Young Thug is a gang and they committed crimes? I mean, I represented a lot of clients, and nobody just never want to just what they call dry sit in jail. I mean, everybody want to get out, so it's not uncommon to ask for a lawyer.
Your Honor, relevant evidence is any evidence that tends to prove an issue. We believe that the fact that the leader of the gang is offering up his lawyer to his co-conspirator is relevant for this jury to determine whether or not there is a RICO gang conspiracy. And so we believe that that is relevant because the argument is relevant. It also comes in because it's a party opponent admission. This is the defendant Williams telling Mr. Copeland that I will provide. He said,
and shout out to Coco. I'm not ignoring you. It's just you can't hear when I talk and when they talk at the same time, so I try to wait for a pause in between. But I see it. Thank you.
Specifically, what Mr. Copeland says is, I don't know any lawyers. And he said, you can call my lawyer, is what he actually says. So I think reading it in context, he's saying, okay, you don't know any, but I'll provide mine. Or you can potentially use mine. Whether or not he used him or not, that is a question that can be asked of Mr. Copeland. But the fact that he was willing to offer up the lawyer is what is important, not the result of it.
All right. Sir.
This is a very bad point in our community if we are now going to say offering to get someone a lawyer is part of a RICO conspiracy.
Right.
This is a probation revocation case on supposed non-compliance with community service. I know you haven't heard the whole.
I haven't, sir.
That's what the recording before we started at 13:30. That's what it's about. Mr. Copeland says, and it basically mirrors what he said on the witness stand. He said, the police had me locked up. These are my words, trumped up charges because my probation officer didn't take out a warrant on me, but the supervisor was asked by the police to take out a warrant on me because of community service hours. I will be getting out on Friday. This is a Wednesday. I'll be getting out on a Friday, and I believe it's a Wednesday. I'll be getting out on Friday when I go to court, but I don't have a lawyer, so it gets continued for me to get a lawyer. So I'm held hostage, basically, by the way the courts are. So Mr. Williams is not part of any of that conversation. He then allegedly gets on the telephone and has a conversation, and that is explained to Mr. Williams as well. I go to court Friday, but I don't have a lawyer. To then say that it's part of a conspiracy to get a lawyer for someone going to court on a probation revocation case, I think is a bridge too far. To say you're going to get a lawyer, I don't have a problem with that. To say I offered up my lawyer because that is symbolic of a crime. It seems to me that if that type of evidence comes in courts, we are all in trouble because that's what we want people to do. We want people to get lawyers. So I'm objecting to the state's playing that portion. I'm not objecting to the portion that Mr. Williams allegedly is on the phone and is offering to potentially help with a lawyer. I don't have a problem with that. If the state wants to then argue that's somehow part of a conspiracy, I'll argue against it. But to then go further and say, aha, and this is the crime organization and the lawyers are part of the criminal activity, I think that is under 403. It should never be said in any courtroom unless there's proof of it. That lawyers protect criminal parties.
Your Honor, the state never said, I don't even know where Mr. Still got that last assertion from. The state said what is relevant is that he was willing to offer up his attorney to represent him. That is where it ends. And everything else Mr. Steele said is great for closing argument. But the relevance of it, it comes in, and then he can argue all of that, what he just said in closing.
It's relevant. It's more probative than prejudicial under 403, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll allow it. I'll give you a continuing objection, Mr. Steele, in that respect. Okay? All right, so what was the next thing you wanted to argue about, sir, or have me invite my attention to? As to the first call. Is it the first call or another call?
This is this call, but it's going to be for all of the calls.
Okay. All right.
There's portions of it that are just conversation about what other people said. I'm just using an example. Val, V-A-L, said that have 1 second.
In this call, Mr. Steele, or a different? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't. Your Honor, if you could ask, are we addressing the March 11th call?
I was gonna ask him for that clarification myself. Mr. Steele said it was this call and other calls, but he's making for example, and I think he mentions Val at that point in time, but I wanted to find out, is Val on the first call, second call?
I think this is the June 10th call, which may be the second call.
Yes, June 10th. That's the one at 2038, 4212, 10, 44. I'm sorry, 4 minutes, 12 seconds, 4 hours. Is it 4? Is it hours, minutes?
It's 4 minutes and 12 seconds to 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
But so can we just either close out or finish March 11th?
All right.
But the state will ask.
I was attempting to say it, but it's going to be overarching, but I can do it individually. So on each call, there are conversations about what did someone else say. So Mr. Copeland, allegedly, his voice is speaking with his girlfriend or significant other or the mother of his child. And he is saying, what did this person say? Well, this person said A, B, or C. I'm going to be objecting, I am objecting to anything that is hearsay. So for instance, in this call, Shannon said something. I'm not saying, Mr. Sharp and Mr. Botts can handle that for Mr. Stillwell, but I'm objecting to any third-party hearsay. They're not even on the call. I understand also that if Deshawn is not being called as a witness, which I believe she is not, I'm sorry, I should say the significant other of Mr. Copeland, I do not believe the state is going to call her. I don't know why her voice gets to be played on these recordings, unless she's somehow an exception to the hearsay rule. So I tell you that, Your Honor, because that is infected on each of these calls, because clearly there's another party on the call.
Another party that Mr. Copeland's talking to?
Who will not be testifying and who has not been classified so far as a supposed co-conspirator.
Before we even get to these generalities, we can just talk about each individual call, because I think it becomes confusing and timestamped, so we can know what you're objecting to and the basis of your objection, because some of what Mr. Steele is referencing, there's exceptions to why this should come in. And so I think that we need to take call by call what he's...
If the judge just slapped his head, somebody say he should have been did that to wake up.
Of what Mr. Steele is referencing, there's exceptions to why this should come in. And so I think that we need to take call by call what is being objected to, so we can respond accordingly to that particular section.
You all have transcripts of these calls?
We do not have transcripts of the jail calls, but they're clear enough that you can hear what the issues are.
All right. The challenge that we're going to have is, without a transcript, you're going to have to play these calls for me. Then each particular segment, unless you've identified that already, or this defense, Mr. Steele, I think you all are going to have to identify that, because what's going to happen is if it's played, we're going to end up having this continual objection and potentially putting our jury out for periods of time to have me adjudicate that. So is it possible for you all to listen to the tapes, to the jail calls, and then flag those portions like you did for his interviews, to have me rule upon those?
No. Do it right now. They can really just play it, and then they can write down the timestamps where they have objections.
Because I understand what you're saying, Mr. Steele. It's a valid point. But what I don't want to do is, I want to minimize the disruption from the jury. So if we have agreement, then, or if you need to just object, I'll say as earlier noted. So yes, I think that would be a much better way to potentially present this.
I could have that. I didn't write down the timestamp, but I can do that. So flag using a timestamp.
Yes. And then you could tell me, For example, to go to, 12 minutes and 15 seconds, it's hearsay, it's not within any exception, or it's speculation, or, whatever. And I'll let the state respond, and I can rule. Kind of similar to what I did with the audio videotape interviews. If that's the case, I think that would probably be a better use of our time.
And again, Your Honor, the portions that we sent an email yesterday are the portions we intend to play. So there's only 2 calls that we intend to play the entirety of it, but the other calls we've broken down specifically the areas that we think are relevant. So
Okay, the first call is like 15 minutes.
so only the first and the 5th call are the full 15 minutes. The calls are 15 minutes. So only the first and the 5th, we intend to play the full calls. However, calls 2.
Is that the June 10th call at 2038?
Yes, Sharon. So in the June 10th call, the only portions we intend to play is 4:12 through 11:10, and then picking back up again at 11:45 through 15:26.
All right.
And then for June 13th, the only portions we intend to play is 00 through 6:05.
That's still a fair amount of time, though.
It is. So they definitely are, but I just want to make sure that they're not listening to the whole tape and saying, I want to just keep the guides of what we intend to play so the defense knows the parameters that we intend to play when they're reviewing it to determine their to determine what they're objecting to.
Okay. Mr. Steele, give you just a thought I need to consult with Mr. Chamberlain just a second. How long do you think that would take? And I'll just ask you when we come back on the record, okay? All right. I'm just going to recess in place.
Come on. She's passing those notes fast. I think the judge should just play the tape. If it's a jail call, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, just play the whole thing. And as the tape is playing, the lawyers can write down the time on which parts they have objections. And then once it's already played, then we can just go back. Okay, go back to 2 minutes. Go back to 2 minutes and 12 seconds. We have an issue with that. Strike it, or judge and say it can come in. But what he wanting them to do now is to listen to the tape, write down the time stamps, and then go back before him. Right, it's a mess. And then he wants to them to listen to the tape again with him to decide whether he should allow it or not. But Judge, we here too. We have cameras in the courtroom, and we want to hear some of the calls. But I agree that first call, it seems like Woody was calling Young Thug, and Young Thug would do like any, family member or friend would do. If somebody's in jail, then they're going to be calling like, hey, can I get out? Call a bail bondsman, call a lawyer. So someone said that by them showing, Young Thug saying that, it might backfire. They may say, okay, he's a good person. He's not leaving his friend or rot in jail. Somebody said that in the comments. So, hey, they could be. The prosecution team needs to be reprimanded for being ill-prepared. Yeah. Well, it seems like they're in the right courthouse because the judge is not running a tight ship. It's like anything goes, any way the wind blows. Let's see. Somebody had asked, I think it was 313. Oh, wait a second, I can find it. I think she had asked, when is the contempt hearing? And I believe that's July 3rd. Unless he moves it again. because he knows now that Kayla is living in Texas. So he can say July 3rd, and then when she's down there July 2nd getting ready for court the next day, he might release another order on July 2nd. I'm going to move it to July 10th. Just to punish her inadvertently, well, she got to keep going back and forth. Charlene White, he is still missing the point. Whoever told isn't the problem. He is, right? And that's the issue. That's the issue I really have with him. Who told is irrelevant because you shouldn't have did it. You should have done it. And you wouldn't have to worry about it. Brian still said he gonna call the judge as a witness and the prosecutors. Put him in the box. And a big thank you again to Mr. Don. Cato came and not only contributed, but he joined the stream. Shout out to him for joining the stream. And I get it, some of y'all camera shy. I said, I'm not getting on no camera. Before I go viral. Oh, man. But let's talk about how Glenn Villain didn't know the different types of contempt. Right. Ashley Merchant made him know, though. Which is crazy because he had people writing all type of essays and paying fines at the beginning of the trial. So you would have thought that he would have knew all the different types of contempts. And come to find out he didn't know nothing. They have been prepared from the very beginning. Euro had actually made a ruling that they couldn't do this, but like all of his ruling, he goes back on it. Right. So I'm Cam shot too. They say, boy, you crazy as hell if you think I'm gonna get on that camera in front of all them people. Oh man. So Coco, you said that you went to another channel to get them straight. I have to make sure people understand the focus of the matters on that live news channel. So you have to go over to Fox and get them straight. Right. We got some movement. Come on, I gotta get those mics fixed.
Okay. All right.
Just play a tape. It don't matter at this point. Just play one of the tapes. Play or something. Golly. It seems like Young Thug listening to some music, don't it? Like he got a little head nod going on. Uh-oh, fist bump. Uh-oh, they got him. But old Shannon back there, boy, that boy shaking. I got to Foxton because it's the news in that area, so people understand what's happening. They get so lost on our track, just try to inform them. Oh, okay, I got you. Them people over there don't know too much about Young Thug. Just like I didn't know too much about old Karen Reed. Did the verdict come back yet for her? Oh, the jury asked a question in the Karen Reed case. Okay, I just woke back up. Shout out to Mookie. Yeah, Thug playing lifestyle.
Okay, folks. I'll just direct Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele. You all go ahead and do that at this point in time, and then send what you feel you must to the state, and then we'll take it up either Monday the 1st of July or Tuesday the 2nd of July. As part, we left the Tuesday open anyways, the 2nd to complete whatever was not done. So I think that we could probably handle that fairly comfortably on that morning of the 2nd, Tuesday the 2nd.
Just do it right now.
Set. Okay. All right. So let's just plan on taking that up Tuesday morning, the 2nd of July, when we start court. I'm gonna probably leave in probably about an hour.
Of course.
But tell me where y'all are.
Would it be an impeachment on anybody if we got it in writing by tomorrow morning? That'd be okay. If it's not,
That's perfectly fine.
That's fine, Mr. Steele. Let's say by noon tomorrow. Would that be sufficient?
no problem. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll take those up on Tuesday, July the 2nd, 10 a.m.
All right, he keep pushing it out, and then something else gonna come up, and he gonna keep. I have never seen judges like this. If anything, we all try to push through it and get it over with. Nobody want to drag on no case for no reason. Somebody to ask him, where you gotta go?
Okay. Anything else we need to take up at this point in time?
Nothing from the station.
Anything from the defendants?
No, sir.
Okay. Monday, the 1st of July. As I mentioned earlier, we'll bring your clients over. They'll be here. I'd ask counsel to meet 8F jury room for Monday at 9 o'clock. All right? For the in-camera review.
And on that, Your Honor, again, and I know I said it, so I'm assuming that it's preserved, but Mr. Williams would like to be present
Yeah, you told me that already. Do you have any additional case law other than the United States 6th and Georgia's 6th Amendments?
Georgia's Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 12. I believe Mr. Williams, I need him there to review. I assume we're getting a transcript. I don't know if that's.
I'll cover that on Monday. Mr. Williams will be brought over, but the part that you all are here just for in camera, that's attorneys because of the privilege potential that is that may be discussed. Or, no, I said not discussed. Identified, and you all as lawyers are of course subject to the rules of professional responsibility. Third parties are your clients, and other people are not.
Well, that's not necessarily true. And in camera doesn't mean attorneys only. It just means out of the behind closed doors, outside of the public's view, not the defendant's view. Come on, Judge, be fair.
Responsibility. Third parties are your clients, and other people are not.
Well, I oppose that objection.
And sir, if I have anything else, I will certainly reconsider that. But at this point in time, for that particular purpose, until we get through the in-camera review, when the transcript is reviewed, the court's intention is to review everything for for Brady and/or impeachment, and then I will flag all those, and then anything else that you all wished for me to consider, you can mark, and then we can have a discussion about that.
And I'd like it done in open court as well, in Mr. Williams' presence, and in open court.
Okay, I don't think he can do, until I identify it, Mr. Steele, and make rulings on it, he doesn't have the right to be present. You're the person that's present for him at that point in time because it covers privilege. It's just like if you had defects records, okay? You and Mr. Williams could not come to my chambers and review those records. You could, but he can't. Now, once I've ruled upon those, of course, I will copy whatever periods of the transcript, portions of the transcript that I believe are appropriate, and I will make other rulings in regards to sealing that particular portions which are not for any other review, and then you can take that to Mr. Williams, and all of you can talk about that.
I understand. I just.
I know you've made an objection as to that, as to your client's presence, but for the privilege or for the in-camera review, he doesn't have the right to be there. I respectfully disagree, but.
I understand that we are in disagreement, but I'd also like to then wait. An open courtroom, I believe that it should be done in open court as well, and that's under Article 1 and.
Okay.
The first in the.
I understand that. I agree with you about the open court. I understand about the open courtroom. I agree with you about the respective constitutional provisions. I disagree with you about the in-camera. That doesn't apply to an open courtroom. The in-camera review of these records. So we'll just, like I said, if you got some case law, you got something for me to consider, I'll certainly look at it. But at this point, that's what my ruling will be in terms of your client's collectively presence. However, like I said, once the court makes those determinations as to which things are to be released to you, and I copy those transcripts for you, those portions or the transcript for you, then your clients will be here and you may take those portions and discuss those with your clients. Okay, and then we will have the rest of whatever we have in open court. Okay?
Understand the rule.
Okay, all right. Like I said, if you have some case law, you want me to look at something, I'll certainly look at it. Because I
believe that under United States and Georgia Constitution expressly, it's a voir dire issue, but I believe this should all be done in open court, not in a closed courtroom or closed chambers, jury room.
You are correct about anything else, but when you're dealing with a matter of privilege and or depending upon the type of records you're reviewing, not everybody gets to see those. And that's where we disagree. That's not an open proceeding. That's a closed proceeding to decide whether or not what's going to be released. Again, I'm going to release to you what I what the court believes falls within the.
You see what he thought? He gonna release what he want to release, what he think they should have, or the secret meeting.
I'm going to release to you what the court believes falls within the acceptable range categories of release. It may be the entire transcript. It might be portions of that transcript, but I'm going to listen to your argument about that. That you don't get an open courtroom for, because I have to make a determination of whether or not first you get it, and then whether or not what basis you get it for. Then once I release that, I make a ruling, which can certainly be reviewed at some point in time. Then I'm going to seal the rest of the record. I'm going to seal that particular ex parte because it will have some issues of attorney-client privilege. So that's why, or else I give you the entire transcript. It would be fine for me, but I think that's the issue.
Oh, no, it'll be fine for you. You the main one blocking it. Kayla and Woody ain't got no objection to you releasing it.
Have some issues of attorney-client privilege. So that's why, or else I give you the entire transcript. It would be fine for me, but I think that's the issue.
If an attorney-client privilege conversation was captured by the court reporter on a transcript with the court present, it can't be attorney-client privilege.
Well, that's for another body to resolve, not me. And you'll have to first decide whether or not those conversations were had. So once you take a look at the transcript, then we can have the conversation again, because that will affect whether I seal it or not.
That's fine. I'm just want to continuing. I voiced it, so I think it's preserved. But
I think you've said it now 3 times. I think you've gotten your point across. But again, I'm going to tell you again, if you've got a case which says your clients can be present, I'll be more than happy to listen to you. I really will.
Well, my case is every case, but Penny,
You got a case
versus State, Sammons, SAMMONS versus State, Ward, WADE versus State, 1852. But the bottom line is, and they all say the same thing, at any critical stage of the proceedings, the criminally accused has a right to be present. I'm raising under federal as well as state constitution. I'm also raising an open courtroom, not a closed courtroom, under the right to public trial.
I understand that, sir, and I'll take a look at the cases you cited, and that is part of what the court has to rule upon, whether or not it was in fact, or whether or not somebody else will rule upon, not me, I should say, whether or not it's a critical stage. But let me get through the review of the in-camera review first, and then we can have some other conversations. Okay?
No, I understand how it works. I just object. You're overruling it. I'm just
okay. All right.
Thank you.
State, you'll be able to as well join for those of you that were in there as well. I believe Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love for that same review. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, folks. I'll see you on Monday. All right. Enjoy the rest of your time.
All right, y'all. So the judge just wasted the whole day. We had a couple more hours. Wasn't he leaving in an hour? I guess he said he's leaving right now. We could have went through more calls and got a lot of stuff. He was like, no, we're going to wait till Tuesday. Monday, they are going over the transcripts because the judge don't want to release the secret meeting transcript. He want to go and pick and choose of what should be released and what not. Like what? That's happening on Monday on the, what is that, the 1st? Check the calendar. Yeah, on the 1st. And then on the 3rd is happening, what's happening is, what's her name? Kayla Bumpers, the show cause hearing. So the judge want to take up what was left over from today on Tuesday between the 1st and the 3rd. He want to squeeze it in on Tuesday. But my thing is something's going to happen probably on Monday, and it might overflow until Tuesday. We're going to run out of time. And then we got a holiday on the 4th of July. at this point, throw the whole case away. Throw the case away. Somebody said he got to go hang out with Love. Oh, am I going live for Monday? Let me see. Might as well. Yeah, I'm good to go on Monday. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good to go. Monday, Tuesday, whatever day they back, I'm going to be here. The judge didn't check with the fly that was on the wall to see if he was available. Who was the other attorney who wrote up Glanville's court and where it go to the? Where it goes to? I'm not sure. Supreme Court will need unredacted transcripts, so this is pointless because the transcript is needed for still contempt case with them and Weinstein's case with the Supreme. Yeah, so that is what the judge is saying. He don't want to have a contempt hearing until Wednesday because he's trying to figure out. If the attorneys would need that transcript for the secret meeting hearing on Wednesday. He said, "Be on time, not Glanville's time." Yeah, I plan on being unless something come up. Yeah, if someone don't come up that morning, because sometimes I get calls from clients, and they all call in the morning, first thing in the morning. So when the court starts at 9:30, here it's 8:30, so everybody's calling in the morning. So, but I'm sure as long as I beat Glanville, I'm good. Yeah, Weinstein, thank you. All right, let's see. Judge said he's going to redact the transcript. Right. And I'm thinking the judge, he don't want the whole transcript to come out. And if it's a not guilty verdict, then the Supreme Court would never need the full transcript because it's double jeopardy. They can never be tried again. So a lot of times, court reporters do not save transcripts when it's a not guilty verdict. But I'm sure in this case, the Supreme Court may make an exception. I mean, when I've had clients get not guilty verdicts, there's no need for me to go back and say, "Hey, I want the whole record," because it'd be like a waste of time because my client, it's scot free. It can never be tried again, so there's no point. Let me see, right? But the Supreme Court took the cases to review. Judge has to give Supreme Court the earned. I'm sure, and most of the time the transcript won't go away until after the end of the trial. But since there's a pending appeal, more than likely before the end of the trial gets here, the Supreme Court may request the full transcript and the audio. But what he's probably going to try to do is put them under a protective order. He's going to put everybody in the room and he's going to say, "Okay, this is a sealed meeting. So you cannot say anything that happened in this meeting outside of this room." So the lawyers cannot come out and tell us, what was on the transcript, unless they leak it out some type of way. And then the judge got to have another meeting to determine who leaked that. So is he allowed to give the Supreme Court? No. Oh, no. They're not going to play that. Oh, absolutely not. No, he's going to have to give them whatever they ask for. But I'm still trying to figure out why is he trying to hide this transcript so bad when he swear he was on the up and up and he was above board. He did nothing wrong. What you hiding? No, I didn't see her talk about the makeup of the jury. When did she talk about this? I seen Kayla Bump was over there on the Lee's channel. I watched a little piece of her in her interview or discussion, and Lee had told her, he said, "Infamous Sylvia says she passed you in the hallway on your way to the secret meeting." And Kayla was like, "She didn't pass me going to no secret meeting." Kayla said, I was going to the restroom. She said, Sylvia did not pass me going to the restroom. Going to no secret meeting. I was on my way to the restroom. That was funny. But I get it though, because everything. She said Miss Sylvia, she know a lot of stuff, but she said on that particular day, she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. She said I had to go. Then she said I got locked in the damn restroom and couldn't get out. Shout out to Miss Sylvia. Hell, she know more than we know because we're not in the courtroom at all. But boy, I was so man, when I tell you, I had a good old fashioned laugh when that woman said that. When Kayla said. Oh man. She said, and she was locked in. She said, what the hell is she talking about? She said, no, you gotta pass me in the hallway, but I went on my way to no secret meeting at that time. She said, no, that was later. The secret meeting happened later. She was live on with Sonya on Erica's case. Okay, I don't think I'm familiar with that case. She said they were trying to help her get out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind me. I'm just, hey, that's what the girl said now. Don't get mad at me. I'm just saying what she said. Okay, the nicknames Sylvia gave for the jury was hilarious. You need her on the talk to make it for the jury. Yeah, I do. I do. Maybe one of these days, because I know she's so busy. She in and out the trial, and she passing folks up in the hallway. But hey, one of these days, maybe we can sit down and talk that law. If she will agree, of course. Hey, what's going on, Michael? Michael Williams. It's been a while. It's been a while. Thank you for stopping by and supporting. D.A. Wooten has a RICO case with Shirley Strawberry's ex-husband. That's the William. Oh, wow. So it's a lot going on. So they're trying to have all these RICO laws at the same time? Because somebody else had told me about this one. Somebody that went and got Michael that fast. Somebody that went and got him that fast. Boy, ain't nobody talking about that woman. Hey, he said that Kayla said that she didn't know what she was talking about. No, I like it. I like it. Because if she ain't there, we ain't gonna know nothing. Yeah, that's too much going on. None at all. None at all. Well, maybe Michael can set that up one time for the one time. Maybe we can talk about it with Miss Sylvia at the infamous Sylvia channel. He was stealing people money, right? Wait, who was stealing people? Oh, wait, I must have missed some. If you know the maker of the jury, you understand my coming from OJ. If this jury convinced, maybe I did do it. Oh, I got. Oh yeah, it definitely didn't pass me. I know exactly what you mean. And that's probably why the prosecutors looked a certain way that they look, because it's not lost on them neither. Like, hey, we want to win over a certain community of jurors to vote with us, then we need people that look like them. So I'm sure in Fulton County, they know what they were doing when they had, Love, Hilton, Brown. It's like, yeah. And I believe it's a few, but then, the majority tends to sway the group. So if you got 10 jurors that look like the defendants or like the lawyers, I mean, it just depends. Eric, I have no idea. I done had jury trials and and had people that didn't look like me or my client, and we still won. And that didn't happen several times. So I guess it's really about the argument at the end of the day. But even though, don't sleep on the fact that jury makeup is important. You need representation from all groups. What y'all talking about? What I'm missing? Yeah. So we don't have no update in Ken Reed. Y'all think she's gonna be found guilty or not guilty? Or nobody here knows who that is and care enough to know? Let's go RICO on bigamy, theft by deception, rape, and okay. Yeah, SA charges. Wow. Yeah. So we really wasted a whole day, y'all. I thought we were going to get a lot of the jail calls done. So now I'm going to have to go back and change the title of this. And see, that's what I was thinking. And the jury keep asking questions. Like when the jury go in the back and they're deliberating, they can write questions down to ask the court. And my thing is, if she's not guilty, just say she's not guilty. What you asking questions for? Oh, yeah. I made arrangements to make sure I was going to be here today. Because I know y'all have other channels y'all can go to. But I said, I'm going to be here myself. We can watch it together. And I see y'all be going in on the comments when I can't make it. Yeah, somebody back there wanted guilty. Oh, yeah, for sure. So either that person is going to be persuaded to join the other side or a mistrial. But it's only day 2. So I'm sure the judge is going to make them keep working. But they be looking for you, bro. Oh, yeah, yeah. I be, when I can't make it, I'm on my way to court or in court, lunch. I jump on, and then I just see all y'all just be going in the comments. I'll say, look at them. I like this channel because of how intellectual the chat is. Right, right. Work life got me busy, but I love you. You got to take care of that first. Talk to the law. Please don't do that. And that's now, I doubt it. I don't want to jump on nothing too late. Yes, I've been asking Mookie. Yeah, he told me. He told me. Because I was getting ready for a trial that never happened. So I wasted a whole lot of time. I could have been over here instead of prepping for a trial. Okay, so Tia, jury has been deliberation for 7 hours. I thought this is day number 2. Oh, it still could be 7 hours and day number 2 if they started at the end of what was Tuesday? So we only got one person that think Karen Reed is not guilty. And then the other people say we don't care. But my thing is, how is could she be guilty of murder if they saying that she was so drunk, she didn't know what was going on, she didn't know what she was doing? That sounds like manslaughter to me. So that's a trial where she supposedly killed her spouse. Supposedly she ran him over with a car. But the argument has now been made that it was his fellow police officer that did it and hid his body outside. His family members. What state she in? That sounds like something. Too much reasonable doubt in Reed trial. I will go not guilty personally. Yeah. I was looking at it earlier. We had it pulled up. And I ain't gonna hold y'all long. Probably just a few more. A few more minutes. But I seen some closing arguments, and it looked like the prosecutor. It was a quick glance. It looked like his timeline. Like I seen a chart that he had up, but it seemed like the times were off. Let me see if I can find that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Oh, thank you a lot, Michael. Definitely appreciate that. That was kind of you to do that. Right? Hey, I didn't know until earlier today when what's his name? Don Cato popped in and boom, and then I was like, look, thanks a lot. That's definitely nice of y'all. I might can go give me a hamburger today. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I had looked at the chart. That's what I was gonna do. Let me see it real quick. Real quick. See if I can make it bigger. And this is the prosecution's closing. I just got it paused. And then the time starts off at 5:07. And then it goes to 5:10, 5:11, 5:18. Then it goes to 5:35. And then it goes to 5:23. Like, wait, what? See how it was going. And it's just small mistakes like that because this prosecution is coming down to the exact minutes. She was doing this 1 minute, she was doing that 1 minute. So you can't make mistakes like, I don't even know what that could have been, 5:18, 5:35, then go backwards to 5:23, 6, 7, 6:08, 6:23. Had to come over here to your live, talk a lot where mature folks are in the chat. I don't care if you're not talking about Jeffrey Williams, okay. Oh yeah. We were talking about him. I was just showing how when I was looking at a case earlier, how, just simple mistakes can really mess up a juror. Because it only takes one juror to say, okay, something, that wasn't right. But yeah, we were talking about, Young Thug earlier today, but the judge went home early. I guess he said he's tired. Them YouTube coins about to start coming. I hope so. That'll help me out. Then I don't have to worry about going to court. No, I'm just kidding. I still got to do that. Pay another stand-in lawyer. Hey, lawyer, hey, I got some YouTube money now. I can pay you. Go ahead and do that reset for me. Nah, but thank y'all for real. The lead trooper. Cormelli, were you watching it somewhere else earlier? I know it's a lot of different channels. Wait, what'd she say? It is a bunch of children in the chat. Oh, good afternoon, Miss Mel Smith. Talking nonsense, saying we will have court on weekends. No, they won't have no court on the weekends. That was just a fake threat that he was trying to tell the lawyers, but I already knew. Because he kept saying it over and over. He kept making the same threat. If y'all don't get it straight, we're going to have court on the weekends. He kept saying it over and over. I'm like, dude, if you're going to do it, do it. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Well, I want it to be timely. Somebody else asked that too. It takes, where's the sign? I said, well, I ain't. But thank you so much for that. I'm gonna make sure I get it tomorrow. I'm gonna get it back right tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. No court tomorrow. What? So we're done until Monday? Golly. So are the lawyers still working now, or did they leave? I think they're gone. There's no reason to stick around the courthouse. And if anybody wants to come up before we got out of here for today, let me know, and I can drop the link. We had Mr. Don came up earlier. Thug Glanville needs a break. They trip on you, pop back. I'm telling you. They said the judge, the way he manhandling people and bossing folks around, they say he thugging everybody in that room. He the real thug. Young Thug, you ain't the thug. Hey. So my next shirt gonna say Young Thug versus Old Thug. He said, better say allegedly. About which part? Which part's allegedly? I guess all of it's allegedly. We ain't got no evidence to nothing. She said allegedly. Which part's allegedly? That he been thugging everybody around the courtroom? Bossing people around? Shit, I don't think that's a triple OG, right? He been in the game. He got that military experience. He used to bossing people around. I mean, he had them writing essays. I mean, he just had them doing so much. What do you think will happen on Monday at the hearing? They're going to get into it because they're going to want the full transcripts, and the judge is going to try to craft it and only release the parts that he want to release, and And the defense is not going to go for that. No. But the judge said, well, make your arguments on Monday of why I should release the full transcript, and then I'll decide. Like, what? You already know. We put it in writing. You know why we want the full transcript. I mean, that's like easy. I think we all need a break, right? I hope that we hear a hearing date for Supreme issue before the week over. Yeah, that'd be wild. He needed a break when he started slapping his head. I gotta go back and find that. Okay, this should be Woody RICO, not Thug, in my opinion. Yeah, but I think Woody don't bring enough clout. He don't bring enough clout to the table. She won a high-profile case. If it was just Woody by itself, we wouldn't even be talking today. And now Woody like the hero. Woody then came up. Woody really came up. Between Thug, Glanville, and Ratchet Peterson. Georgia not looking. Golly, Peterson. But yeah, they sat her down for, I think, 7 years. They put her in timeout for 7 years. You can't be a judge, elected or appointed. But as long as she keep her law license, she should be good. She probably have to just go back to be a lawyer, which might be better in my opinion. Modern day Suge Knight. Yeah. Oh, he got music out? Woody got music out? I think it's really Woody. Just pronouncing it right. Yeah, I think Adam's gonna fight him. Adams, Brian, they all gonna fight him for the full transcript to be released. She said, "We gotta go check out Woody music." Hey, what's going on? TBA boxing talk. It's been a minute since I seen you in the chat. You probably like, hell, it's been a minute since you've been on the chat. What you mean? What you mean? No, funny. She want big cases. She want to prosecute a president. She want to prosecute, a high-profile rapper. She want to prosecute what's it called? Who husband was it? And this other RICO. Mayor Tiffany Henry should run for judge in Atlanta. Hell, she might get it. And I think they got the former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, investigating Tiffany Henry. So we're gonna see what comes out of that. I seen bumpers pronounced Woody and that correct that Woody. So is it Woody? Wode? Did anyone notice Hilton calling him Woody yesterday? Oh, so she watched. So you saying Hilton watching the interview? Hilton then went over there. Well, first she came over here, I'm sure, because I had a whole lot of views from that area. From Fulton County, Georgia, I had a whole lot of views because on the back end it can tell us like different areas where views are coming in at, and that one spot was a hot spot. I said the whole district attorney's office and went and watched that Kayla Bumpers when we had that little quick discussion, and I'm sure they went over to the Lee's channel and watched that one too, including the judge because he want to still know. Yeah, I didn't heard street names like that before. But everybody know him as Woody now. So when we start switching it might confuse them. Y'all, I was trying to pull up a picture for the thumbnail. And I didn't put YSL Woody to look up a picture. I had just put Woody. And tell me why that man, that little cartoon on Toy Story pulled up. I said, y'all know what? I should have just used that one at this point. At this point, hell, that probably would have been a better witness because this Woody ain't giving him nothing. I'm waiting for that can't read verdict because, in my opinion, that case was clear cut. That's what we've been, we mentioned it a few times, and I'm not going to pretend like I even know remotely about how the trial went. I've just seen a lot of the, just social media stuff, updates. But from what I'm understanding, the majority is saying that this girl is innocent. They're saying, send her home. Oh, boy, I didn't have cases like that when it's just your client sitting there, you don't know what the verdict's going to be. Somebody said she's innocent. And I always tell my client, no matter what the verdict is, do not have a physical reaction. Don't yell out or say nothing crazy, especially in Texas, because here we can have the jury decide punishment. So obviously you don't want to say nothing crazy, and then that same jury has to go back in the back room again and decide your punishment. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank y'all for coming over. Taylor pronounced it Woody. Right movie. Here's the kind of Woody would the whole time trying to see if she would watch the lead attorney. Well, you heard what Kayla said. Kayla said that her and Miss Hilton are friends. She said they ain't like best friends where they talk every day, but they got a good relationship. And that makes sense because before Fonnie Willis took over, Kayla Bumpers and Hilton was already at the DA's office under the old DA, Paul. And they said Paul was no damn good. They say Fonnie was supposed to come in and clean it up. She cleaning it up all right. They say with that pile of money and cash she done got, yeah, she cleaning it up. She raking it in. Whoo. She ain't got to worry about it because I ain't going nowhere near no damn Atlanta. I ain't going near. They ain't even got to worry about me for like a layover in the airport. I will fly around. And actually, I was seeing something on one of the shows, I don't know if it was YouTube or not, where the Atlanta Police Department was in the airports just randomly searching people. And if you don't give them consent to search your bags, then they will hold you up while they go get a warrant and make you miss your flight. So most people consent to having their items searched. And if there's like a large quantity of money in the bags, it can be seized. The police will seize it, and you have to come back and try to fight for your money. So it's a lot of crooked stuff going on. So I was like, yeah, y'all don't have to ever worry about me going to Atlanta. Hell, y'all might put something in the damn bag. Wouldn't that be a mess? They put something in there. He said he had a lunch day. State wants bad land from Thug. See, I've been hearing some, theories like this. he got some land that they want, or they tried to seize his money. Coco, this case, the reason why people don't trust the police. Yep. And I'm gonna go and see if I can find that airport video one of these days for next time. But I'm sure it was in the Atlanta area. Yeah, use a tour story way next time, right? Someone stated the jurors were bored. Now they are supposed to watch 16 hours of video. Think this trial will be halted soon. Yeah. Yeah, you need to let it go. Or every side being intimidating. Not the white folks. Yeah. I was on a grand jury with Paul Hart for 2 months. Oh, you was? I ain't even gonna ask you about yeah. One was spinning in her seat. Oh man. Now that jury gonna come out after the trial and say I was not doing no damn spinning. I was spinning in my mind, but not in my seat. Shout out to Miss Infamous Sylvia, because she be having the tea. She sit in the courtroom every day. I heard Paul was allegedly come on down to the A and do what? And do what? And I wish I would. Yeah, I got too much going on. Inside and outside the courthouse. By the current report, wow, Kobe, what? Oh, thank you, Amy Slates, for the super sticker. I definitely appreciate it. Before this live started, I ain't know nothing about no super chat and stickers, but I guess I crossed the threshold of monetization, so I definitely appreciate that. Like I said, I might go give me a little hamburger today that I don't need. I need to go do some running. Let me see what else. Oh yeah, thanks again. Go to the A and get locked up for RICO. Hey Jiggy, you still coming up? I done told the people you were coming at 1 o'clock. It ought to be 1 o'clock where you at 2. Or you got cold feet. Did you get cold feet, Jiggy? Or do you want me to drop the link? I seen the plea hearing yesterday about those teacher RICO 10-year-old case finally getting to a plea. Well, you need some miles now. Yeah, eventually. I don't think it's too crazy yet. He said, "Nah, I just got back, bro." Okay. We'll get you next time. Yeah, it hadn't got too out of control yet. But like some of the names we're looking, I'm about to go to my office, but what app camera I used to do? I don't think it's nothing special. I think you can really do it from your phone. When Mr. Don came up earlier, Don Cato, he used his phone. Because I think you were going to explain to us your theory of the case or how Woody is an informant. But if he's an informant, wouldn't it have to be disclosed to the defense? Okay, thank y'all a lot. Thank all of y'all again. And also, if y'all don't mind hitting a like and subscribe button and share if y'all can. Thank you, Coco, for that. All of that good stuff. All of that. Y'all think Woody an informant? He's been working with the police the whole time, this whole 15 years. Y'all think that? Oh, now Woody. Am I saying that right? Woody. Hello, Miss Sharon. Woody. What was I saying? Woody? I'm looking at some of the. And for those that popping in court, the judge went home. Let me see. No, I think he did what he needed to do to stay out of prison. Yeah, I agree. He was just trying to stay out. And Young Thug, well, we did hear one tape today, Young Thug. It sounds like Woody called Young Thug to essentially ask for a lawyer. And the DA's office is trying to use that as some type of connection that, you know, Young Thug is the ringleader because he's getting his friend a lawyer that's in jail. I mean, you got to think about it. If somebody call you and say they in jail, especially if they don't have any criminal history, their first time, you know, maybe they were misidentified or something crazy happened. They're falsely accused of something. Your first thought is to, what I'm gonna do to get you out? Do I need to call a lawyer, a bondsman? I mean, that's natural and normal. But for the prosecutors to say, okay, that means he's guilty of something, like what? I don't think that's gonna go the way she thinks it's gonna go. So my thing is, if Fonnie knew Mondo, first of all, she should have recused herself, her whole office, if she knew a member of YSL, well, she defended him as a criminal defense attorney. And I mean, I don't know who this Mondo is. Is he still living? I mean, why wasn't he indicted? Besides the obvious answer, it's because she was, you know, she know him. Fonnie knows him and a former client of hers. Of course, she's not going to indict him. No, he was being bullied by the detectives that he got out the feds, right? By now, I would think they have to disclose that to the defense. Yeah, because that can potentially be what they call exculpatory evidence. Evidence that if the state withholds can cause for the immediate mistrial or a new trial. And it would do nothing for the state to win today, only for the appeals court to overturn it. I mean, it's not the same. That's the same thing with what's his name? Or is it a boxer? Is it Ryan Garcia? He had a fight with is it Devin Haney? I've been trying to keep up with this stuff. And now it's been said that Ryan cheated and they took away his win. They took away his belt, his title. And now Devin Haney is undefeated again. So yeah, you know, if you took illegal substances to win and they took the win back from you, I mean, it's not gonna go down in the books as a win. Now you have some people that say, well, it don't matter in my book, he still won. Need something to support that theory, because what's the point of the interrogation if he was the informer? Right. And that's why Jiggy is getting ready to come up and talk to us, because I think that's his side of the argument that he wants to talk about to support his position. I don't think he's an informant, just my, yeah, I agree with that. But I think Jiggy said the last live, he said that he believes Woody been working with the police and the prosecutors this entire time. But he may have some more knowledge than I have. So I'm interested to see what he has to say when he comes up here. I don't know, but that meeting wasn't privileged because there were too many people in the room. Where is the transcript? Right. Yeah, and the judge keep hollering about privilege. Like, judge, let it go. There was no privilege. He was Jeff artist, so why not call him for help? Right. And think about it, Young Thug, Jeff is the breadwinner. So he's not gonna call, Shannon Stillwell when he needs money. He's gonna call the person that's making all the money, which is Young Thug. And I mean, and Woody, I mean, he's not crazy. He knew who to call. And he knew how to set up the conversation too. Not only do I need money for a lawyer, but I don't know no lawyers. That's giving a hint to Young Thug. Like, hey, where your lawyer at? Can you get your lawyer to come help me out without directly asking? Somebody say free Ken Reed. Oh wow. Oh wow. So you saying Fonnie might have been in a relationship with Donovan Thomas, aka Nut, allegedly? They have not shown in RICO even as low as the bar is. Yeah. They haven't shown, and the bar is low. The bar is literally on the floor. Oh. Mr. Brown was going to be sitting in that jail with YSL. He didn't need 5 minutes. Just put me in the cell with my client. Put me in there right now. The hell you talking about 5 minutes for, a judge? He on the boards. Wait, who was? Maybe that's why a lot of the lawyers not really doing it a lot, because they know this is basically a waste. That's what I think, and I think that's why Miss Love hasn't really been just participating like she been doing. She popping in and out, but we all know this case is dead on arrival. That's even if, see, we keep discounting the jury. The jury might say, not guilty. But it might be a long time before that happens because the trial's so long. So, and I was thinking if they do retry them, just thinking about it, maybe they would cut down on some of the unnecessary stuff that they don't need, which they should have done for this trial. You don't need 300 witnesses. You get the main bits and pieces. You can talk about the Donovan Thomas murder, the main robberies, all the serious stuff. And bring the trial together like that. You don't have to call all these people. This is crazy. It wouldn't be a big deal waiting on the appellate court, but this trial is too long. Right. Yes, it's too long. Haney got stripped of the belt. Wait a minute. So they took the belt back? Right. See, this is my deal. So if you lost money, if you betted with Haney and you lost money, and it come to find out Ryan cheated, are you entitled to your money back? The people want to know. Do you get your money back? That if Ryan was on substances. Wait a minute. So did Devin Haney lose the title? Wait, he didn't get it back? Devin Haney. Or do you mean Ryan got stripped of the belt? I'll go back and see. I watched that fight and want me some money. Woody's telling everything about what I said. Okay. Wars had nothing to do with him being able to duck that hook. I don't know, because if he gave you an unfair advantage, then, you know, even though that left hook is dangerous. And that's why I think they need to fight again. I hope Woody uses his publicity hearing to fly straight. Yeah, I hope so too. The judge on the Trump case had no problem signing waivers for the appellate court to hear motion. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. But see, that judge, he was kind of kicking the can down the road too at the same time, because it was an election year and he didn't want to get voted out of office. So he, you know, he went ahead and signed the certificate. And he said, let the appeals court kick Fonnie off the case. He said there's an odor of mendacity. He said it looks like y'all lying up here about all this cash and y'all traveling and y'all didn't use cards. I paid them back. He said, look like y'all lying. But hell, I'm not going to say that. I'm not finna lose my judge seat playing with y'all. And then the judge was reelected, and Fonnie was too. They were on the same ticket. Everybody's on the same ticket. The real election not until November, but they won the primaries. And you know, if you're a Democrat or you win a primary in Atlanta, it's gonna be hard for a Republican in that district to win. If he was a leader, I don't think he would need to ask him to get a lawyer. Right. Yeah, right, she was. Yeah. Hey, I took that back home. Salute to talk to Lana chat. Hey, what's going on, Miss Melanie? Thank you for joining in and supporting. I hope they have solid evidence, Mookie, because the case be over. Ashley Merchant came out and tore Glanville and knew, right? Coco, it'll come out watch. How they say if it don't come out in a wash, it'll come out in a rinse. If it don't come out in a rinse, it'll come out in the dry. Y'all know nothing about that. That's some old school Texas talk. Why didn't Thug take the plea like Gunner? I don't think they offered him no plea. I mean, I think the reason they gave the plea deals was to get Young Thug because they think he's the ringleader. So let's say you have 5 people rob a bank and one of the people in the 5 shoots and kills the security at the bank. Yeah, all 5 are responsible, but you don't really want the 4 that didn't pull the trigger. You want the ringleader, you want the shooter. So you might give a deal to the other, 2 or 3 of the other people to tell on the shooter, but it wouldn't make sense to give a deal to the shooter himself when he allegedly did the worst part, and they saying that Young Thug did the worst part because he's the leader. If that makes sense. That's going to end them all. That's a mic drop moment. Oh yeah, they took his belt. Oh yeah, they took his belt. I gotta go look at that. A loss is a loss about a bet. So it don't matter. If you playing cards or dominoes, and somebody has some secret cards hidden under they shoe or under their hand, under their arm, their sleeve, and you don't find out about it until later, you're saying that it don't matter. It still counts as a loss, and you don't get your money back. Okay, so he got it back. Okay, yeah. Yes, and he retired for a year while Garcia suspended for a year. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just not seeing this. Let me. So we're gonna have Jiggy come up and explain, you know, why or why not he thinks what's his name? Why or why not he thinks Woody is an informant or not. I'm gonna get his name right one of these days. We gotta get him over here. I'm gonna ask Kayla. Kayla, can you bring your client with you? Kayla, can you bring your client with you? I bet on Ryan and won that money. He didn't get the title because he was overweight, but Ryan won the fight. He was the underdog. Oh, okay. So with the steroids aside, he still didn't get the title because he was overweight. So they went ahead and had the fight, but no matter what, he still wasn't leaving with that belt because he didn't make weight. That makes sense. And Love can't talk to Woody because she locked his brother up some years ago. See? I don't put none past her. If I was a juror, I can bet you 16 hours. Right, you may well take a nap. If you already got your verdict in your mind, just go to sleep. Yes, McAfee at least did. Yeah, I will give him credit. At least he did sign it. He didn't have to sign it. He probably kicking himself now because once he did sign it, now the appeals court is telling him you can't do nothing else with the case. He wanted to keep working and hearing like motions like they're doing now in Young Thug's trial, listening to stuff, excluding stuff. But what the court is saying, pause everything. You're not gonna work on nothing until we get it straight over here. Hey, let me know if the link not working, Jiggy, and I'll try it again. Yeah, Mookie, I thought it was. What do you want to deal with her? I am still looking for money under that mattress. Come on. Aren't we all? She say cash. Me and her and Nathan ran off with that money. Where the money at, Fonnie? Where the money at? Somebody get Fonnie on the line. Somebody get Fonnie in the chat. I want to know. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think we got him. Hold on. Let me see if I can do it like this. What's up?
What's good, boss?
Hey,
You hear me?
do you have
Oh wait, I'm gonna mute the other shit. You can hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, yeah, much better now. Appreciate you joining and always supporting the channel. So we all want to know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, no. I turned off the YouTube. It was kind of delayed.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. We can wait.
Now we smooth now.
No, I was just saying thank you for always supporting the channel. So we want to know your position. We want to know your position of why you believe that Woody is an informant or has been an informant all of these years.
I'm fake lit, so I'm gonna forget some of my points, but I did do a Reddit rant not too long ago, so I'm gonna pull that up. But it's like a real rant though.
Okay, go ahead. And you said you what? You slick what? Lit?
Little bit.
Come on. I said I know he just slipped that in there.
Hold up.
He said he getting the day started early.
It's fake long though, but RIP. So I said, I think Woody's a real informant. Yes, he's funny and entertaining on the stand, but he really told them other rooms time after time. I really don't think he killed none either, but if he did or didn't, he was definitely still scared that the other side thought he did. I don't care how hard he trying to look up there. Remember in the ex parte meeting where it's now on record that Woody said he would admit to killing him, and the state would say how he can lie all he wants, but he can't lie about that, and perjury, so on and so forth. And I think that's because obviously that would dramatically help the defense. But I also think the ex parte meeting with an informant is kind of slick legal because Woody's would be legal, but Woody's a sworn in already, and that's where it gets tricky. Plus, he's not on the stand as an informant, but as a civilian witness. And if that's the case, then the judge knows, which is why he blatantly cared more about who told him as opposed to the actual meeting. I also think Still fake alluded, like he knows about all this shit. Like he knows he's an informant. I think the whole YSL did. That's why he fake alluded to it. Like they can't just say that randomly, but he in one of his motions he said, why during every break is he in a room with investigators, prosecutors, officers, and so on and so forth, and why is he escorted to and from the stand? And then Weinstein and Matthews both made a comment about a big dude glaring into the courtroom during his testimony, and I think that's probably his security paid for by the state. I also think he became an informant during that 9-hour interview he had with all the detectives and ATF agents, so on and so forth. There's way more to the rant, but if that's kind of the gist of it.
Okay, so yeah, we just kind of like break it down. So you think that the people that were watching Woody through the door was his security because he's an informant for the state?
For shit show.
Okay, and you think the judge? That's why the judge been kind of protecting him because of his informant status. And do you think by him being an informant that would have to have been revealed to the defense attorneys?
Say that again, bro.
If you think he's an informant, do you believe?
I think the defense knows, but like the state's playing it like he's not, so they're trying to play along with that and probably use that for an appeal too. But they definitely know because they haven't been fucking with boys since 2015. Like he ain't been around, and RICO came after he got out the feds. Like they only brought him to the feds because he wouldn't really tell on them for real. Like he wouldn't go to the stand with it. That's really why he got sent to the feds. He said it was about the gun and all that, but that's really not why. But type shit.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking the defense knows
for sure
that, but okay.
I'm gonna bring that up too. Like just because he's in an interrogation room, that doesn't mean he's not an informant. Like why would you be in an interrogation room for 25 hours? Like that's ridiculous. There's too many hours of him being in rooms. Like that's not normal. That's not normal for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that. I guess it can make sense, but I'm trying to figure out because the timeline they stopped talking to him around 2015, and this is the time that Nut was killed, right?
I really think he told on like that. He's trying to play it off like he was lying in those interviews, bro. He was not. Like I really think Shannon was trying to off him on the highway, like all that. Like I think they knew, and I think that's why he had to get away. They just didn't think it would. They never thought this day would come. Like he would actually take the stand type shit, and that's why he wasn't. That's why he tried to plead the fifth, do all that other shit. But state needs him too bad.
Because from my understanding, Young Thug career was taken off, and whether Woody did it or not,
bro. Mookie, my fault, bro. Mookie, they said they had wiretaps. They're not gonna get to those already because it was illegal, but like they got those.
Oh wait, so you saying that we have some wiretaps somewhere?
They said that like it's in the indictment somewhere.
Really? I'm gonna put it in my notes.
I was like when the first video came about, like that was one of the headlines, like wiretaps and so on and so forth.
Because from my understanding that when that happened, they didn't want him around because his name was in it. So they're like, hey, keep that away from Young Thug's career. And Young Thug wanted him away.
Nah. They had to get him away because they knew he was telling. Like that, bro. The shit about there's more in my rant too, but that shit about like him getting a call from the police next to Young Thug, like I don't think that shit's cap.
Wait, you think that?
Why is the police calling him anyway? Like he says he talks to the police on his cell phone. Like that's not normal, bro. That's not normal. I don't care how you chop it. There's no way that's normal.
Wait. So you don't believe that Young Thug, when the police were calling Woody after it happened, you don't think Woody answered the phone in front of Young Thug, and Young Thug told him, "Hey, answer."
I don't know if he did or didn't, but I definitely think the call happened.
I mean, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, if something just happened.
Why does the police have his phone number and willing to talk to him? Not comfortable though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's small. You gotta look at it. Woody's always been in interaction with the police. I mean,
sure.
so it's nothing to say.
I have a lot of them though. They don't got their and the fact that, bro, when Miss Hilton was reading off all the numbers and shit, like they got those from somewhere. They can't just put those numbers out there if they didn't get it from somebody. They got those numbers from him, bro. Like Dolly's phone number, Shannon's phone number, like that's not a coincidence, bro. And you're not giving phone numbers, like fake phone or real phone numbers to the police unless you're like really helping them.
Jason said I'm not talking to a peer, but I'm trying to figure out. I don't see the incentive as a defense attorney to keep it a secret that he's an informant.
Yeah, that's great for an appeal though. Like if it really comes out, because they're really smoking this case either way. But that helps their appeal way more.
No, but I'm saying if the defense attorneys know about it, why are they keeping it a secret? Why is Brian still keeping it a secret to protect Woody?
But that too, we haven't got to cross yet. I think they'll allude to it a lot more during cross, but I don't think it might not even get to cross, man.
Wait, what you mean?
I think it might
be like Woody. What you mean?
I think it might be a mistrial before that, man.
Oh, I got you. Supreme Court steps in and stops it.
The jury not going back to like July 8th, right?
Right, that's a long time. Because we saw how fast the Supreme Court moved to keep Brian Steele out of jail when he was held in contempt. So they might, you give him 10 days, 12 days, man, ain't no telling what they can come up with. But Erica say, let's see what Erica say. I don't agree. He hasn't given anything to prove he is an informant.
Have you not watched the interviews? Like, you don't think there's truth there? Like, what?
I'm finna look up these. Let me see. Because this is.
I really don't think Young Thug had anything to do with it though. But they're just trying to add him in there, and that's really what they want him to do. But he's not doing that. But he doesn't have to allude to Shannon this much or point him out. Like, he's definitely doing that, and I think he has to because he really don't want to. You can tell by his body language and all that he really don't want to. He's like, it looked like Shannon, nigga. You know that's him. Like, you just don't want to say it, and you don't have to say it. But if you're a civilian witness, you don't have to say it. But if you're an informant, then yeah, you really gotta help them as much as you don't want to.
Shannon got stabbed in jail for telling on the hit. Also, Shannon
got stabbed in jail. He got stabbed in jail for killing boy. Like what?
Okay, see, that's why I like getting different perspectives because there's no right or wrong answer. I mean, we don't know what we don't know.
Another part of my rant. When the state kept mentioning Dolly at weird times in the trial earlier, way before, like I was trying to figure out why, but clearly now we know why. She mentioned that Dolly basically texted him, calling him a snitch, and as soon as she brought that up, he tried to flip it to, oh no, I was gonna kill Young Thug, and I knew that part was a lie because he couldn't even keep up with it. Like all the truth telling, he was able to say that quickly, or I don't recall, but the lies he was telling on the stand, he couldn't keep up with after a certain point.
So why did he come in and plead the fifth?
Because he doesn't want to like tell on them in front of them. He doesn't want to do that.
Okay, and what got him to change his mind from that Friday to that Monday when he came back?
Judge said, I'm gonna put you in jail until everybody's done in jail. That's what changed his mind.
Okay, so as far as him being an informant, you said he had to tell no matter what.
Bro, this nigga had mad bread. Like I follow Woody throughout when he got out type shit. But this nigga, like, he had no plays. Like, this nigga was in the cut somewhere chilling. He had mad bread. He's getting that from like telling, bro. Like, I know how this shit work.
Hey, you got some support here. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up from I don't even want to mispronounce it. Zandara.
Yeah, bro, this nigga got like a bunch of dead dockets. His shit don't add up, bro. He's literally I don't know if this is true or not, but based on his, like, I really think he was one of them niggas that will snitch on you and kill you type shit. But the fact that there was a rumor going around that he was like one of the Atlanta's like top 10 most dangerous people type shit, like.
Coco is asking, are you from that area?
I'm not. I just been watching enough of it to know.
Okay.
This shit is all in like reports and indictments. Yeah.
Oh, Erica responded to you. That's the whole point. if you watch the interviews, then there's no way you come out
on the nut
saying
shit. He does not change his stance, not once. He does not change his stance, bro. He does not change his stance. He just says he doesn't have the gun. That's all he says.
Well, in the secret meeting, I think it was said that he admitted to killing Nut, or he said he was going to say he killed Nut.
That's what I think he was gonna say. He killed Nut to fuck up their case, but I really, at this point, I don't think he did, and I really think he told on the other niggas because he really felt like the other side was gonna get him. They was shooting up his crib. They don't say, yeah, like, yeah.
Okay, why were they trying to get him?
Because they thought he did it, or he really did, and he still told on them. Either way, he's told.
Yeah, okay, so well, that defeats the case as well, because why are they trying to get him for going after Nut? Like,
how do you mean?
Oh, okay. I thought you were thinking. I was thinking of Shannon. Like Shannon was trying to get.
Oh no, they was trying to get on him for snitching. I think they've been known, bro. Like even Miss Sylvia's, she didn't do that. Like she knows what's going on. She posted a live the other day. I think it might still be on the page, but she had like literally just a clip of like Shannon Darren's Woody testimony. Like that's not a coincidence. I mean, of course it's only about it's mostly about Shannon, but I'm saying she knows more than I do. For the people that saying, oh, he's not from the area, he don't know what's going on. But you can tell by Shannon's body language too that it wasn't.
Erica say that's a lie. He changed the story every
not
interview.
About the nut murder. He's only in there one time about that. Like what?
Well, he did. To be fair, he did say that. Hey, I was just making stuff up, trying to get out of jail.
He said that, but I don't believe that to be the case for the nut murder, man. And I think that was the one of the time, like right before the 9-hour interview where he became. I think that was where he became a snitch. A 9-hour interview with ATV, APD, like that's nuts, bro. That's not normal either.
He was asked on the stand. Oh wait, that ain't it. Wait. He was asked on the stand and admitted in ex parte.
He never admitted, and I think he admitted in if he did admit, it was a fake admit, or either way, he never admitted on the stand though. They can't have him do that. They don't want him to do that. Rather,
do you have an opinion as who you think actually did it, or the nut murder that you care to share? You really
I mean, this is niggas that's in court, but I don't think they can prove it either.
Oh, you think it's one of the people in court? Oh wow. Well, then that's a that's a problem.
And the whole detective, when she said Detective Copeland, I think he took. Obviously, it's just if he's not that, like I don't think she did that.
Mookie said everything.
I don't think she did that like by mistake.
And his no was shaky. Let me see. No, he said no on the stand and said he did and express what I meant. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mookie don't agree. What you got one that agree, but I mean we all
bored.
we all trying to look. Woody didn't kill Nut. He just protects his family. I mean,
how's he protect his family by telling on his friends?
Woody didn't kill him. He just protects his family. Now maybe he's talking about the shooting at the house when Woody returned fire at that one car. When they were shooting at him and his daughter and his but I mean it's always good to get different sides, because sometimes people can see stuff that we don't see, and the judge is trying hella hard to hide that transcript.
And I was gonna say he's trying to help the defense a little bit, but I don't think that's the case. But he definitely trying to help Doug, because like I said, he don't have to say Shannon as much as he do, bro, and point him out. Like that's what the state needs him to do. If he was really not working with them or trying to help them, he doesn't have to do that, regardless if he pled the fifth or not.
But I don't understand, to me personally, why whether him being a rat is or informant is relevant at this point, because we see videos of him telling, he's on the stand. So, I mean, at this point, the world know at some point in time, whether it was a lie or not, he talked. So him being an informant is irrelevant. I mean, what's the worst that can happen to him now?
I mean, why hasn't the state said it? Like, I think they're just trying to protect him, rather. He really don't want to be looked in that light. I mean, now, and that was a rumor too. When that 3-hour interview leaked, they said that was the state putting that out, which I believe to be true, because he didn't want to he didn't want to work with them no more because he seen what was going on and he was actually going to testify.
Wait a minute. So you said the state leaked the tape? As what was the end goal?
To be like, no, we're going to put the rest out unless you really work with us, like we said, or agreed to.
And since he didn't work with him, they released the tape. So how would they help him?
They put him on the stand.
So what you're saying is there's no sense in trying not to testify because the world is going to already know you were talking, and they're going to know because we're going to leak the tape.
But they didn't want to leak the tape. They probably didn't even want to use the tape. They were just going to use what he said in court. But now that he's not cooperating with them, they have to use the tapes.
All right, yeah. Let me see. He was telling them to get out at every interview. Saying, I'm trying to get out of jail. Right. He was telling them what. Right. And that's an interesting fact that Coco,
that's what he said. We don't know if he was telling lies about the other stuff. I believe to be true, he was telling the truth about the nut murder.
But Coco has a good point right here. If he's lying to get out of jail,
bro, look at the way Gaither and like Detective Dennis are even like talking to him. Like that's not a normal I'm about to put you in jail type conversation. Like that's not what that is.
But I think the point that, if I'm reading this right from Coco, the point is if he was so in with the police so good, why did he think he had to tell to go home? If you my informant, you can go home. You don't got to come in here and make up no lies because I need you out on the street collecting more information.
I just wanted him to make those, or I don't think he was an informant the entire time. I'm saying I think he became a informant around the nut time, around the 9-hour interview he had.
Right, but how would that happen if they stopped talking to him after Nut was killed? So what would he be able to inform on if I don't hang around you?
He told them everything about that. He didn't need to tell them nothing else. And they asked for the gun, and he didn't give them the gun. That's when they sent him to the feds. He got out, and that's when the RICO came.
So you saying he wasn't an informant for 10 years straight because he wasn't hanging around. He was only an informant for that one period. See, I thought
technically he'd been an informant the whole time, but like he wasn't.
See, in my view, I'm thinking an informant is someone that still hangs around the group throughout the years, getting what they can, getting wiretaps, getting information, not telling on something that already happened in the past. I'm thinking an informant is still gathering, working against you, trying to get as much as they can.
I guess that's technically the definition, honestly, truly, but that's not how I deemed it to be. I just meant as somebody that told on them and kept working with them or talking, or not working with the gang, so to speak, but working with the police during that time.
That's the gun he got. Somebody said that's the gun he got caught with in the gym. Jiggy, you confused.
That's not the gun.
Right. I mean, we all trying to piece it. So you saying that's not the gun?
Oh man, I wish I could pull up the paperwork, but there's paperwork that says right when it's like in the evidence list, but that interview that he's describing when he doesn't have the gun is Shannon's gun, so and so is from June 10th.
I don't think no.
Say again?
No, say it again.
The day he's doing that interview with the police talking about the nut murder and the gun is June 10th. In the paperwork, when they said the evidence list, they got the gun Kenneth Copeland is also June 10th. Like how did they do that if it wasn't if on the June 10th he's telling them that they don't have it? That's not the same gun.
Somebody said there is no factual.
No factual what?
There's no factual evidence supporting his theories. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
So what's your theory, Chelsea?
Yeah, he said, Chelsea, come to the chat, Chelsea, come to the front. Come to the front, Chelsea.
You're Chelsea. I mean, I'm sorry, you're Chelsea. Your theory is he's just free for no reason, and he's the main one of this shit, and they just let him go and put him on the stand and hoping he would cooperate.
But to be clear, we know it's different guns, though. I don't believe the AK was a gun that shot back at that car.
Oh, you're talking about that gun. Yeah, I'm talking about the nut murder. Sorry, you could be right about that. Honestly, truly.
All right, right. It's a lot of different guns.
Yeah. You could be right about that one. I was talking about.
I know it's a different gun. That's what I'm telling you. He went to the feds for that gym. Oh, okay, yeah. Now we all caught up. We on the same page.
That's rude.
Yeah. No, we good. we in the same book, we just on different pages. And now we on the same page. But I actually like this dialogue because we can get different opinions as to what happened and what didn't happen.
How many people could join up if you know?
Oh, I still got plenty. Yeah, I got plenty of space down here. Anybody else want to come up and talk about their side? I mean, since we have some time, let me see. Copy. Here we go.
No, but like if nobody agrees with my side, like the only other side is, why has he been out the paperwork for so long? Why does he have so many dead dockets? Why did this case come about as soon as he got out the feds? Why did they think he was going to cooperate? They're not going to cooperate. Like, why did they base so much on this one dude?
Somebody said, it's Junior, they're wild, bro.
He's mad bored, bro. He's mad bored.
Love was crying. Okay. Yeah, I dropped the link. Anybody else that got, their position. But I mean,
I disagree.
I mean, I'm glad that you did come on and, also refer to defense criticism issues.
Nah, I'm glad too, brother.
Yeah, because I mean, I've never looked at it from an informant point of view because I didn't understand.
I think I worded it type wrong, but I think he was a snitch that he didn't continue to work with YSL, but he continued to work with the police for other shit.
And something just spooked him. Like what spooked him?
That he really has to do it now. He didn't think he was ever gonna have to do this. Like sit there and actually pointed him out like they basically didn't make him do, or he didn't do rather, but he doesn't want to sit there and talk about it. He damn sure doesn't want to sit there and look at his interrogation videos, regardless if he lied or not. It still looks terrible.
And I did find some that you mentioned about the wiretaps because that was news to me. Let me see.
It hasn't been in the news recently, but I know when the case first came about, that was definitely one of the big shits. And then I think the 3-hour interview, he's like, I could wear wiretap, so and so.
Yeah, this was out. What is this? How many years ago was this? Oh, did I move it? So I can make it a little bit bigger. Oh
no. That part wasn't the wiretap though. They got that from the I mean, I guess that's a fake wiretap, the Instagram DMs.
Well, I did hear that y'all ain't beat him up or shoot him yet. Y'all boys get assaulted. But that's lyrics though, ain't it?
No, he put that was a Instagram message.
Oh, that was an Instagram message from
Thug, yeah.
From Thug, so that wasn't a wiretap.
Oh yeah, I'm from Boston too. I'm gonna just say at the beginning, free Karen Reed too. She's innocent.
Karen Reed, yeah. Did we get a verdict back yet? Let me see what they're saying on her. They really want her bad, boy. I don't know why though.
Because the cop's dead and another cop did it.
Say that again?
Because the cop's dead and another cop did it. Gotta put the blame on somebody, bro. I'll tell you one thing though, those Netflix specials about to be real.
Oh yeah, they're gonna make a killing off of all of this that's going on. Let me see Twitter. I'm gonna do a Twitter search because I don't see any updates yet. But my thing is, if she innocent, what's taking them so long? They could have went back there, not guilty, turned around, came back out.
I always say another conspiracy theory, but then your fans gonna get mad at me, so I ain't even gonna do it.
Hey, you just saying what you think. So it looks like we have no verdict today with that neither.
No, they had they about to send them home at 4.
Yeah.
Probably nothing.
See, that's what concerns me. So I'm thinking.
That's all right. So I say, fuck it. I think. My fault. I think somebody paid off at least one of the jurors to kind of.
Wait.
That's a small town, brother.
So you think somebody paid off? I mean, nowadays you can't put nothing past nobody. We see judges have a meeting in the back room.
In the Albert family, they got bread, bro. I mean, honestly, that's probably more of a conspiracy theory than my YSL theory, honestly, and that's crazy considering I'm from Boston. But I just heard a little bit of stories about the can't reach shit. I didn't hear that specifically, but now that it's kind of, I really thought it was gonna be like a 2-hour thing, but now that's kind of delayed. I think there's some trickery going on somewhere. Cause she, no, bro, all the evidence proved she didn't do it. The state never even proved.
You know. Yeah. And I see that they, if I can share, that the jurors were sent home.
Yeah, Jared had to leave at 4.
No, yeah. So I'm thinking, okay, somebody holding out.
Indeed.
The question is, which way they're holding out, guilty or not? And you got to be careful in these small towns because you don't know who. Yeah, tell her to sit tight. Sit tight. I'm going nowhere. Tell her what she can do is tell her to join. Coco, come join.
I didn't accuse the Jared, but you know,
right. And I see you
coming. That's not clearly. I don't know if you're from here or not, but you don't know what's going on if you believe that to be true.
And I kind of see what you did. You didn't really want to speak on that too much.
Yeah, like
because then it may take some credibility away from your last argument. I think like, hold on now. Hold on. Oh man, when this is gonna end the trial, we don't even know. After, I mean, we got time. We can't do nothing else but put our story together because the court won't hold session. They leaving early every day. The judge going to go play with his damn dog at the dog park. So I mean, we ain't got nothing else to do but talk about what we think. And then on top of that, the judge is letting in a lot of speculation.
Nah, I feel like he been.
So yeah, he's trying to clean it up now.
Yeah, but more lenient rather with the defense in a lot of these.
Right.
Bro, and the fact the defense is even arguing these so hard, I really think that's true. Like, and they know it's true. That's why it's not a coincidence, man. Like, because watch, we're gonna see there's other interviews that they don't even care about, shit like that. Like, you're gonna see it's all gonna come together.
Somebody say, what an audio at Glanville.
Yeah, them transcripts gonna be tough, man. Because them transcripts gonna, especially if he really is an informant, them transcripts gonna be tough, bro. Them transcripts gonna be hard.
Oh, what did I say? Which part? Excuse some of my language for some of these.
I swear, it's my fault, gang.
No, you're good. She probably talking about me. No, I think I'll be all right. Some of these channels, boy.
No, but I would really love to.
Way worse.
Like, why is he cooperating with them so much if these are his friends and if anybody has one.
Charmaine back in the building. Oh, thank you. Shout out to AV to the 7th follower. Thank you so much.
Redacted transcripts from an ex parte meeting as well, not just redacted transcripts.
Thank you so much, AV. AV came and commented one time. We were nobody in here but me and 5 folks, 5 people.
Oh, so is that old girl that be on yes sir.
Yeah. So yeah. They and I think they covered it earlier today as well. But they got the big group. This is a small community of family folks over here. But I'm glad. Thank you so much, AV, for supporting and stopping by. Yeah. Golly, I'm getting all type of I don't even know what you call it, super chats and stickers and all of that good stuff. Yeah.
I never even. Yeah, is that normal for a trial to take like a 2-week break though to evidence?
No, absolutely not.
Like, supposed to do this prior to. Their excuse was, it was just too much that the judge ruled we should go through as we get along. But even if that's the case, like taking a 2-week break to do so, that's nuts.
Right. Like I said earlier, when the jury comes back, they're gonna forget
Everything what he done said.
Everything.
They damn sure not going through the transcripts of 90 days, so they're fucked.
Hey, it happens. It happens.
My fault, bro, for real.
No, I get it. I get it.
But yeah,
but I understand. It's a lot, and for the jury to go home for 2 weeks, I'm sure they're online right now. We might have a jury. Put your hand up if you're a juror in the chat. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put your. If you are a juror, don't identify yourself. We already got the block high. We already got them watching. We already got the folks in Fulton County watching because when Kayla came over here, they came to watch to see if they can use some against her. And I'm glad when she came over here and when she went over to talk to AB in the league that she said the F word might be an issue. Well, hopefully it's buried so deep in this video, in this 5-hour, 30-minute video that they won't find it. But thank you for that.
Now I won't do it again.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know you're not doing it on purpose, trying to get the channel. I don't know what they do. Restrict you, block you, take the monetization. I don't know. But I know it's all in good fun. But yeah, I do want to thank all the people that did, just come on and give me some little coins today.
Is that the only case that you've been following besides your own?
In detail, yes, I will say yes, in detail. Because I have, clients in real life trials. I'll say real life trials, like these ain't real. But personal trials, she's like, let me hold some. Hey, what they say, by the time YouTube take their cut, the military said they give you $100 and they take back 99. I don't even know what the split. They go, yeah, give you $100 and take back 99. But I haven't been really following too many trials like that. I try to keep up with.
Now the Karen Reed shit is interesting, especially as a lawyer. I think it would be interesting to you. And it's not too like you can catch up on it type quick, rather.
After YouTube cut checks look like the jury's checks, right? She said I'm gonna be lucky if I can have $20. How much they get paid a day? 20 a day? I'm not sure in Georgia or whatever it is, but I'm sure it's not enough as if they were to go to work. There's no way they can make that much type of money. She said, now look, talked a lot. I done told you. She said, I done told you. So when you come clicking on here one day and all that cussing going on, don't look crazy. Let me see. Oh, $25 a day plus a gift card for snacks. Nah, I would have been gone. I would have been gone so quick out of that jury box. YouTube definitely get. Oh yeah, they gonna get that off the top, Josie Eastwood.
What type of case you on right now? If you could talk about a little bit.
Well, my next big case is intoxication and manslaughter. So that's gonna be like a big one.
That's the one you're preparing the trial for?
Yeah, that's actually coming up in July. Supposedly, we had it set on the docket a couple of times before. So what happens is they may set like 5 or 6 cases for trial on the same day. They have them in the order like 1 through 6, number 1, number 2, number 3. Mm-hmm. And if number 1 or number 2 take plea deals, then number 3 will be the next person up.
Yes, sir.
So we didn't have a situation like that where you go in thinking you're going to go to trial, and then at the last second something changed. The person may say, I don't want no plea deal. I don't want to go to jail for a long time. So then they go to trial. So then we are sidelined until another month or 2 or 3. So it's real crazy because some of these cases are tough, and sometimes the judges set the bond so high that clients have to sit in jail, and that's the part I don't like.
We say you in Houston?
Yeah, I'm in the Houston area, so all of Houston and surrounding counties, all up and down. So if it's within a good drives distance, I'm there. Then if it's too far out the way, then it won't even be worth it for me to do all of that. Let me see how them people supposed to pay their bills while this is going on. I think they retired. Somebody said that Miss Sylvia had gave like a kind of description of the jury makeup. I don't know.
They
how
all
true that is.
retired? What?
I don't think they. I think some of them are young, so they may live at home with parents. They don't have bills. I don't think.
They just did it to Young Thug for free.
What happened?
I said, nah, they just did it to see Thug for free.
Oh, Thug for free. Oh man.
Nah, but honestly though, in your opinion, where you see this case going next after this 2 week break?
I think it's gonna be what we're gonna really be watching is the show cause hearing with Kayla. I mean, because obviously everybody wants Kayla to go home. She don't deserve to be in this position because of what the judge did wrong. And if I understand your position is the judge maybe didn't do something wrong. Maybe he was protecting Woody, in your opinion.
That's why I don't think no one's gonna get in trouble. Honestly, it's just all for what he did in the courtroom was like an ego thing. Honestly, truly, but I don't think no one's gonna get in trouble.
So you think the judge might walk away scot free from this?
Oh no, not about that part. I meant about the kind of sort of, but not because it was an informant. I thought you meant about the Caleb Bumpus thing. Why?
Oh no! I don't think nothing will happen with Kayla. I mean, if the judge
down the line, the judge's gonna get in trouble, but I don't even think he's gonna get in trouble during the trial. Honestly,
I mean, I don't even know what they can ask because Kayla lawyered up.
She got lawyers.
Yeah, she got a team, the dream team. So
never mind. I had another conspiracy theory. Never mind.
you gonna make Kayla get back on here. Every once in a while, she might be popping in the chat.
She a real one.
Oh, and don't let me hold you. I didn't know if you had something to do. We just talking. I'm glad you're up here.
Nah, I'm about to pop off in a second.
Oh no, you good. Ain't nobody else popped up. And I like that quote back there. What did it say? Broken crayons, still color. I like that. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah. She said if the jury is young, I don't know. I didn't see. Oh, they talking to you.
I forget I was about to talk. Oh no, I don't think because of I ain't gonna. You didn't say everything. I think the defense fake helped her out with them lawyers because I think she got bread, but I don't think she got bread like that. And it wasn't the cash apps either. I don't think it was that. But I fuck with her. Why so bump up? She's smooth though. That was just another little conspiracy theory.
Wait, so what's the conspiracy theory with her?
Her lawyers were paid for by somebody else.
Her lawyers were paid for with somebody else.
By somebody else.
No, I think she said them her friends. She used to work with them in the DA's office.
My first wrong conspiracy theory. My fault.
Yeah, she had said that. She's reading my mind. Just joking, talk that a lot. Yeah, she said it on. She said it on here when she popped up here. She said those are her friends.
You got some quality friends. Shout out to her.
And she got her own firm. Yeah, and I mean, in all actuality, if I was barred in Georgia, I mean, that's a good case for any lawyer to volunteer on.
Facts.
I mean, the judge is doing the wrong thing. First of all, that's the start. Then the next thing is it's a national case.
You know what I'm asking? Oh, my fault. Keep going.
No, go ahead. No, I'm just saying they got a chance to, push their skills and show their law firm out on TV.
Yes, sir. But I meant to ask other lawyers, like, what do you think still got those interns there for? Like, what do you think they're really doing?
Oh, probably helping. I mean, like the judge said, it's free labor. You can get all the help that you can. You take it. I mean, because you're going to need people to go through. Like they need people now to read all these transcripts and go through the video and write down the times. And I'm sure the lawyers they don't have time to do all this. So what they're going to do is tell the intern tonight, hey, take this transcript, these 500, 600 pages, and play the tape, and then write down the timestamps on the tape. So when we come back to court, the judge can know the timestamps to match, and he can match it to the transcripts.
No, that makes sense. I was just curious.
So yeah, so it's just like some free, and they learning. I mean, you get who else can say, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when I was an intern, I interned for Brian Steele on the biggest trial, or the longest trial in Georgia, the YSL case. So I think it's an advantage for both of them. Let me see what they said. See, now you get to scratch everything you heard and start over. See, now you need to scratch everything you heard and start over. Right? Bro, what? Hold on. Bro, see what they see?
That nigga something. Oh, that boy something else.
Hold up. We got some. Okay, here we go. We got another person to join. Let me see, invite, copy the link. Come on here, Chelsea. I'll see when, let me see. I am curious to know the makeup of the jury, but I think she said Chelsea.
Oh, she be in the courtroom?
Either that, or I believe they said another channel had discussed it already. So maybe she has the knowledge from that other channel. And she able to bring it here. I mean, we've been hearing hearsay all day, right? We've been hearing hearsay in the courtroom. We've been hearing speculation.
Fair enough. This is the whole trial. This is what the whole trial is about.
The whole trial. So if they can do it in the courtroom, I feel comfortable we can do it on YouTube. I mean, hell, to make it make sense.
Yo, and yeah, throughout the courtrooms you practice out, have you heard about the YSL one being like is it as big as we think it is? Like, you hear about it a lot besides the community and shit?
No, not down here. No, not in Texas. Like when you walk in the morning, people talking about the current events. This is not one of them.
I got you.
Yeah, I think her camera. It might be an issue with your camera. I'll bring you up though. We can see.
Hello.
I think is that a glare from your light?
Oh, it's probably from my glasses.
Or your ceiling fan? Is that a light?
Oh yeah, that's my fan. I'm in my workout room.
Oh, okay, you're all right. We can hear you. That's all we need. We can hear you.
Okay.
But go ahead, please. Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just gonna say what Miss Sylvia said about the jury. She said it's primarily young Black women, and she said that it's mainly like teachers. I don't know how she got that information, but she said it's primarily teachers and like state workers.
Oh wow!
And I think she said there's like 2 white people. So yeah, that was the whole reason behind my comment of like the O.J. Simpson thing. Like, if that jury convicts, maybe you
didn't do it, because if they all they all look like him, then surely they ought to send him home. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did remember seeing it was one lady, because they messed up. I think they showed the jury like twice on accident. So I did know that like it was a few. They say 3. It's 3. So I understood. Okay. But yeah, but the majority, I mean, so what has it got, 9 versus 3? She said I saw 2.
Yeah, the state work shit gonna be tough if that's true.
So did she said they're like school teachers?
Yeah, she said they were teachers, primarily state workers. And I think that had something to do with how they're able to keep a jury, because everybody was worried about, like, how are they going to live?
Now that makes sense.
I'm trying to figure out how they able to be a school teacher and miss like what 2 years in the classroom?
I think I don't know the laws behind it, but there's something with the state workers getting paid
for jury duty.
Yeah. We was asking how they was keeping their jobs or what would do. Or somebody said, well, what are they doing to survive? And if they state workers, and yeah, they getting bread pay for sure. They ain't playing with their money. They don't care. They enjoying this vacation.
That might be an incentive then, right?
Stay on it, right?
Right. If I can take a vacation and not have to go to work, right? Go play around in court.
8 hours minimum. We're not even in court that long.
Right.
Yeah, Sylvia said like she has nicknames for all these jurors, which is hilarious. Like, if you could have her on here to explain it, it's so funny. But like, you have like jurors not taking notes. One girl spinning back and forth in her chair, like they're checked out.
They done. Wow. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get her on here one day. I know she'll be on a big channel. She might say, I ain't got time to talk that law. But hopefully one day she will.
Everybody got to spam her and tell her to come on here.
Tell her, come on. Come on. And we can see what the real tea is. Because she sits in the courtroom, from my understanding, every day.
And she said that she's really close. She's gotten really close with Young Thug's family.
Right.
Yeah, she was just in the backstage shit when he did the interview with CNN. She like live streamed it.
She was where?
She like live streamed Jeff's dad's interview with CNN.
Oh, okay. I thought.
That's right. I seen that she was doing the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said she was in a back room. I was like, she better not be
I said something like that, but I just meant like, you know.
Right, backstage. So do you know, someone asked, what if you don't work for the state? Are you familiar with the Georgia rules or?
No, I don't know like any information. I mean, I'm just going based off what
she said.
Right. So everybody would have to do their own research on that. But based off what information she has put out, that's what I'm going off of.
Wow. Well, that's good. That's way more than we knew. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she really spilled the tea on the jury makeup. Like.
Right.
It was shocking. I was like, is she really putting this information out there?
Right.
Yeah,
I guess long as
anyway, she ain't saying that, she ain't putting their faces out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And she's not giving their actual names either. I mean, she would have to know.
She probably knows
some of them. She would have to know names to know what their occupation is.
Right.
Like, that's my whole thing is how did she get the information of what
No, I think when they whatever that shit's called, when they like
voir dire.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the first questions, if not.
Well, yeah, that's how it is in Texas. We get a sheet of the occupation, like the whole makeup of a person, and then we can do.
So you think she was there for jury selection?
I think she was there.
I think she's there from the beginning.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, well, she did say that she was there from the beginning, so that makes sense of like how she found out about their occupation.
I think she said from 2022, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so she's been there a long time.
So she really got the tea.
Right. So yeah, she knows. But I definitely thank you for giving us that info. And if you find out anything else, let us know. And I'm not running you out. I just ready. Yeah.
I'm about to hop off. I have one more question. My fault.
About the Woody thing, you guys asked me what my theory was. I don't have a theory. I'm just going based off like what information is given. Like my only issue with that theory is like, why are we interrogating him for hours if he's an informant?
Because they need to put something in paperwork somehow. They can't just like go off. He's an informant. I'm writing this down.
Do you think they're just making the whole thing up?
I think that's what Gaither and Dennis did a lot. Yes.
That's why. I think put it past them, but
I also think that's why like the defense has made since day one. They've said those names a lot and said that there's been dirty police work and shit like that.
Yeah, I would need more
But all right, so back to what he said. So why is he with them for that long if he's not an informant? And why is he helping them this much on the stand if he's not really trying to help them? He's that scared to go to jail? Why is he that scared to go to jail?
And he's scared to go to jail because he don't want to. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's scared to go to jail because he's already given up so much information in
Right. And wasn't somebody already stabbed in the jail?
That means it was true, right?
Not necessarily.
So they're just gonna kill him for giving fake. They're gonna hurt him in jail. You don't hurt people in jail for giving out fake information. That's not how it works.
But you hurt people for what they say snitching.
But if it's not snitching, if he's not telling the truth, that's my point.
Right. But if you
and honestly, for a long time, I'm gonna say this at the beginning too. For a real long time, like I was on the side, like, oh no, Woody's a professional. I think I said in this chat, like he's a professional spinner. He's spinning in the streets and he's spinning those people in the police room. But nah, I really think he was spinning and telling. I think that's what he was doing.
But the whole point is, in my opinion, is why even put the cops in my direction? If we're friends, you don't tell the cops my name at all and have them looking at me for a murder, even whether you lying or telling the truth.
If you an informant, you do, brother. You got no choice. You see how much now he really doesn't like. You could tell by his body language. He really don't want to say Shannon's name. He don't want to point him out in the picture, nothing like that. Like that's not true, Coco. You really don't. You really don't. But
I mean,
what's I saying?
If you look at Hilton, her entire argument is going off of
that one interview where she thinks he's telling the truth because he was telling the truth in that one interview.
Well, her argument is because of how he has been on the stand. She wants a lot of information from the interrogation allowed in court because she wants to say he was saying the truth in the interrogation, and now he's switching it up on the witness stand.
But if he's telling the truth and switching it up, he's not switching. He hasn't switched shit up yet. He still pointed out Shannon. He still said those are all his friends. All he said he's not YSL. That's all he said so far.
I mean,
because he's not. They kicked him out. But no.
Much back and forth with him already. Like
one second,
he's not credible witness.
No, Coco. You're labeled a snitch if you send somebody to jail. That's when you're labeled a snitch. You're not labeled a snitch. So Young Thug's a snitch when he talked to the police for an hour. No, he didn't tell you nothing. He was laughing and playing with them, like I thought Woody was doing. But nah, he was telling a lot more. I'm sorry, Chelsea.
What?
I thought I cut you off to say that.
Oh no, you didn't cut me off. No.
Nah, but you really that's when you're labeled a snitch, when you put somebody in jail or put somebody on trial, like.
Yeah, but I mean, and some of the other people agreeing in the chat. You know, once you take the stand and you're labeled as a snitch or a rat, and you're telling, and whether you're lying or telling the truth, you are a marked person to some people in the jailhouse. So it was smart for him not to want to stay in jail because someone was already stabbed in the jail. There's plenty of people been stabbed in the jail. So he knows that his life is in danger sitting in there, whether he was lying or telling the truth. And that's what some of the people are saying in the chat.
And his life in danger either way. I just think he
right. But can you defend yourself better on the outside than you could in locked in a jail cell?
You got a better chance of staying alive in jail, I'll tell you that much.
How? Right, I'm gonna say how, because Woody been walking around free as a bird in these last week and a half, 2 weeks.
That nigga said he's in Atlanta, bro. That nigga, then when he did that little Instagram, and that's why else I think he's only snitches do that shit, bro. Like, oh, I'm good out here. Like, only snitches do that shit, bro. Like, that wasn't a coincidence. Him posting up about now he's outside all of a sudden. No, that's him trying to mock people that know he's a snitch.
Frank said he's on tape 7 times. They knew he was snitching. I mean,
bro, these niggas said they got over 25 hours of interrogation footage. That is nuts, bro. Like, that is insane. You're I don't know how long you've been a lawyer, but how many clients sat with the police for over 2 hours?
But I don't know. Yeah.
You said a lot?
Oh yeah. I mean, it happens all the time. Like,
I mean,
all right, now back to Woody though. Like, they know, the police know, and Atlanta police know what's going on. They know he's actually doing shit. Why do they keep letting him off the hook? Because he's telling them lies? Fuck no. He's sending people to jail.
Like who?
I think he snitched on a lot of his ops before he started snitching on his game. Oh, there was more paperwork. His brother or cousin, Noonie Copeland, he was a snitch too, and that's what he was talking about in the interview. He was like, no, now they're gonna look at me like him or so and so. But nah, it might be running a family type thing for him at this point.
Right. I mean, and we all just speculating, but I don't think that him being an informant, with this trial, anything's possible. I'll say that anything's possible,
Yeah.
but I think he's safer on the outside. I mean, if you're in a jail cell,
and he sent all his real ops to jail.
yeah, but if you're in a jail cell and 10 dudes, 20 dudes walk to your cell, then
True.
you have no chance to defend yourself. You're done. But on the outside, you can move around. You can protect yourself way better.
You're right.
So that's why he said, I totally disagree. I'm talking from living around street dudes. They knew Woody was a snitch, but yeah, he lives to take the stand.
Yo, bro. You don't know one snitch that took the stand, bro? What is his name?
Yeah,
you do. If you're really outside, then you know at least one that really took the stand and told on people. And he's not even really trying to tell on them. So we can't. He was forced to take the stand. He didn't take it willingly.
Well, he still could have. I mean, no one can make you talk.
If he really, exactly, you can't make me talk, bro. Unless
they can't open your mouth, right? So he could have not said a word, but more than likely he would have been in jail.
And that's why I keep saying, if this is really his friends, bro, he don't have to say Shannon's name as much as he do. You don't have to point him on in pictures like they're making him do. That's what they want him to do. Why are you helping them if you're not helping them?
Yeah, it's a lot of twists and turns. Of twists and turns.
And like I said, I truthfully believe that, when he said, "Oh no, I know wholeheartedly that nigga didn't want to kill me," I wholeheartedly believe that nigga did want to kill him because they knew he was snitching.
He don't have a plea. Yeah, he didn't take a plea deal. For whoever thought that.
He didn't need one. How am I contradicting myself? But nah, he didn't need a plea deal.
Yeah. Are we talking about Woody didn't need a plea deal? But he was granted immunity, right?
Only now. He didn't have immunity this whole time because they just thought he was going to willingly take the stand. That was never the case. They granted him immunity when he said, "Oh no, I'm not taking the case, or I'm gonna plead the fifth. I'm not taking the stand. I'm gonna plead the fifth."
Wait a minute. Where you been?
Okay. Ex parte meeting.
Say again.
Was that during the ex parte meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Frank. Where you been? He already went to jail for not testifying. He spent the weekend in jail.
He swore he was so cold in the Rice Street suit.
He went on Friday, and then on Monday he changed his mind. But yeah, you could go to jail for not testifying if you were gave immunity.
All right, bro. I'm gonna hop in the comments though, but I gotta dip out. I'm gonna do this again though, but keep doing your shit, bro.
Oh yeah, appreciate it, G.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you think that the verdict will be in favor of YSL?
Yeah, I do.
100%. 100%. Okay.
Based off the jury, it's just another OJ.
Yeah.
I think if they convict him, I will be shocked.
Well, isn't Atlanta made up of that population of a certain group?
Yep.
So how? And I'm sure people are going to jail in Atlanta, and somebody's sending them to jail. So is it in theory that even if a jury looks like you, they still can lock you up?
I mean, there's always that possibility, but I just think, you have young women. You can't tell me they have not listened to Young Thug's music.
Oh, okay.
You can't tell me and the way they're acting based off what Sylvia said of how they are in the courtroom, their behavior. I'm telling you, I'd be shocked if they said guilty.
Wow.
But, that's just my opinion. You never know. Could go either way, but I'd be shocked.
I'm with you as well. I don't think that a guilty verdict is coming out of this. And I think the jury really knows what we know on the outside, even though they're not supposed to. But I think they've been keeping up. They've been at home.
Yeah. Yes.
They've been at home. Right.
How could you not keep up with this?
Right.
They're not secluded to this information how the OJ trial was. They're having full on access to all this.
Right, and I'm sure they see the disparity, how people are saying that the judge is biased.
Oh yeah.
The Supreme Court might kick him off. So they send a lot of stuff they really not supposed to see, but how could you not? I mean, you're sitting at home for 2 weeks, and if I was a juror, I'd try to figure out, what's going on.
Yeah.
Why I'm not in court.
Glanville is so quick to hold anyone in contempt. I've never seen a judge like that. But Ashley Merchant, bravo to her. She owned him on that. Like, she made him look like an absolute fool, like not knowing the difference between like criminal and then what's the other civil. Like, she made him look like a fool.
Oh yeah, she knows her stuff. That's what makes her a powerful attorney. She came in at a moment's notice.
Yeah,
ready.
And still he had like a whole group of lawyers, defense lawyers, ready to defend him.
I said they must got a group chat.
Yeah.
Could y'all let me in the group chat? I won't comment or say anything. I just want to see what y'all talking about in Georgia.
But
wow.
Still also did the right thing, because if he had given the name,
right,
his law license could have been in jeopardy.
It could open up a can of worms, because especially some people are saying that bailiff told Young Thug and Young Thug told his attorney Brian Steele. So if that is true, then Brian Steele cannot reveal confidential information between him and his client.
Yeah, but because that's the Georgia Professional Conduct 106 or something like that.
Yeah, and we're in Texas.
Yeah.
All of the rules are modeled after the federal rules, so our rules are pretty much similar. So Brian Steele, he had a good point of why not to tell, and I think another point, which is probably his main point, he didn't want to tell the judge because he got that information in confidence. That person probably trusted him enough to know that he was not going to go back and tell on him and pull a Woody on him.
It goes back to the GA rules of conduct, because if you read down, it says whatever the source, you cannot reveal. So if he had revealed that name, he could have gotten in a lot of trouble.
Right. Yeah. Even if it was originally the judge's fault for having the meeting in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, he's so guilty of that. He's doing his best to cover that up.
Oh yeah.
Try to hide everything. He does not want that coming out.
And a lot of people are getting confused because the judges say we're going to have that in camera. He doesn't mean on the TV. It actually means the opposite of in camera, in private.
Yeah.
I wish he would have it in camera, the real in camera, so we can all see what's really going on. But he's going to hide that.
I mean, if you don't have anything to hide, why are you wanting to go through all these measures?
Exactly.
To prevent everybody from hearing. So
yeah, he got something to hide, all right, and I think it's going to come out. Jiggy's saying he don't have anything to hide. He just protecting the confidential informant. But what I was telling Jiggy, at this point, what does it matter if he was a confidential informant? I mean, he's on the stand and he's on video telling.
Oh yeah, he's already let it fly.
Right. So there's no reason to protect his, identity, or people going to be mad at him or go after him because he's a informant. I don't see but everybody has different opinions. So.
Oh yeah, they're entitled to him. So.
Right.
You just gotta let it slide.
Right. Yeah. But I definitely appreciate you taking the time to come up and giving us some valuable information.
For sure. Have Sylvia on. Everybody got to go blow her up and tell her to come on here, because she'll really give you the tea.
Okay. Yeah, we'll reach out and see if we can get her to tell us what she knows. Yeah. And if she don't tell us, then we're gonna look for you to fill in for, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Search for it.
Okay. Well, thanks again. And if you want to come up again, let me know anytime.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. So thank y'all, Jiggy and Miss Chelsea, for coming up. I definitely appreciate it. She said Jiggy inciting a riot. Let that man tell his side. The Honorable Yvette Daniel, you over thinking everything. Laugh while I'm driving. Thank you. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you. You're top, my boy. He said, I ain't do nada. Jiggy, don't feel bad. I know you giving your side, but I ain't see nobody else click this link to give their side. So he went out there. He said that was moving. Oh yeah, appreciate that. And that don't mean stay away. Hey, we're gonna need you next time. That was a good discussion. Because a lot of times it's just me talking by myself. Y'all done heard me talk for 6 hours. So I like to get other perspectives from different people that come on, so I can see if I'm hitting the mark or I'm missing the mark. Somebody said he was acting like Hilt. You know what, Coco? You know what? Ooh, y'all funny. Oh, he said they ain't scared young King away. He coming back. She said I sat the conversation out. Somebody literally said earlier today that they couldn't take Hilton no more. They said, hey, bro, I gotta go. I'll be back later. I can't take no more Hilton and the extra she got going on. Let me see. While we got time, who next? She said I sat it out. Y'all are funny. She said, Jiggy, they just want you to get it right. Man left after the game. Wait. What? Birdman left after the game. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it was some good dialogue. I think it was some good dialogue. I mean, because who in here gonna fall out their seat when they find out on next week what the transcript say that he's an informant? If that thing say he's an informant, I'll be done. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna have to get Jiggy back up here. Oh, I ain't even say it on the live free YSL. Right? They're gonna say, now you done came way over here talking about free can't read and ain't say nothing about YSL. He say free on both. He's like, can't read live down the street from me in Boston. I don't think Woody would have blew the whistle if he was an informant. Selfishly, I don't want to see the trial over because I want to see T.I. as a defense witness. Right, we need to get Woody back on the stand. We need to do Woody and work our way down. Bring T.I., Tiny, the whole the crew in here so we can get it straight. We want to know what's going on in Atlanta. And I think T.I.'s from Atlanta, right? You gotta have a phone in the feds, right? Free. He's saying free Woody. Oh yeah, I'll drop it again. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Oh, we might have another. Okay. She said they putting crackheads and pastors up. You know what? Let me drop this link again. Y'all funny. All right. Let me see if I can. I'll drop the link. Let me see if I can readjust the camera. Hold on a second. Let me see. Should I? Did it go? I'm trying to. Hey, did the link? Let me know if that link's not working. I'll try to drop it again. Earlier today, that I don't know what's be going on with this technology sometimes. How y'all gonna feel if Woody was the one who told Brian Steele somehow? I mean, that's a possibility. But even if it was Woody, I don't think that information needs to be revealed. I mean, we got to remember, Woody is going home every day. He in a free world. He said the dollar margarita is still on set. Oh, man. No, I don't think they said this, though. This is what we assuming. I don't think this has been confirmed that Kayla was I don't think so. Oh, here we go. Hey, how are you?
Finally, I am in between breaks picking up my child from college.
Well, thank you so much for joining. I definitely appreciate it.
Oh, no, not a problem.
So you had any specific topic that you want to touch on?
Well, no, I did watch that clip. Like I said, I don't know how she could break down the demographics to that point. And sometimes you kind of have to take things for, face value, how they are. But I do recall her saying that it was 85% females on that jury. And then the 2 Caucasian people. And then the rest were African-American. And I think there were 2 to 3 Black males. So.
Oh, wow.
That youngest 23, oldest 65, 65 being, I think, the Caucasian female. Oh. So, no one really can tell, but if perspective is subjective.
Right.
So whatever, we're getting from you, whatever we're getting from Sylvia, whatever they might be getting from me is my perspective of things and the way I see it. The same thing we've been arguing about, they've been listening to in court all this time is, well, that's how you saw it. Or that's your slant.
Yeah, right. That's the whole trial, right?
Right. Today just really was, sometimes it just gets to be so much, I do believe, though, and maybe you may agree or not, the way that they're fighting to get some of that in, even the basic simple things for the prosecution, says that we need every little bit we got. Right. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they're arguing over.
Right. Stuff that to me is totally irrelevant.
Absolutely.
But someone mentioned they're trying to throw anything they can up on the wall, see if it's big, match it together. Somebody put it in the chat earlier today. So
yeah. Somebody else put that on their stage, and I think he gives them grades.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm thinking what they're trying to do is he doesn't have, okay, I don't know what that, okay. Yeah, I think they're trying to just mash anything that they can together, take some facts from over here, facts from over there, put them all together, and tie it in a bow and present it to the jury. Jury, go ahead.
One of the things that I did want to talk about is the Georgia Supreme Court, where we were talking about that earlier. Today, I was telling someone their session is only from April to July. So this has to be seen, and it has to come before them, and they're going to have to get some swift, expedited service in there if this is to be handled. I don't know if you're aware of the other judge who has been dealt with for their, long hand of the law. So she's been removed, but however, she's had 3 years worth of stuff in front of them. So I would say Georgia is right now, you and I know, if we keep hearing a lot of stuff coming from that corner, and it's weak, and we're gonna have to look at that and oil that wheel.
Oh yes, for sure. And I had a chance to skim through the order that removed Judge Christina from her bench. And it looks like most of that stuff are just old stuff. It don't even address anything recent, which is, it says something of, in and of itself, that you were already in hot water before the court. So that probably was the time to be tipping light, staying out the way, if you will. And I understand she's saying that it was a situation where it was self-defense or defense of another, but now it just really compiles it all together, and she's stuck because now she lost her job for 7 years, and if they file a new complaint on her because of the new stuff, then it might be another 7.
Listen, I hate to say it, but at a certain point, you have to know when to fold them. You know what?
Right.
The one thing I will say, and I'm always, I don't want to say Google me, because whatever you're going to find out, you find out, but I'm not afraid of it. My thing is this. I have a lot of heartburn these days because, as you know, I am from Georgia. A lot of the females, and I can only speak to what's in front of us right now, whether it's in professional settings or whatever, us Black females, you can't come up with a new standard. You understand? You have to supersede that, not because you're African American, but because you know better and we choose to do better and we're going to be better. That's all that I can say about that. Even though we have OnlyFans and we have this and we have that, you have to make the decision how you're going to present yourself. Even if somebody else is putting up posts asking for money, hey, throw me some cash apps, and seductive clothing or whatever. How is that viewed with the position that you hold? And so those are the things that I'm always trying to talk to and groom and to mentor. We have to set the bar.
Oh. Well, it looks like her phone probably went dead. Wait, what happened, Coco? What I missed? I think her phone. It still shows her there. Oh, she just dropped out. I don't know what happened with her. Let me see. Let me drop the link again. Maybe she can come back so she don't have to scroll up and try to find it again. Right? She said we lost when it was getting good. Come on back. She might have some connection issues, but I think she was. But yeah, she's right. You got to know when to hold and when to fold. And once the police are on the scene, okay, here we go.
Oh, so sorry.
No problem.
No, what happened?
They said he was getting good.
I can't see any comments.
Right, while you're on your
my phone.
Right.
And I do appreciate that. But and I will tell you, I am from the South, so I am a talker. I am former elected official. So a lot of times when I'm talking, I try to pull myself back so I can give you all. A lot of people, when we're coming up with these conspiracies, all that kind of stuff is nice, and it makes great talk.
Right.
Everything, and I got it, and I love it, and I'm linked in too. However, I want people to know, unless you've been in those seats, unless you've been that attorney, unless you don't really know what it feels like to be at the table or behind those closed doors. Right. And so, yeah, when sometimes I listen, I'm like, ooh, they just don't know. They haven't been in that room. They don't understand the good and the bad sides of the law, shall I say, especially with Woody. When y'all start talking about him or people are making generalizations of how people could do this, that, it's probably because you never were born in the hood and didn't grow up in the hood. You don't know hoodnomics. You don't know the terminology. And then you've never been a police officer, and I'll be so honest, I've done it for years. I've worked on narcotics, DA, the whole thing. But what I will say is this: those techniques I'll be wanting to call out so much on there, and you should know because you're an attorney, the way the police coerce people into speaking, echoing what we say, and plant those seeds. That's what you have seen in the YSL case. That's Gaither and them. That's policing at its finest. I wish somebody would get a police officer on the stand and say, when you go to school and you're educated and we send you to law enforcement school, do you take a class called techniques, interview techniques and stuff like that? So then people can understand, I'm telling you, I have you on the ground, but I'm also saying stop resisting.
Stop resisting, right?
And you may not even be resisting, but it gives the appearance that someone's going to articulate that. And so a lot of those things that Woody says and a lot of those things that I hear, guess what? Yes, absolutely. Do people tell you anything to get you out of there? Yes. Did they have them in there 9 hours? Yes. Is that ridiculous? Yes. But does it happen all the time? Yes.
Wow. And so do you have an opinion as to the outcome of this trial?
Well, I have an opinion. I don't have a conspiracy. I have an opinion.
Oh, come on here.
I do. My opinion is this. The jurors are held to simply one question: beyond reasonable doubt, right? If there's any doubt that this does not happen, correct?
Right.
I don't think the case that has been put before me, whether I like don't like them, whatever, that's not even the case. You have some people who are his age, his peers that are there, right? So they understand the music, they understand how the industry works. And I do not believe just because somebody brought some weed to a little meetup that meant you were in the group.
Right, RICO, right.
That's like me bringing wine to the party. Did that mean that now, because I used to bring Kool-Aid, but today I'm bringing wine. So now me and the law, we hey.
You took that over at act.
That's over that. But I will say this, I do think it will end and possibly it getting thrown out. I want to say that meeting.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I want to say that because when you have those, I used to call them backdoor drug deals.
Come on.
You know, nothing comes good out of those backdoor drug deals, right? Okay, nothing legal.
Right.
And so the only thing that could have been, someone alluded to it earlier, was that you remember when you all were talking about him being a CI?
Right. Yeah.
Well, and I think I put down there and I tried to explain, CIs don't have to be given up. They do not have to be named. However, in certain cases, the judge can order you to because of, the nature of these charges and the gravity. Right. They have to be exposed. Okay, and so once that is done, then that CI has to testify. And that to me, sometimes I'm looking like this, that's what's happening because you know how much Glanville is, or I call him Clansville, is invested in that. You see what I'm saying? He's so invested into that. And then he provided him with the paperwork, right? For the if he's perjured. Right. And I could probably argue, just like you could probably argue, well, I was doing my due diligence to give him this because he might not have the wherewithal, you know what I'm saying, to know what he's gotten himself into. So right. I provided him with this. But I'm just saying is I think at the end of the day, we're going to have to send them home. There's a lot of people who've been tried for things and get off on a technicality, just like that last case Glanville did, and the Supreme Court went, said, hey, you did a mistrial and was wrong. So they got off. They can't retry that. And so I think this time it's just going to have to take the L. That's just take the L and the A. That's all I'm just trying to say. Take the L and the A.
And the judge did say that Woody and his attorney was in the back room. So do you think it was appropriate for the judge to act as a lawyer to show Woody what would happen or what could happen when he had a whole grown lawyer standing right there that could have explained that to him?
I think he inserted himself too much into that. And I think sometimes, and I'm just going to say like this, everybody is 100% correct about the military mentality. Guess what? I'm retired from the military as well, Army. So I can tell you this, that is definitely how they are. Go to UCMJ, guess what? You don't really have much to say. This is what I said it is. This is how it's going to be. And no, I don't want to hear anything else. That's the mentality. And he wore the rank to be able to say so. So even though he was in the reserve.
Wait. So I've heard that before. Somebody called him no disrespect to a weekend warrior. And Army people say it's not the same when you serve and when you serve in the reserves. So
it's not. It's not. If anything, because you can come off that contract, you have limited things that you have to do, and like I said, it just isn't. It's like night and day. Trust me. Be on the reserve. I have friends in the reserve, and then when they happen to come along with me, they're like, "Oh no, we ain't doing that." So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And I think Glanville, he just went a little too. He went too far trying to please. I think DA Love. He trying to please her, and he didn't let her take him to the edge. He should have stopped her right there as soon as he found out what was going on in the meeting. No, hey, this is not appropriate. Let's bring in the other side. I don't see how in any universe they thought it was okay for the judge to pull up the law, show the law to the client, and then the prosecutors are threatening him with, jail time. To me, it seems to me like Woody's in the corner, backed up with all these people yelling at him that this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And next thing you know, he changes his mind and he testifies. So I think that's something the jury needs to know. Was he pressured to say something that he really didn't want to say?
Well, did you? Okay, I know you watched today. Was it me, or do I just pick up on Hilton was getting very frustrated? Her tone had went to a matter-of-fact tone. And I'm like, oh, you talking to the judge like that? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh.
I think what's upsetting her is because the judge is actually trying to play fair now.
Exactly.
And she's taking her back. Yeah, he's playing nice for the cameras because he knows the Supreme Court watching. He's playing fair, and I don't think she can really grasp that. Like, wait a minute, Judge. Oh, we lost again. Wait a minute, Judge. If she come back, I'll pull her back up. Judge, you've been ruling for me all this time. You've been taking up for me and DA Love. Now all of a sudden today, you're going with Keith Adams and Brian Steele. You're taking up for Young Thug. When the whole time I had you on my team and you were cheating for me. Like, say, what now? I'm like, what is going on? Oh, her name dropped off again. I think she's driving, so we trying to make it work. But hey, y'all just been going in these comments. I didn't lost where I was. Oh, ask her. I tried at first, and Jiggy sound just like him. Now, you brought a 3 in. Now you the king, man. Y'all are funny. So many comments in here. Hopefully she come finish up her. Take it easy, please. Simone, throw it up. I'm not. She said I'm not passing messages. Somebody say, why not? You pass them at the other channels. No, I'm just playing. But I do be seeing y'all names in the chat. I had told somebody earlier, I'll be seeing you in the chat over there at the other channels. When I be in court. I said, look at her. Y'all be getting the chat together no matter where y'all go. Y'all gonna have them right. She said, we got to square them now. No. Oh, no. You've been missing in action for a couple of days, so yeah, we might have to. We might have to. I said, now look. She said, Simone, not the one or the two. Come on. Yeah, I'll be seeing that in the chats. I said, look at her going off. On your mark, get set. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for her. Anybody else want to come? I'm waiting for her to see if she gets some connection. Oh, let me try to redrop the link. Maybe that'll work. And for those who popping in, we just talking. Yeah, I think so too. He was respectful. We all got different opinions. You had a few that say, so what he say? Somebody said, Jiggy don't know what the hell he talking about. But hey, he got on here and said his piece. And if you look at it in a certain light, it could, because the judge said that he told the lawyer, y'all making a mountain out of a molehill. He said it's not even that deep. So he could be on to something. If I said, Jiggy, don't go far. Because if we find out some on Monday, them transcripts, I'm going to be done. Let me see. I'm the sweetest person, but keep it cute. Come on, keep it cute now. She said, exactly. Hold on, let me go back up. And thank y'all to the people that like the video. If y'all don't mind liking it so we can get in the rotation. Can Woody sue? Who he gonna sue? William Berry. I'm trying to go through all these. Nobody else went up there and had a real rebuttal, just jokes in the comment. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, G, you the only one that started off the chat hot. No. They have so much immunity, the prosecutors and the judge, that it'll be, could still ask on cross if Woody is an informant. Yeah, he could. But I think part of Jiggy's argument is maybe they already know. Oh, it's doing well. Thank you for asking, Jenna. We just going through some of the comments. I'm just trying to go through it and see. Well, I had anticipated trial coming up, so I couldn't go live the previous times, but now that I'm out, there's no court Thursday or Friday, and we're not back until Monday. So, although I would, want to go live, it won't be nothing to talk about. Nobody else. Okay, yeah, we had that. Shawnee Spy. Let's go. Judge Glanville says attorney-client privilege when the court reporter is going to be present during the ex parte secret meeting transcript review is common sense. It's not. Yeah, it's not attorney-client privilege. He might as well quit hiding behind that. I haven't seen one lawyer, legal authority, that say Judge Glanville was, right for what he did. Now I know who looked like the brother who played in Spark. Yeah, I missed today's hearing. Susan Stay. Could still, okay, we had that. Funny Culture Live. Thanks. I want to see you hop on there. You hilarious. Yeah, tell her, come on. She said, I can rebut, but I need my judge. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to scroll back up with so many. See, I knew it would all work itself out. This has Fannie Willis' name written all over this case and the DA team. I definitely believe the judge has something for love. Somebody say DA Love looked like his spouse, his wife. Could be. Somebody tell me how it's going. Okay, yeah, we did that one. Ask if she thinks a mistrial is coming before July. Well, I guess she kind of like answered that. I mean, in a way, she's saying that if it's after July, the court is not going to be in session. So either they got to do it now or next month, or the court won't be in session. All right. All right. Thanks for joining the chat. Laura Sanders. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right, thank y'all. Thank y'all. She must be for some of the stuff we already covered. That's why I'm just kind of like clicking through, just because you'll still be wanting. And that's crazy that him and Steele playing nice, because Steele can't stand the judge and the judge can't stand him, but they still playing nice, you know, in court. Like, good morning, Mr. Steele. Boy, go on with that. Go on with that BS. Talking about good morning. To hell with your good morning. I know you be cheating back there in the back room. You ain't no damn good. Man, so many comments. No, I don't believe the Supreme Court responded to anything yet. She said, be right back, y'all. More fake work, and I got to go do real quick. All right, I'm going to screenshot that. Send it to him. I believe still Jeff going to get 25 years. Where? Oh, you saying still? You mean his, if I'm reading this right, are you meaning his attorney still? Now, this is news to me because from what I've been hearing, everybody thought Steele was like the best lawyer. And you think that Brian Steele is going to get Young Thug 25 years. It seems like Brian Steele is competent to me. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that comment, but that's the first I'm hearing of that. Do you have a clip of Ms. Hills getting frustrated with the judge? I don't think so. I think it was just in passing because they went over so many different things today. So it wasn't like nothing noticeable, like probably just deep grass or maybe like a little laugh when the defense talking. Like, did he really say that? Miss Hilson fine, Miss Love is fine. Somebody say, but they ways in the courtroom make them ugly. Trampling over the rights of defendants in that statement. So I guess she must be gone. She said, hey, that's too much. Well, I do want to thank her for coming up. I know she had some issues with her phone. Was she? She couldn't sit down to save her life. She kept moving up, down. And somebody said that she gonna kick somebody off that front row. And sure enough, after the lunch break, she was plopped down on that front row. Somebody said Love do look like the judge's wife. Yeah, he ain't been saying nothing too crazy out the way. Have you seen the Love and Glamour conspiracy of them sending codes? I did see a video, but I believe it was signals between Judge Glanville and Miss Hilton. It seemed like he touched his ear and she touched her ear right after. It could have been a coincidence. Some folks say maybe even a conspiracy theory. It's common sense that the jury is going to decide not guilty due to nothing but all circumstantial evidence and a RICO taking 2 years or more and a reasonable amount of time for a RICO to conclude. Yeah, I agree. And if the oldest juror is 65, she gonna go with the crowd. She gonna go with the crowd. Them young folks get her in that room and tell her, no, you know, that don't mean that. That don't mean this. You know, vote not guilty. She's gonna put not guilty on that paper. No, Mookie, I'm telling you why I got the oranges. Oh, Love and Glamour sound like a show on VH1. Still is Robin Thug, and he's not a good lawyer. He should have got Jeff Bond. Hey, what I will say, he fought like hell to get that man Bond. I mean, he tried. He brought in a lot of witnesses. He brought in some record label people, and the judge would not, budge on the bond. I've had judges like that. They say, "Oh no, $500,000, or it might be $1 million, $500,000." Then they may go to 250,000, $250,000. And then they say, "Well, I lowered it, Judge. If you were gonna lower it to that high number, you might as well just left it alone." What difference does it make if it's 500,000 or 250,000 and the person don't have it? It might as well be $1 million still. But I do want to thank the Honorable Miss Yvette for coming on. Hopefully she can get back one of these days. And I think she commented, somebody told me she commented on a video that I missed, maybe a previous one, maybe because I've been sitting here for the last 7 hours. Let's see, what else we got? And for those popping in and out, if y'all don't mind liking the video on your way in or on your way out, do it on your way in, because you're going to forget on your way out. Or somebody going to make you mad, you just going to exit, and you're going to say, "The hell with that life." And thank y'all to y'all subscribing, boy. We almost at 2K. 2K. And this is like the chat. The chat is pushing this channel. I remember first starting out, YouTube will only show your video to like a few people at a time. Little by little. And then if they see you consistent, then they're gonna keep, show you to more people and more people. You guys gotta be consistent. And we just got a big break because we had got a good convo with Miss Kayla. Shout out to Miss Kayla Bumpers. Hopped in the chat. And people don't know, that was brave of her to even, come on while the judge is still on a rampage. Imagine coming on talking about something in the public where the judge is probably going to find out about it. It's going to get back to him. And then you got to appear in front of that same judge. But if the judge know, like I know, if he even think about trying to, put anybody in jail or go after Kayla, he is done. I think the Supreme Court will say enough is enough. Oh, thanks again, Amy. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate it. Amy said she back dope with the super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Y'all been nice. Y'all been nice. She said, "What do you say? You got AC fruit snacks and fast waffle over here." I like it. Hey, this morning, because in the neighborhood they doing all type of digging and what they call carrying on. I didn't think we were gonna make it. I didn't think we were gonna make it through the day. Yeah, I got some. I might need to turn that AC up a little bit higher. Probably because I've been talking so much. Let me see. The police even said Thug was a girl with orange hair. Yep. I remember that was a big deal. They were trying to figure out if it was orange hair or blonde hair. The big question was Judge Glanville and Prosecutor Love and Hilton take the stand as witnesses. Absolutely not. No, he's not going to take no stand as no witness. And that may be best too at the same time to protect the dignity of the court. I mean, we saw what happened when they I wouldn't even say they made Fonnie Willis testify. She did that on her own. She came marching down there. And we saw how that went. But as far as the court, not even Glanville himself, but the court itself. I mean, I don't think that's. I mean, because Glanville, he wouldn't even need to be in the witness stand if we get the transcripts and the recording. I can't wait neither, Amy. I can't. It's gonna be some good, what they call tea in there. He not putting nobody else in jail, man. YFN. What, not YFN? So he not YSL, he YFN. Glanville mad because YSL still found out about that meeting. No, you don't have to donate to get no answer. ATL Olivia Pope. What, did you have a question? Did I miss it? I mean, there's been so many comments. I'll scroll back up. Let me see. She said, do you have to donate? That's funny. This is the first day that donations even came. But no, I'll be happy to answer if I can find it. Let me see. And if I miss a question, if y'all don't mind just reposting it at the bottom so I can see it. Will Woody be on the in camera? If so, why did the judge deny still request for Jeffrey to attend? Will Woody be? I mean, from my understanding, this is not the show cause hearing, so that will be for Wednesday. But I don't think Woody needs to be there Monday. This is only so the judge can decide what Brian Steele and the other attorneys should get from the meeting. Woody don't need to be there for that. Hell, Woody was in the meeting, so he don't need to know, what was said in the meeting because he was there. So I hope that answered that. Yeah. Woody good. Woody got the day out. Woody probably don't need to come back until the jury come back. Really? No, he got to come back when? He got to come back July 3rd because the judge said anybody that was in the meeting on July, the secret meeting has to come back on July 3rd. Excuse me, it's been 7 hours. They have to come back. And Woody was in the room, so he has to come back. So I'm sure they're probably going to put all of them under oath, and the judge is going to ask each one of them, did you tell anybody? And if they were smart, I'm sure most of them have lawyers. So I'm sure they won't answer any questions. They might plead the fifth. Woody might plead the fifth again. And I doubt the judge is going to lock him up because the judge lock him up, that's going to mess up the trial. We're going through all these videos to question Woody about later. So I don't think the judge is going to lock nobody up. We here now. Free YSL bump. She in the cell. She ain't locked up yet. Thanks again, Amy. Let me see. The police even said he was a girl. Okay, yeah, we got that. See, I'll scroll back up and I got to get back. That boy can get him a good Texas steak tonight. Come on here. Not a steak. Let me see. Question, why weren't the videos done before now? Yes, that's a real good question, Amy. Most of the time, they are done. I mean, they knew trial was coming up. So this wasting a lot of time. And then with the judge only working half days and yeah. It's like a perfect storm of why this trial is going to last until 2025. I dare not say 2026 because you got the state that's not really ready. Like the state, they could have gave evidence over to the defense today, but Ms. Hilton said, "No, I'm gonna do it Sunday at 5:00. By 5:00, like what? Why? Send it to me now." But nobody getting in real trouble for this ex parte meeting because we didn't inform him. But the chat gonna kill me for saying, "Hey, chat, Jiggy not backing down." Jiggy said he not backing down. Thank you. Somebody said, "Has anyone seen Diddy yet? Is the rap song him and Jeff Diddy still coming out?" They better not release nothing right now. The block too high. I really love your help. Thank you. And we just really just talking and chilling right now. ATL, Olivia Pope, you sure don't. Oh, okay, you answered. Come on. I got a little bit. I got a little something from this morning. And it didn't got hot. Yeah, last time it was like the end of the day, like now, and we had to go through like all those pages of reading. I said, "Oh no." And after that, somebody sent me, I think it was Tia, she sent me something different. And it was like 82 pages. I said, "Oh, hell no." I'm glad she sent it because I want to know. I want to be like on top of everything first, you know, when it happens. But I have to make an executive decision like, no, no. And a lot of the motions are repetitive. Judge Glanville is no damn good. One motion said, and I'm summing it up. Another motion said he's no damn good. And then we had a third one, he's no damn good. So we got the point. Kick him out, Supreme Court. That's what they want you to do. And look, we summed up 3 motions in 3 seconds. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, we getting there. Yes, almost to 2K. That's unreal since we just started. Seemed like just the other day. So why can't Jeffrey be in camera? Will Woody be in there? I don't think Woody's going to be in there neither, and nobody's going to be in there. It seemed like the judge is saying that he want to talk to the lawyers about certain stuff that he don't want the lawyers to talk about to nobody else. And if the lawyers talk about it to somebody else, they can get in trouble. They bound by the rules of professional conduct, responsibility. But what the judge is saying, if he lets the defendants in the room and they hear what was said on the transcript, then they may go out and tell other people at the jail and stuff like that, what was said, and then it gets out into the public. And what could the judge do to Young Thug and the other co-defendants if they tell? What are you going to do, hold him in contempt and keep him in jail until the trial is over with? I think he's already doing that. So that's why he's trying to keep him out the room. I didn't start watching trial until I read all the nonsense going on. I have never seen anything like this. I don't think anyone has. At least not publicly like this, unless they living down in Fulton County. Ask again, Olivia. Yeah, thank you. That's all I got you though. Olivia came in here high like the real Olivia off of the TV show. What show was that? Scandal? She said, "Now, goddamn, talk that lot and ask you 2 questions now. I don't want to type it no more. The hell wrong with you?" And I really didn't see it. "Oh, you money hungry? I got to give you some money for you to talk back, for you to talk that law." Oh man, that's funny. I'm just going through the comments. Oh man, Go back down. Somebody said, anyone in the surrounding area, let's have a court day field trip. And from my understanding, it's not like full every day, so you can literally go in as a member of the public and sit in. Well, of course, I can't go in there and sit in. Unless I take a team of lawyers with me. They're going to see me walk in the courtroom. They're going to say, oh, hell no. That one right there, out, out. They're going to say, we seen him. We seen him talking that noise on that YouTube channel, whatever he called himself doing. We seen him. He all down here worried about Atlanta. He needs to be worried about Texas. We seen him. Nah, you can't come sit in this courtroom. Hell you thought this was? Y'all excuse me, I'm just going on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amy, for supporting. And a lot of y'all come back and support. Woody is not okay. That could be debated. She said, what you did to them people, you ain't the only. Yeah, that's true. And I don't think that I probably wouldn't have even been on their radar until that discussion I had with Kayla, that brief discussion, because that kind of like took off. And I know it made it back to that county because even the numbers showed it was like a hot spot of people from that one area had watched the video. Somebody said, I have two and don't ask me how. You got two what? They're going to keep your ID until you leave. They can have that damn ID. It ain't nothing to go up there to the people. That's what they call it. Go to the people and get you another one. Not the people. Did I misread her question? No, she asking why Jeffrey can't be in that meeting like Still asked, and y'all know my reason. Right, because Woody's an informant, and they don't want everybody to know that he's an informant. We got you, Jiggy. We got you. Look at here. Shout out to ATL Olivia Pope. Olivia Pope. She said, you got to donate. She said, but I got you, though. She said, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, ATL Olivia Pope. We got to get you on the case. We need Olivia Pope to get down there and figure out what the hell going on. We need some boots on the ground. We need to get some boots on the ground in Atlanta. Y'all about crazy as hell down there. She said, I don't think y'all can pay me enough to live in no damn Atlanta. Y'all couldn't pay me enough. They say Houston ain't no better. They about crazy as hell down here too. Y'all ain't lying. That's what happens when you have a town with these millions of people. That's why most people live in gated communities or on the outskirts. They ain't trying to get knocked in the head. He said, my boy made a smooth 370 today. Yes, sir. That's what it is. I don't know. But thank y'all though. He somebody made 370, and guess how much YouTube getting? 369. I'm just playing. Yeah, that's nice of y'all. You know what? I thought that was a Spanish word. I thought I was gonna have to Google it. Yeah, so much corruption. They are corrupt in Atlanta. Even Trump was saying, "Oh yeah, ain't no place like Texas." There's a man by the name of Johnny Taylor, and he say, "My last $2, I'm not gonna lose." But yeah, Trump was saying, "Hey, they not right down there." But you know, people like, "Oh no, he just mad because he getting prosecuted." But when you really look, I mean, any lawyer, even if it was a Trump lawyer, any lawyer should have said, like, "Hey, what's going on here? It ain't right. It ain't right." I love Texas. My folks live in Plano. Shout out to Plano. No, Moogie, it ain't bad like that. She said, I thought Detroit was bad. Shh. Detroit. Somebody gonna get mad at me for saying this. But I remember a while back, it was a mayor of Chicago. She did a press conference, and she was trying to explain to, you know, the reporters and to the public why Chicago was a good place to live. We got this, we got that. And and then in the next sentence, a reporter asked her, he said, wasn't it was like 50 shootings in one weekend? And I was like, man, and it ain't the people, you know, she said, hold on now. She said, don't do it. You couldn't pay me enough. She talking about, no, Chicago, it's good, it's good. That even though it was 50 shootings, crime is down. Okay. Okay. I'll be a damn fool if I go down there playing like that. Don't get me wrong, no place is 100% safe. But damn, some places got better odds. Better odds than the other ones. I like to keep my chances low when I can. Oh look, 70 people this past weekend. And that's my home city for over 40 years. So we ain't got to talk about a year ago, a month ago, a week ago. This past weekend alone. They have cleaned up the corrupt. Chicago has always been corrupt. It isn't good right now. Michigan Avenue, yeah. Mm-mm. That's wild. 70 people? Yeah. I guess the best y'all can do is like keep the chances as low as possible. I always tell people, especially my family, if you can't help it, don't get gas at night. Get you some gas in the daytime. And if it is daytime and you see 15 people hanging outside the store, Go to the next gas station. Oh, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. It ain't about you being scared. It's just about you avoiding problems, unnecessary problems. Oh, she lived outside of Detroit in the suburbs. Come on. Shout out to Amy in the suburbs. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Texas, yeah, we, and most Texans gonna defend themselves. Are you in ATL? I started off, or I started in the DEC off Glenwood. She said, "What happened?" So what? At this point, it's easier to ask what didn't happen. What didn't happen? Like got a mosquito or something flew. They did a shooting at a splash. You're right. And actually, this past Juneteenth celebration, it was I believe 2 women got killed in a city in Texas, and one of them was a lawyer, a young lawyer. I think some people got into it and they started shooting, and she was hit in the back, and she started telling her husband, "I'm hit, I'm hit." Like crazy stuff. A 7-year-old was killed. The 7th Circuit is more corrupt than Georgia, and I know this for a fact. I can't speak on it like I want to do certain reasons, all right? Oh, Decatur. Okay. Always carrying. Like I tell people, don't do all them little pranks and stuff down here y'all be doing. You gonna prank the wrong one. We legit just I'm trying to go and see some of the comments I missed. Somebody said they from Chocolate City, you know. And Mookie, I was about to ask some questions. Olivia, don't get me wrong, I like it over there. One of the 70 people shot and killed was a 10-year retired LEO law enforcement officer. Y'all been live all day. Because I haven't been on in a while. And the people ask, they say, where you been? We didn't boosted your channel up. We done got you a little likes. You got a few subscribers now, and now you ain't coming on. They said, what's going on? Talk that law. Now they had me in court playing. The prosecutor was scared to go to trial. And his boss had to come down there and help him get a reset. The judge said, you know what? I'm going to give you to August. And the judge and the man was like, "No, judge, I need more time." I'm like, "Nope, August works for me. We need to get this over with." He's like, "I'm missing a witness. The witness ran away with his dog and they can't find him." I was like, "Bro, stop." We did some crazy stuff. Oh my God, I'm so late. I remember the other day on Instagram, I told you to go live again because we missed you. Yeah, it's been a while. And look, I'm back. I'm back in the flesh. Okay, Chad definitely boosting you up though. Salute to them. Yeah, appreciate the chat. And from my understanding, one of y'all were the real heroes. Y'all told Kayla to come over here because before she came, we were still covering the trial. You know, before she came, we were growing like maybe 30, 40, 50 people a day. But once she came and people were able to see the interaction, and when I reposted the video, that's when like a lot of people found out about the channel. And some people don't know, still don't know. Some of them play like they don't know. But hey, we still here. Yeah, thank you. I got them on hitting the like button. And if anybody want to come up, let me know. Let me see. It's carjacking all in the DMV down here and a lot of robbing. Say hello to the mayor of DC. Yeah, that's crazy. I can imagine living in certain neighborhoods where you you gotta look over your shoulder just to go outside to get some out the car. Like what? Shoddy spot. Come through. Kelly Bones did an interview with Law Crime. It's like a fit. Wait, she did? When was this? Did we miss this, y'all? Y'all didn't tell me this. Oh, Kayla done blew up now, y'all. How we gonna get her back if she all on the TV now, man? Hold on, Kayla, come back. Let me see. Hold up. Somebody said Kayla Bumpers Law and Crime. Wait, I don't see that, Jason. Do you have a link that you can point me to? Oh, okay. Or is it recent? Is it 21 minutes ago? Okay, let me see. We might get some more from Kayla. Let's see, y'all. Some no, the chat, but it's all right, let's see. I think I see it. Thank you, Jason. We might as well watch a little bit of it. We ain't doing nothing else. For those who can stay, for those who got to run, if y'all don't mind hitting that like button. Shout out to Kayla. Look at her. She done blew up and everything now. Let's see if I can share my screen. And I think this is brand new. I think this is what, 21 minutes ago? Yeah, 22 minutes ago. Let's see what we got. Oh, it said this is old. Now, I think it's going to be an interview. Let's see if we can get to the interview.
Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt.
Young Thug's lawyer, Brian Steele, held in contempt after he refused to reveal information to Judge Glanville about a meeting in his chambers. Now an attorney who has become the center of this controversy is here to tell her side of the story. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Kayla Bumpus is a defense attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Earlier this month, she represented Kenneth Copeland, who goes by Lil Woody, in a meeting in Judge Glanville's chambers. It was a Monday morning, and the Friday before, Lil Woody had basically refused to testify against Young Thug.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am,
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Well, are you going to let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean? What number in years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Now, Lil Woody is considered the state's star witness in the Young Thug RICO case. The following Monday, Copeland was summoned to Judge Glanville's chambers, and attorney Kayla Bumpus was asked to represent him for that meeting. Brian Steele wasn't present for that meeting. He wasn't invited. But documents filed by Kayla Bumpus's attorney say that she was there, along with prosecutors, court staff, security staff, and deputies, the court reporter, and 2 investigators with the DA's office. But Brian Steele, as we've shown you, found out about the meeting, even though he wasn't there.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you?
You should have told me. You got 5 minutes.
To be clear, Assistant District Attorney Adrian Love says nothing improper happened with this meeting.
We certainly have the right to request ex parte communications. That's why we ask that the court reporter be present. This is a matter that the defendants did not have a right to be a part of, as this was a matter regarding a civil contempt that the court imposed upon a person for not obeying the court's directive.
Judge Glanville was furious that Brian Steele found out about this meeting because it was in his chambers and he didn't think he should have known about it. He held Brian Steele in contempt after he refused to say who told him about the meeting, and he ordered him to jail. That's on hold for now as Steele appeals. Glanville also said he believed who told Steele about the meeting.
I'm not asking you what was said. You've already kind of given us some snippets of what you said. That tells me that somebody parroted that information to you. So,
But you're assuming something because I told you already.
well, then, other than if you were sitting, unless you were sitting in there with a recorder or Miss Love or Miss Hilton or one of the deputies gave you that information, or Miss Weaver shot you a rough copy of the transcript, there's only one other person that's left.
Well, Your Honor.
And if that person gave you that information or shared that information with you, she probably violated privilege.
Well, let me tell you 2 things. One, I don't know how that is a privileged communication.
The judge issued an order to show cause as to why everyone present for that ex parte meeting shouldn't be held in contempt. The order specifically, though, named Kenneth Lil Woody Copeland and Kayla Bumpus. Kayla Bumpus is asking to quash the show cause order and for Judge Glanville to recuse himself from these proceedings. In it, Bumpus's lawyers outline what happened during the meeting, stating, the court asked Copeland whether he was prepared to testify. Copeland announced that he planned to again invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege on the stand. The motion goes on to say that a conversation ensued regarding Copeland's understanding of immunity, how Copeland thought he might testify if he pleaded the Fifth, and certain facts of the case. Once Copeland learned that he could be held indefinitely, not just 2 years as he initially believed, Copeland decided that he would testify. Copeland added, according to the documents, that his testimony would all be a lie. One point that Kayla Bumpus's lawyers make in her motion to quash the show cause order, the meeting, according to her, was not placed under seal, and there was no protective order issued barring the release of the information about.
And I do believe that Kenneth should be coming up soon. So just to give it a mix and match, it ain't a complete, Thank you. Let's keep going.
That meeting. And Bumpus's lawyer wrote, the information was not privileged. I want to take just a moment to tell you about the sponsor of this episode of Crime Fix. It's a great website. It's called truthfinder.com. I've covered crime for a really long time, so I can tell you that truthfinder.com is a great platform to research the people that you meet each day so you and your family can stay as safe as you can. I have a family, so I use Truthfinder for unlimited searches of people that I interact with each day and out there. And let me tell you, the information about almost anyone. Kayla Bumpus was brought in to represent Kenneth Copeland, Lil Woody, on that contempt issue in the judge's chambers. Kayla, thanks so much for coming on. First of all, give me a little bit of background on how you came to represent Lil Woody for that one hearing.
Yes, so a lot of people have heard of Jonathan Melnick. He was there on the Friday before June 10th, which is pretty much when all of this arose. So I was standing in for him. That's something that criminal attorneys especially, we do for each other all the time. We got a leave or a conflict. We'll just call our colleague and say, hey, can you go cover this for me briefly? And so that was the nature of my stand-in.
So as you heard, Kayla Bumpus was Kenneth Copeland's attorney for a day, one day, just for that meeting in Judge Glanville's chambers. She was simply helping out another attorney, Jonathan Melnick, because he couldn't be there and Copeland needed a lawyer present. I asked Bumpus to kind of take me inside that meeting.
Well, pretty much, because I still, he rescheduled we were supposed to do the show cause hearing today on the 25th, but last night, late yesterday evening around 5:30, he sends out this new show cause order, which moves the date to July 3rd. So I'm not really able to speak on what happened in that meeting just yet. Because of my turn to, which yesterday evening, but supposed to do the show cause hearing today on the 25th, but last night, late yesterday evening around 5:30, he sends out this new show cause order, which moves the date to July 3rd. So I'm not really able to speak on what happened in that meeting just yet. Because of my attorneys have advised me not to, because we don't know what's going to take place in the show cause hearing. But I will say this, it was a situation where, like I said, I was under the impression that I was just coming in to see whether Mr. Copeland was going to testify or whether he was going to plead the fifth. And then after that, everything else kind of just happened.
So after this hearing in judges' chambers, and would you call it a hearing? I mean, there was a court reporter there. As far as I know, I mean, you were there. Lil Woody was there. The judge was there. The prosecution was there. It's my understanding sheriff's deputies.
Oh, my bad. Thank y'all for that. I had muted myself earlier. I didn't want to try to hear me coughing. No, so it looks like she recorded it yesterday, the 25th, and they are releasing it today, the Law and Crime. So it's relatively new. It just happened. Yeah, thank y'all for that. If that clarifies it.
Were there providing security. All of that's accurate.
Yeah. Yes.
So this was definitely a hearing. Was there at any point during that hearing, did you feel like something wasn't right?
Like I said, it was a situation where I'm not going to say I necessarily felt something wasn't right as much as it was happening so fast. It wasn't expected. Afterwards, I even, spoke to the actual attorney who sent me, and he didn't know that it was going to happen. So I kind of was just in the moment.
Now, Kayla Bumpus said this meeting with Kenneth Copeland and her being present were totally unexpected. You were a prosecutor. You worked at the DA's office at one point in time, and Adrian Love had stood up when Brian Steele made this public in court that one day, and she said basically that nothing was wrong with what happened. You know, that there are circumstances in which each side can request an ex parte communication, and this was one of them, and that's why there was a court reporter there. Do you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that statement. I don't know whether it applies here or not.
Well, who should make that decision about whether it applies here or not? Do you think that that's a higher court that needs to make that decision?
I do think so. I mean, the prosecution has their reasoning behind what happened, but the defense also has their reasoning why they believe that it was an improper meeting. And, you know, I'm not on either. I'm not actually related to the case, so I definitely hear what both sides are saying. And like I said, for me actually being there, it just happened so fast. I was not expecting it to go the way it happened. It was kind of one of those things, just once it started, it started.
So you show up and this thing just kind of transpires and you're there making sure that Kenneth Copeland's rights are protected, things of that nature. Brian Steele has made allegations. He believes there was some type of coercion that took place, that basically that Judge Glanville may have said, look, I'm going to keep you here. You could be in contempt. You could sit here indefinitely until the end of all of these trials unless you testify. And so then Lil Woody, according to Brian Steele's filing, says something like, well, you know, fine, I'll get up there then everything I'll say is a lie. Did you feel like there was anything that went on since you were representing him at that time, Lil Woody, and you were his lawyer, his counsel during that meeting? Did you feel like anything happened that would make him feel like he was coerced to get up on the witness stand?
I'll say this: if I answer that question, my lawyers will, you know, probably call me right now and say, hang up the phone.
See what I mean? And y'all was asking why I wasn't asking her questions. You see what she just said.
So I really would have to wait until after I see what's going to happen to me.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, Kayla Bumpus could be held in contempt of court and possibly ordered to jail. So could the other people who were present for that ex parte meeting. Judge Glanville wants to know who leaked the information about the meeting in his chambers to Brian Steele. He held Brian Steele in contempt for not revealing his source and ordered him to jail for 20 days. Steele was granted a supersedeas bond by the Georgia Supreme Court, so he doesn't have to go to jail right now since he's appealing Judge Glanville's ruling. I asked Kayla Bumpus whether she was the person who told Brian Steele about that ex parte meeting. When you say see what happens to me, talk to me a little bit about that. The judge has essentially publicly said that you may be the person who told Brian Steele about this. Brian Steele has refused to say who told him about what happened in chambers. So would you like to answer that question? What would you like to say? Did you tell Brian Steele about what happened in chambers?
Well, that's another question that, you know, I can answer at a later date. But what I can say is that it's extremely alarming that in the midst of that happening, I was sitting in the courtroom and all of a sudden, you know, this blows up and I have a good idea of who did it. And I'm sure she violated attorney-client privilege doing it. And I'm just sitting there like, whoa. That was very shocking to me that would be made that assumption would be made in a matter of seconds.
So you've been ordered to show cause. Or you've been ordered to appear at this show cause hearing. It's been now moved to July 3rd. Tell me what you've basically been ordered to do.
I've been ordered to come and show why I should not be held in contempt. I'm not too sure what the contempt is.
Do you anticipate being put on the stand?
I think so.
I'm not sure. As you guys know, I have hired counsel and, you know, I'm going to do whatever my lawyers tell me to do.
How do you feel about how this trial has unfolded so far? I mean, jury selection took 10 months. I feel like that's unheard of. And the trial could go through the end of the year. I mean, this is taking forever. So what are your feelings on how this trial is proceeding and the pace and just how long everything has been taking?
It's definitely, like you said, unheard of. It's something unprecedented. I mean, every attorney that I've spoken to, involved and not involved in the case, has the
Include talk that law.
same sentiment. It's just actually unbelievable that this has taken so long. And it's not the first case with a RICO and multiple defendants. You know, I think about APS and BMF. All of those trials had multiple defendants, multiple attorneys, and none of them took this long or had this much controversy in the actual courtroom setting.
You know, every defense attorney I speak to, and I've actually spoken to retired judges, when I tell them how long it's taken and the pace, they're shocked. They can't believe it. And I'm talking judges from other states who've handled high profile cases, homicides, gang cases, things of that nature. They think it's stunning. Kayla, you've kind of become ensnared in this whole controversy with Brian Steele, the Lil Woody ex parte meeting that took place in chambers. Brian Steele basically said, to the judge, you should have told me about this and you didn't. It shouldn't even have happened. We should have been present. Do you believe Brian Steele should have been present for that meeting?
I believe that Brian Steele is doing his job, and his job is to protect his client's rights and ensure that he has all the information necessary to defend his client. I cannot right now speak to that, because like I said, I'm under scrutiny right now, and the way this trial is going and the decisions that are being made, it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous because it's like anything goes.
Yes, it does feel like that at times. So you're under scrutiny. You're being ordered to show up for this hearing on July 3rd. It was supposed to be held on the 25th today. It's moved to July 3rd. So what do you plan on doing on July 3rd when you show up for this hearing?
Letting my attorneys do what they need to do. I mean, the motions that they have filed, I think they are wonderful. I think they have covered every base that needs to be covered. I think they are prepared in case something goes left for me. And, there's nothing I can do but trust them. I have to, put myself on I guess in the position that I'm always counseling. And, now I'm being counseled and I just have to trust them.
You're the client.
Yes.
Wow. That's
Kayla Bumpus, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just, I think that it's very interesting the way everything has happened, and I'm really ready for this to be over. I'm thankful that despite all the media attention, it has not been negative against me, and I have received a lot of support from people, and that's very important to me, because initially, of course, I didn't expect this to happen from just coming to stand in for an attorney for one day, and this has turned into almost a 3-week situation where I was just filling in for my colleague. But I'm just thankful that I have so much support, and I haven't seen one single negative comment about me, and I'm thankful for that.
Kayla Bumpus will be keeping a close eye on it. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
That show cause hearing to determine whether Kayla Bumpus or others would be held in contempt had been scheduled for June 25th, but Judge Glanville has postponed it to July 3rd, as you heard Kayla Bumpus say. His amended order changing the date does not single out Kayla Bumpus and Kenneth Copeland by name. I'll let you know what happens after that hearing. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me.
Yeah. What y'all think? Make sure I'm not muted. Sorry about that. What y'all think? Now that's what you call a interview. They actually had some dialogue, some back and forth. She said what she couldn't answer. What we had was a conversation. Right, I do too. Because the judge waited, he waited until the day before. The meeting was supposed to happen on the 25th. He waited till right before, and then he said, "Oh, we're not going to have it on the 25th. I'm going to move it until July the 3rd." Now, what does that mean for Kayla? If she's living and working in Texas, now she has to keep flying back and forth. How long was I believe it was what, 7 months, 8 months? Yeah, he did it on purpose. Now, had she had said something positive about it, the meeting would have already been had. And what I mean by that, if she would have said, "Hey, I'm enjoying this vacation. I don't have to go back to work until I have my hearing," they would have had that hearing right away. But now that he knows that she got to go back and forth between states, he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna ride this out. I can't punish her directly, but I'm gonna punish her indirectly. She's not gonna be able to do no type of work. Well, she still works in Atlanta. She has, maybe she can still do a little bit down there. But he knows she's trying to move in. She got a small child that I had seen when she was on the Lee's channel. She said her child was crying in the background. Let me share my screen. I believe I'm looking and it's showing like 8 months. Let me see. How long? January to October. Yeah. But this trial has been going on way longer than that. When you include the jury selection. I believe she did it, but she making a smooth move, picking up attorneys and stating she didn't do it. And I don't even know if she answered whether she did it or not. I think she just said that she answered that at a later date. Nice move. And once she finished with the showcase, she headed back to Texas, her new home. Right. She saw the light. She said, "I'm going to Texas." And I can only imagine that she probably had plans to come to Texas even before this happened. Yeah, a whole 2 years in count for this trial. Everyone's been relating this case to the OJ trial. I am glad this is being streamed for the world to watch. I can't imagine how many defendants had their rights stomped all over the general public, didn't know to draw this right. It took Fulton County, they say 10 months just to pick it. Yeah. I believe they have like 6. So it's hard to run through 6 alternates. And I've actually never had a trial where we had to use an alternate. We came close one time. But the judge told him, "If you don't get here right away, I'm going to throw you in jail." Yeah. Somebody said the state is supposed to rest in August. I don't know. I don't think. Who knows? Who knows? They should have been arrested, this mess. Right. I think I will. See, she blowing up. But I would definitely throw our name in the hat where we can actually talk. And see, law and crime, they're not gonna drag Judge Glanville for his wrongdoing. They're gonna play nice. So maybe she can do one for TV and then one for the, you know, you do a song on the radio, they got the radio version, the clean version, and then the real one. We gonna have the real one so we can drag him for being a low down dirty judge. Movie said he don't care about nobody. This trial is a mess. It needs to be dismissed. Yeah. But Amy, I'm gonna push for it, and hopefully she can bring Woody or Woody. I don't know which video. Can you pull up the video why the judge won't do a mistrial? I mean, that's so many videos that asked for a mistrial, and he flat out said no. So I don't even think that's one in particular video. Between the seemingly corrupt court in Georgia and corrupt police investigations, man, the U.S. justice system looking real bad. And I still have to get a dummy battery for my camera where the camera can just stay on 24/7 and it doesn't have to be charged. Because I'm not sure. It's looking a little weird over there. I might order one of them tonight. Because I never thought I'd do a stream that'll last so long. So when you get a camera, it's okay, 8 hours, you good. I'm like, okay, I ain't gonna never go past 8 hours. And guess what? We creeping up to 8. But yeah, Woody, Woody, Mookie, if you have a link or something that, if it's something particular. She said the judge should start cleaning out his. Yeah, she came. Yeah, right. And I think that'll be good. We can finish it where it started. It makes you wonder how many other undercover meetings the judge did have. Yeah. Right. They need to get all of that. Get all of them in and investigate. Because I'll be shocked. Well, I wouldn't be shocked. They said they did the same thing to me. No, but why not a mistrial? Show the video why he won't do it. Yeah, I don't know if there's a particular video. I mean, he said every time they ask for a mistrial, he'd just deny it. Look at that, Amy. Salute all. I would love Sylvia and Kayla to get on at the same. Right, we need them at the same time. Because Miss Sylvia, Kayla said she was going to the restroom when you passed her in that hallway. She wasn't going to no secret meeting. Yeah. He said just Google it. Man, what? Yeah. Let me see. I don't know if there's a particular one. This is a marathon, come right? Well, we got about 7 more minutes till we get to 8 hours. And hopefully the camera hang on until then. If not, we're gonna be ending the show with audio only. We'll be watching a video while I charge up. Come on. Let's go. So they want to know, okay, let me go to Google, YSL, Judge, all right, I think I found a news article link. Brooklyn, you should watch the Kerry trial. Yeah, I hear that trial is crazy over there. We looked a little bit at it this morning, a few of the closing arguments. Yeah, big time, big time. But you notice he he cut out all that extra stuff. You know, dishonorable court. Judge, may I approach you? May I approach the witness? No, that's gone. Somebody wrote in the comments, they said that Brian Steele walked up to the judge and handed him his walking papers. his papers to be kicked off. Let me see if I can share. Let me see if this is a link that works. Let's try this.
Having a closer look into the legal showdown in the YSL RICO case. Today, the Fulton County Superior Court judge denied Young Thug's lawyer's motion that the judge step down from the case.
But the fallout from the judge's alleged secret meeting with a witness is far from over. NewsEdge reporter Rob D'Arienzo is here with a breakdown of another day of a testy day, we should say, in court, Rob.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And at the center of this meeting that the prosecutor and judge had with witness Kenneth Copeland in private without telling Young Thug's lawyer and the rest of the defense. The rapper's lawyers argue that the judge in this case is now a witness in this case.
I'm going to deny the motion at this point in time.
Chief Fulton County Superior Court Judge Judge Glanville remained defiant in his courtroom Tuesday, tossing 2 motions to get him recused. The defense argues a meeting in the judge's chambers with prosecutors and witness Kenneth Copeland makes an impartial trial impossible.
Those kinds of meetings are highly disfavored. In fact, they really should never happen, but for the most, kind of emergent circumstances.
GSU law professor Anthony Michael Kreis says the contempt charge the judge slapped Thug's lawyer Brian Steele with is also highly unusual. Steele accused the judge and DA of essentially coercing Copeland into testifying by threatening him with jail time.
So I've added this court to the witness list. I plan on calling the court as a witness in the trial.
Kreis says that just adds so many layers to an already complex case.
You can't have a judge sitting as an adjudicator or as an impartial decision maker at a criminal trial who's also witness.
Judge Glanville had ordered Steele to spend the next 10 weekends in jail for bringing up that meeting with the witness in a testy exchange, but a higher court blocked that. While Steele has asked for a mistrial several times, Kreis says it's not going to help his client.
And by and large, a mistrial would mean that they're probably going to be tried again. And that means a lot more time in court and a lot more time in pretrial detention.
The professor says the defense can also ask a higher court to review the motion to recuse Glanville through what's known as a writ of mandamus.
When I cross-examine Mr. Copeland, when that day comes, I'm going to ask him about how much pressure, if any, the court put on him.
And the judge has agreed to release the transcript of that meeting with the witness with redactions to the defense. But with all of this, the jury most likely will not return to the courtroom until next week, guys.
Just adding to how long this trial has been going on. It's been one thing after another. It just
So
keeps
many
getting-
twists and turns.
So Mookie said he's gonna go and see if he can find another link, but I mean it's pretty much same old, same old. Yeah, I can't wait neither. All right. So we got about a few more minutes before we hit the 8-hour mark. And I would stay longer, but I don't know how much longer this camera gonna hold out. It's just gonna bloom. It's gonna go blank. But he's gonna go see if he can find a link. Oh yeah, thanks again, Amy, for your kind contribution. That was really nice of you to send 2 super stickers. And then the other ones that also contributed, Michael Williams. Let's see if I can get this to work right. All right, there we go, Michael. Miss A-Rod. Mr. Don. And he also came up on the channel and spoke earlier today. So thank you for that. Thank you, Coco. And all the other people that like, share, comment, and subscribe. And shout out to Avy to the 7th. All right, he said, look at you growing. We getting there, AV. We getting there, little by little. We getting there. But keep doing your thing over there. That's really good that you're covering this trial while studying for a bar exam. So I know that's, tough work in and of itself. So keep on going. All right, let me see a few more. Okay, it won't process past 10. Okay, see? Thank you for that. All this good information. Laugh a lot I've been here. I've just been watching. I can't comment because there's a lot of drama. Too many people. Oh, no, you're all right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait, what's somebody else that I missed? Who did I miss? Did I miss Miss ATL? There you go. ATL Olivia Poe. Thank you so much. She said, hold on now. I'm finna get you again. I'm finna light you up. Because you're skipping my questions and I need answers. Laugh aloud, I've been here. Oh, okay, I already read that. Yeah. So, y'all, I guess we coming back when? Monday? Is that when the court's kicking back off? So Monday will be the meeting in camera. Another secret meeting, but this time the defense is invited. But he's not inviting the defendants, only the attorneys. So yeah. So I guess we'll be back. Oh, I think Jiggy had a final thing to say. He want to get y'all straight before he go. Hold up. There you go.
I know he's about to dip. I was just coming to chop it while I wrote this real quick since I'm back over here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir.
I know They were giving you a hard time a little bit, but hey, at least you came.
All right, man. I ain't worried about it. I got this.
Right. Yeah, it's just all good fun. Yeah. I mean, we gonna see. Monday we gonna see.
And I want an apology from all the people that it was naysayers.
Hey, y'all hear them?
If it come to be true, allegedly. I don't know about nothing.
Right. Okay. Well, we definitely gonna pop in back on Monday. All right. Thank you. Also,
Yes,
again to the honorable Miss Yvette Daniel, no S. Come on. And I think you made a comment or left a comment, and she said no comfort break, right? And I didn't get a chance to respond, but I will go back, take a look at it. But somebody sent it to me that you're in the Texas area, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody said the Bermuda Triangle. Boy, I ain't know about that. Oh, yeah. Well, thank y'all for all hanging in there. I guess we'll be back on Monday. And thank y'all to all the people that supported, liked, okay, shared, commented, subscribed. All that good stuff. Amy, yeah, all of y'all. Coco. I think where'd she go? Simone, where's she in HD? Mookie, Miss Carol, Melanie, Chelsea came up. So much. All of y'all supporting. 313 was here earlier today. There's a lot of, yeah. Shout out to Tia. Tia said she live in Chicago and it's bad as hell. But hopefully they fix it and clean it up. We got you. Have a good weekend. What she say, Coco? She funny. She said, I ain't come back for this now. I ain't come back for this. All right. I'm gonna let y'all go before my camera let me go. I'm gonna get something too for that. I've seen a few videos of how to do it. Thank you, Miss Deborah C. Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. All of that. If you just want to go loud some more further, you could always explain law or some other things. Ooh, I think I'm gonna be MIA. I'm gonna be going. Now, what I might do is catch up on some work, because not only do I do criminal offense, I do personal injury as well. So that gives me a little free time to catch that up. But hey, if something happened, I'm jumping on. I'm gonna have me a shirt ready to go. Like somebody said, young thug versus old thug. She said, "Have a good weekend." Hey, I'm taking a break, especially after all of that trial prep, and then we didn't even go to trial. That was insane. But thank you so much. You stayed in here a long time. A lot of y'all was in here. Yeah, I think she said she had to go do some work, or in her words, play work. Be ready. Oh yeah, I'm be ready. And if y'all see anything, my email's somewhere in the description. Always get, y'all can let me know. If some breaking news, hey, I'm jumping up. If I'm at office or in the house, my home office or in the work office, I'm definitely not saying it's causing drama. I'm talking about her. No, not Miss Sylvia. We're trying to get her over here. We're trying to get Miss Infamous Sylvia over here so we can get some understanding. So I want her to, what's that woman that's seen this on Tell Me Something? I want her to tell me something good. She said, I got to snippet the poll. Your subscribers are going there, right? We almost at 2K. Yeah. I'm going to have to go, because I know some of y'all have your own channel. I need to go and look. Yeah, that's a question you're going to have to ask that man. How I'm supposed to know that? I don't know. And that might be fashion, you know. Shout out to Shaka Khan. You know, that might be fashion now. I don't know what they got going on. I don't like to go and see if she keeps her cash egg. Oh, wow. Ooh, y'all tough. Okay, lad, that's unfortunate. That's why I don't be there. In my opinion, they are holding her bad, but I support her from the distance. Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll just see how I go. But before I go, let me give my disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, I'll see y'all Monday, if not, maybe sooner. But thank y'all so much for hanging with me. We'll be back. Have a good